Hello everyone, this is What If Fanfic. And today I'll bring you what if Naruto became the avatar of death. The link to the story will be in the description. If you want to hear a fanfiction, please comment down below. Now on to the story. 3 years ago, Uzumaki Naruto would have laughed off the idea of becoming a civilian. At his core, Naruto was a fighter. A trait passed down to him by his parents, no doubt. The life of a non-combatant felt too tame for his tastes. Conflict followed in his shadow. Naruto knew that better than anyone. Or at least, that's what he thought. Time had a way of proving a person wrong. When thrust into another schooling system of all things, Naruto felt his world ending. Like the old academy, most of what high school taught him bored Naruto to tears. Going from a worldwide to geometry would do that to a guy. However, Naruto did manage to find something that interested him. That was world history. The idea of various cultures and beliefs coming into their own in a single place fascinated the shinobi. Naturally, the whiskered ninja transplant gravitated toward Japan. It felt like a more in-depth reflection of the history Naruto knew from back home. He also took a secondary interest in India's culture along the way. The more he discovered, the more Naruto questioned how these detailed stories came to be. Sure, he didn't have any proof, but he had an idea. Gods, goddesses, and maybe something even greater. Though seemingly unbelievable, it made the most sense. With how I ended up here, it's not so unbelievable that gods and goddesses spent time on Earth at some point. I mean, look at Thor and Loki. If two Asgardians are of flesh and blood, why can't others? If what Naruto thought was true, then the possibilities were literally endless. But did Naruto want to meet these beings if they really did exist? Past experience with those considered divine hadn't left a positive experience on the whiskered teenager. Naruto shook his head. He was getting ahead of himself. Happy to laugh at himself and his overactive imagination, Naruto stopped in the middle of the path and looked at the clouds. What am I doing? What am I thinking about? This isn't the time for what ifs. Those kinds of thoughts can wait until after I enjoy a nice, hot bowl of ramen. A different dimension didn't lessen Uzumaki Naruto's love for the broth-filled noodle dish. Naruto continued down the bend in the path, taking it to a more isolated section of the park trail. That's where the blue-eyed blonde stumbled upon a confrontation that instantly put a frown on his face. A pair of guys stopped a young woman from continuing down the path. She looks kind of familiar. Really familiar, actually. Look, I told you and your buddy that I'm not interested. Take the hint and buzz off. She was tired of repeating herself to these dunces. They hadn't tried anything funny yet, but she was a few seconds away from kicking one of them in the balls. It'd make her feel better and prove a point. Felicia Hardy wasn't some wallflower to be pushed around. The reiterated denials thrown at him caused the older man to snort and fold his arms. I don't see what the problem is. You come to our party, show off a little, and get free drinks. It's a win for everyone. Felicia rolled her eyes. This persistence thing was getting old. First of all, I'm not 21 yet. And second, you're what? 25? Sorry, but that's a little too old for me. So why don't you take your offer and find someone else? Hey, you don't have to be a frigid bitch about it. We're trying to do you a favor. The frustration on the second man's face was becoming rapidly apparent. There was also the way his finger tapped irritably against his bicep. Felicia's equally biting response was shelved. Because this was when Naruto cleared his throat. Without uttering a word, Naruto redirected the attention onto him. However, now it was Felicia's turn to interrupt Naruto. Naruto. The timely appearance of a high school acquaintance gave Felicia an idea. She brushed past the two dunces and took a surprised Naruto by the arm. The fog that kept Naruto from remembering Miss Hardy's name vanished when he saw her face. Putting that confusion into the inflection of his voice, Naruto replied, Felicia? While they were from the same class of graduates, Naruto never got to know Felicia Hardy. They existed on opposite ends of the social spectrum. She was the popular one, while he was the quiet one who kept to himself. Naruto only knew who she was because the two of them had 3 classes together in their senior year. He didn't have bad things to say about Felicia, but nothing overly complimentary either. That's why he was as confused as anyone by the sudden contact. Felicia pouted at the genuinely confused man on her arm. She placed more pressure on his arm when she squeezed it tightly to her chest. What took you so long? I started to think you were going to stand me up. Naruto didn't get the chance to call Felicia out on her lie. Not with one of her 2 suitors forcing his way back into the conversation. The anointed dunce broke free of his surprised stupor. And he couldn't keep his envy to himself. Hey, loser, we have some business with this one. Why don't you take a hike or something? I agree, come on, Naruto. We're late for our lunch reservations. Felicia played up their relationship further by leaning into Naruto's body. This earned the confused blonde a glare from the other blockhead. Clearly, he was jealous too. Seriously? This is your boyfriend? Dude looks like a flake. That particular piece of unsolicited judgment destroyed whatever patience Naruto might have had. With one eyebrow twitching dangerously, Naruto repeated the word in his brain. Flake, huh? He'd show them a flake. It was time to break out an old ninja trick on these fools. Killing intent would have done the job, but Naruto didn't want to stop their hearts, so he settled for the next best thing. He dropped the physical weight of his chakra on the fools. Did you say something? It was equivalent to having an ocean's worth of water dropped on top of them, and it showed. Naruto took a vindictive pleasure in seeing both men sweat like pigs as they backed away from him instinctively. Ah. And nah. Let's go, Bryce. His prevailing satisfaction turned into a chuckle. Naruto's laughter trailed the two men as they scampered away fearfully. The only reason he stopped laughing was Felicia poking him in the chest. You say something? The lack of attention on her put a pout on Felicia's lips. She cocked her hip to the side, put a hand on that hip, and repeated herself for Naruto's benefit. I said, thank you for the help. They were getting on my nerves. Curious like a cat, the young hardy wanted to say more. She questioned how Naruto made her unwanted tagalong panic like he did but kept those inquiries to herself for now. Besides, she got to savor how they scurried off like ants. Serves them right. Oh, don't worry about it. Then again, you didn't leave me with much choice. Did you? It was here Naruto dropped a playfully pointed look on his fellow blonde. There wasn't any remorse in Felicia. What she gave Naruto his troubles was a cheeky smile. That ended up becoming Felicia sticking her tongue out at Naruto. Sometimes a girl has to do what a girl's gotta do. Naruto conceded to Felicia's point. If people were harassing him, he'd do whatever it took to shake them. Shrugging off the harmless way she manipulated him, Naruto left Felicia with a friendly smile. At least I could help. Have a good day, yeah? He made it all of 3 steps before Felicia barred his path by moving in front of him. Ironic. Hold on a second. Where do you think you're going? Blinking at the young woman, he pointed past her shoulder and down the path. I planned on going that way. So if you don't mind. Actually, I do mind. Whether you wanted to or not, the fact is you helped me out. That means I owe you one, and Felicia Hardy doesn't do debts. So as my way of paying you back, we're going out for lunch. Understood? Her serious tone hinted Naruto had little choice in this matter as well. However, Naruto wouldn't be him without some stubbornness. Raising his eyebrow also helped Naruto match the expression on Felicia's face. His response came with the start of a smirk. What if I already have plans? His contrarian response earned him another 3 jabs to the chest from the stunning woman. Either Felicia knew him better than he thought, or she had skills at seeing through bullshit. You're telling me you'd turn down a date with Felicia Hardy? Makes a girl wonder. Unlike most in similar circumstances, the blonde Uzumaki laughed off the poorly veiled questioning of his sexual preferences. A younger him would have definitely exploded from such a comment. Funny, I don't remember anyone saying anything about a date. I could have sworn I heard the word lunch. Felicia's blue eyes twinkled, showing how much she appreciated the back and forth banter between her and Naruto. Felicia liked to think of herself as a free spirit. Her interests lay in men who weren't trying too hard to look cool. Not to mention the trick Naruto used to scare off those 2 idiots. Interesting indeed. It was likely a slip of the tongue. I definitely meant a date, and as a gentleman, you shouldn't actively work against my expectations. The Cheshire grin indicated how serious she was taking this whole thing, but neither team cared all that much. Fine. Naruto's inevitable relenting got a big smile from Felicia. But I want it written down that I'm only doing this because I have an empty stomach. You got that? Your extraordinary circumstances have been noted, now get that rear in gear. I'm feeling peckish. Bumping Naruto with her hip, Felicia took the lead, leaving Naruto to shake his head in good humor. The walk that followed was best described as comfortable. There wasn't a word spoken between Naruto and Felicia because they didn't feel the need to talk. It was a peaceful walk with good company, and that's all it had to be. Eventually, the pair found a nice, little burger place that Felicia was more than happy to recommend. The conversation picked up once again when the two were seated in their booth. Fresh off a sip of her lemonade, Felicia started things off. Now that you're done with school, what's next? She asked and answered this question 100 times, but she was interested in hearing Naruto's answer. You'll be the first to know once I have an answer. I suppose I spent too much time in the present to think about my future. What Felicia and the others didn't know was the reasoning behind that. Try coming to an entirely different dimension at 16. See how worried you were about life after high school. It took more than 3 years to adapt, even for a shinobi. Putting her chin on the top of her palm, Felicia offered one route forward. It was the same thing one of the school's academic counselors advised Naruto to do. Have you thought about going to a college? I'm going to the university upstate. Yeah, I thought about it, but I don't know what I'd study. Maybe I'll do some traveling first. I have more than enough money saved away, luckily. More like Naruto had a casino's worth of cash after using a henge to clean out a nearby gambling establishment. International heartbreaker, Naruto Uzumaki tilde. Naruto chose not to correct her Western way of pronouncing his name. Instead, he turned the question game back on Felicia. Okay, how about you? Is there anything you regret not doing now that we're out of high school? Ooh, that's a good one. Let me think. Felicia's eyes went up while her finely kept fingernails tapped at the gentle point of her chin. If I had to pick one, I'd say it was the people I hung out with. The sunshine blonde raised a brow in response. The people? He asked tentatively, curious as to what she meant. Felicia moved her eyes down into the top of her drink for the time being. Focusing her attention on a single thing helped clarify her thoughts. Yeah. The people I called friends weren't good for me as a person. Most guys liked me for my looks, and the girls wanted my popularity when I look back at it. Naruto's wince went unnoticed. Unsure of what he could add but needing to say something, he chimed in. Can't say I know much about that. I had maybe 5 friends total. His admission got Felicia to look up, and that's when she saw a sheepish Naruto rubbing at his head. The bashful expression on what she thought was a handsome face made her smile warmly. Thoughts of her bad friend choices already behind her. I think you'd make a pretty good friend, Whiskers. Naruto silently thanked her for using the pet name. It helped distract him from the genuine praise that would have probably made him blush. A nickname? Someone's getting bold. When their meals reached the booth, the pair had breezed past the getting-to-know-you questions and engaged each other in a more natural, free-flowing way. They looked like a pair of old friends with chemistry to match. Wait. So what did you do with the note? Engrossed in his story, Felicia all but forgot about the fresh fries on her plate. Naruto's grin stretched around a chuckle as the memories of this particular tale left him feeling amused. Nothing. The teacher saw the note. He made me stand up in front of the class, but since I hadn't read it, I had to make up some bullshit. When I finally did see what it said, the girl was so embarrassed she couldn't stop apologizing. Felicia put a hand over her mouth in an attempt to keep her giggling at a manageable level. Wow. I can't believe you got caught with a note asking you out. That never happens. So what happened next? Since I felt terrible about the whole thing, I agreed to take her on a date. We ended up going on 3 of them. By the 3rd, we realized there wasn't that romantic spark. Though, the 2 of us stayed friends. Naruto admitted with a content smile. He was happy he tried to make things work. His current date listened in silence until the very end. That's when Felicia said something that caught Naruto totally off guard. Sounds like I need 3 more dates with you if I want to be number 1. The sly smile on her face only enhanced her statement of intent. Naruto's surprise turned into a cough. When he got himself back under control, Felicia's smile had grown. Did this become a competition when I wasn't looking? There was a determination creeping into Felicia's clear eyes. It told Naruto all he needed to know, almost more than the words following it. If I'm in the field, then I want to be the best. Doesn't matter if it's a sport or as a date. The spiky-haired teenager looked at her in silence before smiling. I can respect that. When their waitress arrived with the bill, it put a momentary break in the festivities. Man, I don't even remember finishing my food. Time really does fly when you're having a good time. Felicia stopped herself upon seeing Naruto reach for his wallet. What do you think you're doing? Paying for my food? Naruto's bewilderment turned what should have been a statement into a question. No, you're not, Felicia responded so quickly it caused Naruto to pause. Yes, I am. Trying again didn't help Naruto any. If anything, repeating himself caused Felicia to shut Naruto down faster than before. Nope. Before Naruto could hope to stop her, the assertive woman handed the waitress the money they owed and sent her off. This left Naruto at the table with a deeply furrowed brow. Felicia laughed at him. Don't sit there with a sour look on your face. The staff needs to clean our table. Come on, chop chop. Her good-spirited taunts pulled another chain of grumbling complaints from the blonde man that Felicia guided out of the restaurant. Naruto felt his mood lift as he stepped into the sun. She might have outfoxed him back in the restaurant, but he had something in mind. Since you paid for lunch, why don't you let me walk you home? Blue Eyes spent a good while searching Naruto for something before Felicia agreed with a smile. I think I'd like that. From there, both young people lapsed into a companionable silence, arm in arm. With Felicia providing directions as needed, it wasn't long before the pair arrived at the small apartment that Felicia called home for the summer. Felicia untangled herself from her date and turned to face Naruto properly. That's when the smile and kind words came. Thanks for a great time, Naruto. I really enjoyed it, truthfully. Something in the back of her mind questioned if Naruto would try anything like her past dates. Would he overstep, and how would she react if he did? Her worries turned out to be unnecessary. Naruto rubbed the back of his head with a bright grin. I'm glad. Despite what I said, I didn't want you to have an awful time. Naruto was actually relieved to hear her opinion on their unplanned date. Credit to her, Felicia realized Naruto didn't plan on doing anything to officially end their date. This meant she had to make a choice. Give me your phone for a second? Huh? Oh, sure. Naruto fumbled with his phone for a moment before placing it into Felicia's outstretched hand. A minute later she returned the smartphone with a grin. There, now you have my number. I'll be in touch, Whiskers. With a parting wink, she vanished into the apartment, leaving a surprised Uzumaki standing there in silence. Naruto checked his messages. He saw a text Felicia sent on his behalf. What he read made Naruto laugh. She sure had a sense of humor. Thank you for giving me your number. I appreciate it and your beauty, Naruto. Shoving his phone back into his pocket, Naruto shook his head with a small smile as he went down the concrete staircase. What an afternoon. Lingering out in nature was standard for Naruto. That's why he found himself out on the banks of the Hudson River. He enjoyed going out of his way to take in the beauty of nature. It was a hobby of his that predated becoming the latest Toad Sage. Naruto savored the beauty. He basked in the freedom that only the outdoors provided. This feels like as good a spot as any for some meditation. I certainly know I could use the practice after going so long without it. He got comfortable watching the river flow to the south. From there, it wasn't long until his breathing and his body went still. That's when Naruto found his center of balance. Despite having gone a few months without meditating, the young Uzumaki didn't need long to capture what he was searching for. The natural energy going through New York wasn't as prevalent as in places like Konoha or Mount Myaboku. But it felt richer? Naruto still had difficulties describing the differences in a way that made sense. In. Out. In. Out. Without movement plaguing him, Naruto opened himself up to the world around him. He created a bond between his body and the land by mixing his chakra with natural energy. But he didn't keep it for himself. No, Naruto released the combination back into the atmosphere, stronger and more resilient than before. White markings were forming beneath his eyes as the blonde found the point of optimal balance. As Naruto entered sage mode, a pod of whales moving through the river breached with a happy crooning sound. It was like the animals were calling out to the young man on the shore. While he and nature continued to intermingle, Naruto's thoughts strayed towards something that troubled him. Someone who bothered him. This is how it always ended when Naruto found himself with a quiet moment to think. It all came back to Thanos, the Mad Titan, and collector of the Infinity Stones. Everyone living on Earth knew about the alien that came to their world and changed the course of universal history. With a single snap of his fingers, Thanos collapsed governments. He divided families and erased existences in a misguided search for balance. They called it the snap, and thanks to the Infinity Stones, Thanos got what we wanted. Half of all life. Gone. But there was no grateful universe. Only pain. Naruto couldn't help but be reminded of Nagato and his twisted hunt for the 9 Bijou. But this was much, much worse than the Akatsuki. Thanos didn't destroy one planet, the Mad Titan ruined every world out there with his semi-genocidal plan. Oh, people tried to fight. They stood up in the face of his madness, but none of the Earth's many defenders could match the power of 5 Infinity Stones. They lost their battle to keep the 6th out of Thanos' grasp. They lost. But what if? Was it his pride talking? Naruto didn't think so. He genuinely believed if he'd been on the planet during the conflict, he'd have made a difference. Unfortunately, Naruto hadn't arrived on Earth until a month after Thanos' victory. But by then, it was far too late to do anything, not that Naruto didn't try his best. He poured through every viable source of information he could get his hands on with the help of his clones. Tens of thousands of hours were spent looking for a solution, but they all turned out to be dead ends. Did the planet's energy affect him? Or did his unwavering desire to help people burn brighter than ever because of his thoughts? Whatever the answer, Naruto suddenly felt something pushing him toward making a vow. It doesn't matter who you are or what comes next. Anyone that comes looking for trouble will have to go through Uzumaki Naruto. And that's a promise. His inner monologue was broken up by a spray of water that landed on top of the seated sage. Naruto's facial markings disappeared as he opened his eyes once more. Looking at his soaked clothing, Naruto smiled at the whales happily splashing about. Sorry, boys and girls. I don't have time to play with you today, I have to head home. If his sun reading skills were still up to snuff, he spent 3-ish hours out by the river. Putting it somewhere around 4 o'clock. Naruto took a moment to check his surroundings but didn't see anyone. He shrugged it off after a second. Weird, he felt like someone was watching for a moment. It must have been his imagination. Or his shinobi paranoia. Hidden hideout running an organization of any level takes a lot of effort and foresight. Having to manage a coalition of trained ninjas was a step beyond that. This is the lesson Electra Nachios was learning firsthand. The absurd amount of delegation and written reports she went through in a single day was mind-numbing. But when she got used to her new role, Electra found a good rhythm, and the clan as a whole benefited from her decisive way of doing business. Not that it was difficult for a clever woman like Electra to consolidate a group of warriors who lost their way because of Thanos snapping away their leadership. With the assistance of her newfound ninja minions, Electra felt herself getting closer to finishing off the group that ordered her father's death. How dare they use her to get closer to her father? The Hand Clan would pay in blood for their treachery. Her plan was simple and sweet. Use the Hand Clan to destroy them and earn revenge for her deceased father. Electra already killed the crooked cop who took her dad. So the Hand Clan was the next logical step. However, an issue arose, a problem that needed handling as soon as possible. A sect from the original Hand Clan found out about her activities and started working against her. Electra knew the trained Hand Clan fighters were of better quality than her foot soldiers, loathed as she was to admit it. The number of bodies she lost was starting to pile up. She needed an ace, a difference maker. Get in here. I have a task for you. The door quickly swung open, and a slender woman in all red kneeled in front of Electra. Her head pointed toward the ground as a sign of respect. You're to go into the city and scout for people based on combat effectiveness. Starting tomorrow, I want a list of people who can serve our cause. Don't fail me. Yes, mistress. Disappearing as quickly as she entered, the assassin woman vacated the room. Alone again, Electra sighed as she pulled out her sai from beneath the desk. Oh Matthew, what I wouldn't give for your help right now. When his phone went off, it broke the silence of an otherwise quiet walk. It also brought a chuckle out of Naruto. It's good to know a bunch of playful whales didn't wreck my phone. That'd be a tough one to explain. Because he was preoccupied imagining telling such a story, Naruto was more than a little distracted. His shinobi senses told him to get out of the way, but his body couldn't move quick enough. He ended up running into someone with a broad and rock-hard body. Literally sorry about that, kid. A massive hand made entirely of orange rocks dropped into Naruto's field of view. After using a second to reorient himself, the blonde happily allowed himself to be hoisted back onto his feet. No, it's my fault for not paying attention to where I was going. Naruto and the man shared a respectful nod before heading their separate ways. However, Naruto did stop and look over his shoulder curiously. Orange rocks? You're all right in my book, rock dude. Putting the accidental meeting behind him, Naruto continued home. Thankfully there weren't any other delays on his way there. And after some cleaning and a nice shower, it was time for the blonde to finish making his dinner. Good thing I left the meat cooking in the crockpot all day. He needed his pot roast tender. Struck by an idea that was more fun than necessary, Naruto gathered up the carrots and potatoes and put them on 2 different cutting boards. This is definitely a reckless waste of chakra, but I'm an Uzumaki. So I say fuck it. A shroud made entirely of chakra built up around Naruto, creating a blue outline. He turned that into the infamous Uzumaki chakra chains. Reducing the number of chains down to 1, Naruto began chopping away at the vegetables. Ha! If Ka-chan saw me now, she'd either be laughing her ass off or scolding me for being so dumb. But I like to think she'd be laughing, verbal tick and all. That warm thought helped Naruto make it through another lonely night of cooking for himself, by himself. Naruto could have all the confidence in the world. Wear an easy smile every second of the day, but no matter how far he went, Naruto couldn't shake the yearning for a family. It followed him around like a second shadow. It's what every orphan wanted for themselves at some point in their life. The thought left Naruto with a whimsical smile. Maybe someday. A house filled with memories and love was the stuff of Naruto's dreams. Moving to the sink to wash his hands, the sunny-haired teenager found his kitchen filled with the sounds of his ringing phone. He cursed to himself and quickly wiped his hands on his pants. Hurrying over to the vibrating cell phone, Naruto answered the call without looking at the id. Hello? You answer the phone but can't open a text? Even girls have an ego, Whiskers. Naruto didn't need to be a Mensa-level genius to figure out who called him. Felicia? It was you who sent that text? Come on, try to keep up, Tilda. Yes, it was me. You would have known that if you actually open it up. Oof. She had a point. Rubbing the back of his head, Naruto smiled sheepishly. Sorry. I was a little busy when the text came in, and then it kind of slipped my mind. Don't worry, I'm just messing with you. So I have a favor to ask you. A favor? Naruto repeated after her as he set one of his elbows on the marble countertop. I want to start at the gym until I go away to school. And I figure it'll be easier to get my butt up in the morning if I have a partner. So, what do you say? Naruto's personal training routine was 10 times more intense than any gym, but going with Felicia would kill time. So, sure, why not? When and where? Thank God. You're a lifesaver, Naruto. Meet me at my place, say 6:30 in the morning? There's a gym 2 blocks from here. Alright. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Goodbye. Is this the best you can do? I thought you wanted to get in better shape? You won't get there if you can't keep up when things get tough. Move your legs, woman. Naruto provoking her in such blatant ways worked because of his physical appearance. The spiky-haired teen didn't look like someone who'd been working out for the last 3 hours. He wasn't even breathing hard. Felicia couldn't say the same. Unlike her training partner, she appeared hard at work. The proof was in her healthy sweat and flushed face. She was the epitome of effort and exertion, all wrapped up in one place. Shut up. Ha. Ha. Not everyone is a stamina monster like you. I thought you aimed to be the best? Where'd all that fire go? Right now, I'm hearing a bunch of worthless excuses. Having been at this for a few months, Naruto knew what buttons to press. He didn't always use these motivational tactics, but they were effective when Felicia ran on fumes. Naruto understood the power of doubt. When it came to motivators, there were few more effective than doubt. And for someone hyper-competitive like Felicia Hardy, it'd do wonders. After all, it worked on a younger and dumber version of himself. The memories from his past left Naruto smiling. Things got tough, but Naruto wouldn't trade his life for anyone else's. His life experiences turned him into the person he was today. One of Felicia's fatigued grunts shook Naruto out of his thoughts. Her legs moved like a lead weight, but she refused to let it stop her. Felicia ruthlessly stomped down her exhaustion and doubled down to finish her run. GRR, I'll show you worthless, you bastard. That's more like it. I want that intensity going forward. Naruto didn't take the insults personally. He'd be more worried if Felicia didn't snap back. The passing venom in her voice meant everything was working like a charm. He left Felicia to work out while he spent his time thinking about these last few months. Their mornings were for training. When afternoon rolled around, it was time for lunch, and always together. Looking back on their time together, Naruto couldn't select one memory over the others. He simply enjoyed the time they spent together as a whole. More so, he enjoyed having a friend again. The kind of fun and interaction he shared with Felicia wasn't present in his life during recent years. Naruto had friends in school, but they came and went with the bell. Hanging out with the young woman next to him was a conscious choice on his behalf. And one of his better choices in general. Phew. Ha. Done. Her hard work was rewarded by Naruto with a water bottle. A grateful and thirsty Felicia took the bottle and chugged down its contents. Breathing out a huge sigh, she slumped forward into the treadmill console. Take that. Told you I'd do it. His belief in her never wavered, despite what he said. The warm smile he showed her was proof of that. A glance down told Naruto how far he ran alongside Felicia. He'd be keeping that number to himself. No need to ruin her hard-earned high. You sure did. Congrats, you finished your first half marathon, and in good time too. Her content expression wasn't tarnished in the slightest by the sweat or tiny stray hairs sticking to her forehead because of the sweat. Felicia refused to let Naruto's efforts on her behalf go unacknowledged. I couldn't have gotten this far without your help, Naruto. It was only natural for Naruto to wave her off. He never cared much for the idea of credit. That hadn't changed. The notion of him being responsible for Felicia's growth was absurd. Nonsense, you put in all of the effort. I was just here for moral support. It's what friends do. Best friends. Felicia's voice held nothing but confidence as she corrected the statement Naruto put forth. In her mind, that's what she and Naruto were. Her fellow blonde was everything her high school friends weren't in the best ways. Say what? Whiskers, we literally hang out for hours every single day. I've seen you daily for the last 3 months. If we aren't best friends, I don't know what we are. And honestly, it felt great calling Naruto that. Her best friend. Hers. Using laughter as a means to hide his embarrassment, a sheepish Naruto silently agreed with her rationale. He never really thought about giving their relationship a title, but Felicia wasn't wrong. No, you're right. Absolutely right. And you know what? Since you kicked ass today, lunch is on me. The promise of a reward sent a burst of much-needed energy through Felicia's worn-down body. Bounding over to Naruto, she looped her arms around him mid-laugh. You're the best personal trainer a girl could ask for. Most men would die for a hug from Felicia Hardy in a sports bra. Not Naruto. Not now. He just grimaced as she got her sweat all over him. Gross. Let go, Tilda. He whined pitifully in between her arms. Never. Hold still, and let me show my affection. She pushed herself further into their embrace and purposefully so. This time her face landed against the crook of Naruto's neck. It was a golden opportunity for a sweaty nuzzling of Naruto's neck. His second grimace put a smirk on Felicia's face. That will teach you to work circles around me, Whiskers. If I'm suffering through stickiness and sweat, then you are too. Not only that, but she got the chance to feel her best friend's attractive body. That's a win-win. Breaking free from her snare, Naruto wore a decent share of Felicia's sweat on him. Was it gross? Yes. But it wasn't as bad as blood and gore. Hallmarks of his last profession. I think it's time to hit the showers. Felicia tucked her arms behind her back and smiled, acting innocent despite what she had just done. Try and hurry up this time, Whiskers. I want the best pizza in town, and I want it quick. Naruto gawked openly at the gall his best friend showed. How dare she falsely claim he took too long when it was him waiting on her. Unfortunately for Naruto, he didn't get the chance to complain. Not with Felicia already walking away from him. While Naruto stood still in shock, another guy from the gym walked up to him. The stranger also found his gaze locked on Felicia's last location. I can't blame you for staring, man. She's hot as hell. Shut up. The summer came and went before Naruto knew it. Now the young Uzumaki found himself a day removed from his 19th birthday. Most people would throw themselves a party. But to Naruto, his birthday was a day of mourning, not celebration. How could he bring himself to party on the date he lost both of his parents? Naruto understood his mother and father better than most. He knew what they wanted for him. He knew they'd wish for him to enjoy his life instead of looking back on what could have been. But doing that was easier said than done. Running a hand down the front of his face, the bedridden blonde grumbled into the darkness created by his palm. Once his hand dropped onto the bed, it was just Naruto staring blankly at his ceiling. There's no reason to lay around all day thinking about this. Again. He forced himself out of bed with an overdue roll, leaving his blanket behind in a bunched up mess. Already going toward the kitchen, Naruto had water in hand. It was his much-needed cure for a dry mouth. This time Naruto's sigh was one of relief. He wiped his mouth, rubbing away the water and looking at the overcast sky. October in New York. The months are the same, but the weather couldn't be more different from Konoha. Ah. That reminds me. I need to buy some candy for Halloween. Apartment or not, the kids will want their candy. And I don't want to disappoint them. Thinking of the sweet-giving holiday returned a characteristic grin to Naruto's face. I also need a good workout after doing shit all yesterday. Alright, now that's an idea. Let's take a trip down to Silver's gym and see if I can find anyone dumb enough to box with me. AKA, fresh meat. The idea of beating up someone older and more experienced than him put a shine in his blue eyes. It was too bad most of the regulars wizened up and stopped accepting his challenges. That was a good 10 days. Naruto was gearing up for the day ahead when the sound of gunshots echoed through the area. With his enhanced senses, the loud bangs were 10 times louder. And as a result, Naruto jumped in alarm. When the trained soldier dropped down, he held his kunai in a death grip. The tool was freshly withdrawn from the small pocket seal printed on his inner forearm. Naruto used invisible ink to keep his tattoo like Fuinjutsu from drawing attention. Upon realizing there was no danger, he took a moment to calm his scrambled battle instincts. New York might be quieter now, but it won't change completely. Snap or not. He was still getting used to it, but there were moments where the unpredictable nature of the city caught him off guard. Naruto sent his all-purpose shinobi tool back to its resting place with a quick burst of chakra. Time to get back on track, first things first. Get some candy and then kick some ass. Also, let's throw some ramen on the list. Now that's a schedule I can get behind. Today wasn't looking too bad. Empire State University, that night, Felicia Hardy's day wasn't looking too bad. After she crushed the quiz in her philosophy class, a handful of her dorm sisters convinced Felicia to attend a party with them on campus. She was hesitant at first, but the idea of going in a group helped swing her. Maybe going to the party and blowing off some steam would help her in the long run. The start of the semester had been a pain, and this seemed like a decent enough outlet. Though she wasn't so sure about her peers and their choice of outfits. Felicia picked a simple shirt, fitted jeans, and a bolo jacket for herself. However, a few of her dorm mates wore low-cut dresses of all things. She knew they wanted the attention, but the cold must have been a bitch and a half. Better them than me. I know what you're thinking. I see it too. The other girls think if they show out, they'll hook, and I quote, some hunky juniors or seniors. Really, I'm not sure if I should laugh or feel sad for them. A young woman with brown hair let her opinion be known. Her coy grin hinted at her being closer to the laughing spectrum than the sad one. Felicia wouldn't leave her wry snort bottled up. It sounded absurd when said aloud but nailed the airheaded sorority girls to a T. Why are you coming again? You already have a boyfriend, Aaron. You're right. He's coming to the party too. We're gonna hang out, what about you? How come you haven't hooked up with anyone yet? A girl like you can get anyone she wants. I'm sure of it. Her immediate response to Aaron's innocent question was a visible frown. Felicia followed that up by waving off the notion, something she picked up during her time with Naruto. With these boys? No, thanks, I got enough of that in high school. Aaron laughed and patted a grumbling Felicia on the shoulder. She could only imagine how many horny idiots chased her fellow female around like lost puppies. I hear you. Well, at least try to enjoy the party? That's why I'm here. Look sharp, sister. We're here. Felicia looked up at Aaron's insistence. Felicia didn't know why she expected something different from the building. The dorms here all looked identical to each other. This was no exception. We're here, girls. Remember, I called dibs on the baseball captain. Realizing where the conversation was heading, Felicia made the executive decision to tune the others out as their group entered the party. The first thing to greet Felicia was the loud music. Then came all the shouting. It didn't surprise her that people were already well into their night of drinking. I already regret making this decision. Her feelings must have reached her face since Aaron put a friendly hand on her shoulder. You're more than welcome to hang out with us, Felicia. I wouldn't mind. Aaron offered kindly. Thanks, but you don't have to do that. I can figure something out. Go on, have fun with your boyfriend. Despite her feelings about the party, Felicia would rather be alone than a third wheel. The latter would be infinitely more awkward in her personal opinion. If that's what you want, I won't push you. Good luck out there. Aaron went to find her boyfriend, leaving Felicia to work through the shifting mob of party-going students. Several guys tried getting her attention but were shrugged off as Felicia made her way to one of the refreshment tables. Picking a sealed water bottle as her drink of choice, she took up a quiet spot from where she could watch the party. While she wanted to avoid gatherings like this, doing something other than studying was a balm on her fatigued mental. In other words, it was a sorely needed break. Is that you, Felicia? What are you doing here? Felicia stopped sipping on her water and looked toward the voice coming from her left side. She quickly recognized the young man calling out to her. Ryan. The guarded nature of her voice implied a mixture of conflicted feelings. Why did she feel that way? Because she and Ryan had something of a history. You see, at the start of the semester, she and Ryan were paired together by their teacher. From there, a relationship grew between them. They went from partners to friends. Parts of Ryan reminded Felicia of Naruto, making it easier for her to open up. Things were moving smoothly between the two. It appeared there wasn't an end in sight until things changed for the worse. That change came about due to Ryan's comments about advancing their relationship. Felicia pushed back on the idea, but Ryan wouldn't let it go. In the end, Felicia had no choice but to cut Ryan off entirely. That was 2 weeks ago. And this was the first time Felicia spoke with Ryan since then. Yeah. It's been a bit. You look good. Compared to the environment around him, Ryan's voice was quiet. However, the words still found a way to Felicia's ears. Unfortunately for him, she wanted nothing to do with the compliment. Ryan destroyed any chance of Felicia liking him in that way. So his remark just made her feel uncomfortable. Thanks? Ryan looked over his shoulder and was struck with an idea. He deemed it good enough to smile about. How about we go dance with everyone? Looks like it could be fun. His brown eyes held no shortage of expectation as they glimpsed Felicia. She answered with a quick shake of the head. Her refusal also sent her straight hair into a slight flutter that punctuated the definitiveness of her answer. Sorry, but I don't think that's a good idea. Oh. How about we just talk? You know, catch up? Despite struggling for a reason to stay around, Ryan's smile persisted on his face. At the very least, he believed in himself and his chances at winning Felicia over. The answer is no. I'm going to pass. Excuse me. Felicia refused to let him respond further. She vanished among the dense grouping of students, leaving Ryan behind. Ryan's eyes dallied on Felicia before being joined by a pair of his friends. They were quick in pulling Ryan back to the festivities. Felicia made the opposite choice. On the outside, Ryan looked harmless, but something about him put her on high alert. It had been that way since the day she ended their association. Felicia wanted to avoid him whenever possible. The wandering Hardy found her sanctuary in the ladies' bathroom. Tucked away from everyone, Felicia dropped her guard for a second. Staring at herself in the mirror over the sink, she confided in her reflection. I have this awful feeling in my gut. I need to make a call. This might be surprising, but Naruto knew how to drive a vehicle. He even owned one. However, thanks to his shinobi skill set, he rarely used it. Ninja running speeds and all that good stuff. But sometimes, a car was necessary. This happened to be one of those times. Hey, I need a huge favor, Naruto. Unlike driving his car, hearing from Felicia wasn't rare. What really surprised Naruto was how Felicia asked for help. Hearing Felicia Hardy, of all people, speak bluntly set off alarms in Naruto's head. Felicia Hardy and bluntness weren't a thing. Not that it mattered, Uzumaki Naruto was always there for his friends. Full stop. I don't feel comfortable on campus. Can I stay with you until Monday? Tuesday at the latest? Naturally, Naruto told Felicia that wouldn't be a problem and went to pick her up. Hence the need for a car and his trip to Empire State University. Actually, Naruto was going faster than he should have, thanks to the worry hidden in Felicia's voice. A combination of calculated speeding and no traffic helped Naruto make excellent time. He made the 30-minute drive in less than 20 and avoided any police attention. The more complicated part was finding the correct building. Felicia's text directions helped, but the search cost him around 10 minutes. I think this is the place. Naruto couldn't be 100% certain. The building matched the description and location in Felicia's text, but all the buildings look similar. There's only one way to find out. Sticking his phone back in his pocket, Naruto stepped into the big building. He winced immediately as the blaring music blasted his sensitive hearing. Naruto grumbled about his hate for large parties as he forced chakra into his ears. He used it to block out the louder pitches and sounds that wreaked havoc on his eardrums. I should check if anyone's seen Felicia around. Naruto selected the person nearest to him. He looked a little red in the face, but Naruto couldn't afford to be picky. Have you seen a girl around? Pale blonde hair? Blue eyes? Dude, look around. There's a lot of blondes with blue eyes at the party. Sorry, but I can't help you. Just grab a beer and relax like the rest of us. The whiskered teen dropped an annoyed sigh in response. Naruto decided to rely on something far more reliable than word of mouth. He opened his senses and was greeted by a nasty source of negativity. Thanks for the parting gift, Fox. Naruto's suspicions were heightened by the pair of guys standing near the door. His shinobi brain said they weren't loitering but standing guard. They were his target. The chance to work his Uzumaki charm was shut down quick. The teen standing on the right greeted and dismissed Naruto in the same breath. Hey, pal. You don't want to go this way. Some girl made a real mess in there. Lies. I don't have time to mess around with you too. This little trick wouldn't have worked on a shinobi, but a civilian was fair game. Ha! An Uzumaki and former Nishiriki doing genjutsu? Eat your hearts out, Uchiha. Megan, Kokoni Arazu no Jutsu. Demonic illusion, false surroundings technique. The illusion showed the sentries a fake party playing out in real time. Naruto stepped between them and forced his way into the bathroom. A poor attempt at barring the door from the inside was shattered effortlessly. But Naruto's focus wasn't on the garbage cans he knocked aside. What the fuck are you doing? A tangible wave of anger came off Naruto and spread through the room. Along with it came a weight that pushed down on Ryan. What Naruto saw that made him so angry was Ryan pinning Felicia to the wall. Worst, he saw ripped clothing on the ground between them. Hey. You can't be here. Get out, ga. Naruto shot across the gap faster than Ryan could hope to follow. With only one hand, he hoisted Ryan up by his throat. Naruto ignored his choking sounds and dragged him away from a misty-eyed Felicia. The wrathful Uzumaki was immensely relieved to see Felicia with her bra and jeans still on. Good, he wouldn't have to kill this punk. Ryan watched a black film crawling into the blue of Naruto's eyes. It was a phenomenon he chalked up to his oxygen-deprived brain seeing things. Ryan had better things to worry about. Like saving his ass. It's not what you think. Please, let me go. Shut up, trash. Naruto hurled the garbage in his hands through the nearest stall door with a crash. He watched Ryan's head bounce off the wall, knocking him out on impact. Fittingly, the piece of crap landed in a toilet bowl with its seat cover lifted up. Every ounce of rage melted away when Naruto looked at Felicia. She was upon him quite fast in her own right. Hugging him as tight as she could, Felicia cried against Naruto's shoulder now that the ordeal was over. Naruto held her and tried reassuring her with whispered words. Naruto slowly eased her from the hug and took his long sleeve off. He offered it to the half-naked woman. "Here, put this on." He'd make do with the tank top he was wearing beneath. Felicia hurried to put the shirt on. Covered and feeling more secure, she buried her face in Naruto's chest. The tears were quick to follow. Their hasty exit happened to grab the attention of Eren and her boyfriend. "What's going on here? Felicia, why are you crying?" The worry in Eren's voice was genuine. Ryan, he. Every word she tried speaking ended up making her tongue go limp. Either that or her throat tightened. Thankfully, Naruto saw her struggle and stepped in on her behalf. Ryan tried forcing himself on Felicia. I stopped him. Credit to Eren, she didn't let Naruto's stone-faced expression stop her from raising her suspicions. "And who are you exactly?" "Eren, this is Naruto. The guy I told you about." She might be shaken, but Felicia wouldn't allow Naruto's intentions to be called into question. "You're that Naruto?" Naruto looked at Felicia yet didn't voice his question for obvious reasons. "Probably, but this isn't the best time for introductions," Eren agreed. "You're right. Come on, let's go back to the dorm. Actually, Naruto is taking me to the city. I'm going to stay with him. I need to get away." Being with her friends helped dull the edge, but Felicia still found herself jumpy around so many people. "If you're sure. I trust Naruto." The quickness of Felicia's answer hit her true feelings. Felicia didn't believe herself capable of trusting anyone but Naruto at this time. "Let's go. Naruto's apartment, this is it, my place. The spare room is ready for you if you're looking to get some rest." Naruto assumed that would be the case. It might only be 11:05, but the day was an eventful one for his guest. Rest would do her well. Felicia directed a half-hearted smile at Naruto after looking at his apartment. "I always figured you'd live in a more minimalistic home, Naruto. Come on, you act like I went overboard or something. It's not that bad." He defended himself with a sheepish rub of his head. The only large purchases he made were the sectional sofa, a new microwave, smart television, and of course, the beds. His predictably endearing response made his guest smile honestly. "Do you think we could find something to watch?" Felicia doubted she could fall asleep right now. With his goal of making Felicia as comfortable as humanly possible, Naruto wouldn't be denying her any time soon. "That's not a problem. Should I scrounge up some snacks?" "Real people don't use that word, Whiskers." Naruto took the mature route of sticking his tongue out at Felicia. He excused himself with a harumph before going into the kitchen for snacks. This allowed Felicia to pick something she wanted to watch while waiting for him. When he returned, Naruto's arms were stacked with junk food. Seriously, it looked like he emptied his whole pantry. "Wait. Did you pull up anime?" The level of surprise he showed alongside his expression left Felicia feeling a little embarrassed. "What if I did?" Nothing. I'm surprised, that's all. I thought you'd be too cool for something like anime." He clarified his vague outburst before it got him in trouble. Naruto unloaded the trove of snack foods onto the coffee table. But before he sat down, he had another stop to make. "I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some blankets." Looking at everything Naruto brought, Felicia shook her head fondly. "You big idiot, you don't have to go this far." "But, thank you," she whispered to herself, already feeling better in the quiet setting of her best friend's home. "Hey, I just sneezed. Were you talking about me in here? That's a myth, stupid. Hurry up and sit down so we can start the show." Though she rolled her eyes at his silliness, Felicia couldn't stop herself from smiling. Hi. No need to bite my head off." "Sheesh." Naruto flopped onto the couch with a happy sigh. He was quickly joined by Felicia, who scooched over to him. She surprised Naruto by taking his hand under the blanket. He responded by squeezing her hand in a show of support. As the anime started, both young people settled in for the night. Felicia stayed past her initial estimate of 4 days, which Naruto welcomed. During that time, she decided to drop her classes at the university. She just wasn't comfortable with the idea of crossing paths with Ryan. It was another choice Naruto supported. It wasn't until Thursday that Felicia traded his couch for the spare bedroom. Some days she woke up looking like shit, and others, she was right as rain. To Naruto, both of these were steps in the recovery process. They were 2 weeks out from the incident in the bathroom. And by now, Felicia was comfortable enough in Naruto's home to move freely. With Naruto's permission, of course. Her search for the blonde took Felicia to the one place she hadn't seen over the last month. She opened the door tentatively, letting her in the sight of Naruto mid-workout with a heavy bag that swung on a thick metal chain. A spellbound spectator watched Naruto alternate between fluid dodging and fierce striking. Each blow Naruto scored made the whole bag shudder. It also helped Felicia envision her new goal. Naruto was clearly strong enough to help her with her plans. Shaking herself free from her trance, Felicia called to the unaware blonde. "Hard at work, aren't we, Whiskers?" Her unexpected interruption caused Naruto's shoulders to hike upward. Thankfully, he repressed any form of violence that usually came from surprising a ninja. "Good morning. Teach me." "What?" "Teach me. Teach me how to fight." Her determination to get strong flowed into her hands, which balled into a pair of clenched fists. With the skill Naruto showed, she wouldn't be anyone's victim. She could get her revenge. However, an experienced shinobi like Naruto saw something more. He detected a darkness in Felicia that worried him. There were assumptions, but Naruto was willing to be proven wrong. Actually, he'd prefer to be wrong about this. "You want to learn how to fight? Why?" When she shut her eyes, Felicia saw Ryan and his sickening grin. "Never again. He has to pay. I'll make him pay for what he tried doing to me. That trash needs to die." Because her eyes were closed, she missed Naruto's disappointment turning into profound sadness. He knew it was coming, but that didn't change what he had to say. "No." Felicia's eyes reflected a combination of shock, hurt, and betrayal. Despite the intensity of her emotional stare, Naruto didn't back down. "What?" It never crossed her mind that Naruto, of all people, would deny her this. "Why? Why won't you help me?" You know what he did. What he wanted to do. No matter how she looked at it, the hurt woman couldn't understand why Naruto was going against her. Naruto, of all people, should realize what this meant to her. He was her friend. He was meant to be on her side. "You're right. I do know what happened. But what you're talking about isn't something you take lightly. If you follow this path, there might be no coming back. You realize that, right? Revenge will take a part of you that you'll never get back, Felicia." As he spoke, a sadness spread over Naruto. Revenge was a terrible business. He saw what it did firsthand and wanted no part in endorsing it. Felicia Hardy was no killer. Her hands didn't have blood on them. This wasn't a shinobi trained to take a human life, she was a civilian. There were so many words she wanted to say, but none of them came out. The bubbling rage in Felicia made it hard to think, let alone talk. Somehow she managed a seething retort. "If you aren't with me, we're done here." Storming off, the harsh sound of slamming doors followed her warpath as she gathered her belongings and left Naruto's apartment for good. Naruto withered upon himself, deflating with a tired sigh. "I'm sorry for the pain I caused you, Felicia. It's not something I enjoy doing, but I refuse to be an accessory to your descent into the dark." The emptiness of his apartment wasn't lost on Naruto. With a long breath going through his lungs, he pivoted back to the heavy bag and worked his aggression out on the inanimate object. Thud. Thud. When you extend a helping hand, be wary. For those in front, you may bite that hand instead of taking the help you offer. Thud. "I tried helping you. The rest is in your hands, Felicia." December, 2 weeks before Christmas, the holidays, is when Naruto's charitable spirit was at its strongest. He could have bought anything he wanted and called it a present to himself, but that was boring. Instead, Naruto visited nearby orphanages and brought gifts with him. He could live for another 300 years and never forget the faces of the kids who walked into a room full of Christmas presents. This year was shaping up to be no different. After a successful stretch of casino busting the month prior, Naruto positioned himself to bring Christmas to 5 different orphanages across the state. His clones set up all the arrangements. All he had to do was buy the gifts. And that required taking a boatload of cash from his bank. Hopefully, they didn't give him too much trouble over the amount like last Christmas. Being stuck in a quiet bank office wasn't high on Naruto's list of things to do. Naruto walked into a line of people waiting to be served. Shrugging, he slotted himself into place at the back and waited his turn. Since he didn't have anything better to do, Naruto put his hands in his pockets and looked around. If this guy tells me it's too dangerous to have this much cash, I might just laugh in his face. The amused teenager told himself as he idly watched a little girl run to her mother. The little lady was clearly pleased with the candy she got from one of the bank's employees. The general good vibes were dashed when cursing, and a pained groan hit the air. Naruto and everyone present turned to face the commotion. Some gasped while others screamed because 3 men in masks barged in with guns in hand. One of the thugs subdued the security guard, leaving the poor man with a thick bruise on his temple. The other two criminals were already moving further in to take control. If you don't want to get hurt, you better listen up. Everyone to the wall without windows. Stay down, and we won't have to shoot you. He won the anxious crowd's obedience by whipping his firearm in their direction. Naruto followed suit. For now. No one realized the security cameras were broken, short-circuited by a burst of Naruto's chakra. He didn't need or want his involvement on record. You behind the counter, keep your hands where I can see them. We wouldn't want you pressing any buttons. All we want is the money. Do you understand me? While the criminal indulged himself on a power trip, Naruto scoped the area for possible ways to tackle this problem. Unfortunately, the only guard present had his hands cuffed behind his back. He wouldn't be of any use. The others around him were also looking, but none seemed ready or willing to act. Not that Naruto blamed them for valuing their lives. No. I want to go home, mommy. That was the little girl from earlier. Old enough to understand something was wrong, the young child sobbed despite her mother's attempts to comfort her. Shh. Shh. I know you're scared, but you have to be brave for mommy. Try as she might, the girl couldn't control her fears, and it only added to an already tense situation. The robber at the teller's desk grew tired of the child's constant cries. He snapped at his fellow thief. Will you hurry up and do your fucking job? Shut them up. I'm trying to think over here. The thug tasked with crowd control didn't help things by standing directly over the terrified child. Shut her up, woman. I'm trying. I'm trying. Please don't hurt her, please. Then try fucking harder. Or else someone is getting hurt. The masked man cemented his threat by aiming his gun at them. Or at least he tried. Because that's when Naruto launched into action. Coming in from the man's right side, Naruto took the wrist holding the gun and squeezed it hard enough that the joint cracked. Fuck. Disarmed by the pain, the robber dropped his gun. Naruto caught the weapon in his other hand, and in a decisive moment, he had the man's arm behind his back and the firearm to the side of his head. Naruto's spectacular and sudden action got the whole bank's attention. Ripping the mask off his hostage's face, Naruto eyed the remaining two gunmen coldly as they aimed at him with their guns. The blonde was painfully aware of how bad things could go if he wasn't careful. Drop your guns. His demand was met by glares and sneers. Both men's facial reactions leaked through the assorted holes cut into their face coverings. You think you're some kind of hero? It's still 2 against 1, kid. The camera already knows this guy's face. Why wouldn't he tell the cops everything about you two if it saves his ass? How I see it, you two are running out of time quickly. The confidence Naruto exuded rattled the already nervous robbers. Naruto could tell this group was filled with amateurs at best, an exploitable weakness if there ever was one. A shaking gun was the first crack in the petty criminal's composure. His hand wasn't the only thing shaking. The masked man's voice also faltered as he tried showing that he was the one in control here. We can still kill you. Naruto smiled when they brought up the idea of death. You could try, but you wouldn't make it 2 hours before the police hunt you down and shove you into the worst prison possible. They'll look for you everywhere. Your house. Your girl's place. Even your parents, but hey, maybe you'll get lucky. Naruto picked out the leftmost man like a hawk does its prey. How he fidgeted at the mention of his parents wasn't lost on Naruto. Undaunted by the threat of their guns, the whiskered teen forged on. Or you can turn around right now, and you might get out of the state before they catch you. So, how much are you two ready to risk? The whole building waited anxiously to see who cracked first. Fuck this. I'm out of here, man. One of the masked gunmen apparently didn't like his chances. Seeing Naruto's lack of fear, he decided to cut his losses. And where one went, the other followed. Off they went running in hopes of saving themselves. Once Naruto was sure they were gone for good, he slammed the butt of the gun into his hostage's head. The criminal crumbled to the ground unconscious. Naruto helped the bank guard up, freeing the woozy man from his handcuffs. Then, Naruto used said cuffs on the man he just disabled. Is everyone alright? One person on the floor had trouble breathing, but his inhaler fixed that problem. Otherwise, the only innocent hurt in the robbery debacle was a concussed guard. That alone made Naruto smile. A tug at the back of his pant leg turned the blonde around. It was the same little girl from earlier, and now she was looking at him with big brown eyes. Thank you for saving me and my mom, mister. Are you a superhero? Naruto couldn't lie to her, even if it was the easy way out. Not with her big, innocent eyes looking at him so curiously. No, I'm not a superhero. I just like helping people when I can. But in a young child's mind, those two things were synonymous. He said no, and yet, the girl heard yes. The kind child offered him the same sucker he saw earlier. "Here, mister, have this." He took the candy gently from her hand, then lowered himself to a knee in front of the girl. Meanwhile, the mother watched the two interact with a small smile. "What's your name?" "Olivia." "Olivia? That's a nice name." "I don't do good things for presents, Olivia. I do good things because it's the right thing to do. I want you to remember that. Can you do that for me?" Naruto asked as he handed the sucker back. Her eyes went from the candy to Naruto a few times before a huge grin split her face. "You got it. Wait. Mister, what's your name?" "I'll tell you, but only if you keep it a secret." He fulfilled his end of the bargain when Olivia nodded her head hastily. "My name is Naruto. It's nice to meet you, Olivia." It wasn't surprising to see Olivia's face scrunch at his strange-sounding name. What surprised Naruto was when the little lady managed to say his name back on her first try. "Okay. Naruto. I'll remember that, promise." With the rascal returning to her mother, Naruto picked now as the time to make his exit. The last thing he wanted was the police questioning him about what happened here. Silent rather than sneaky, Naruto slipped out of the bank. Mommy. If we get the dog that looks like a fox, I know what to name it." After what happened today, the mother planned on buying her daughter whatever she wanted, Shiba Inu included. "What's that, sweetheart?" "Naruto." Next day, unlike most people, Naruto had no problems with snow or the cold. Those that called him crazy didn't run as hot as Uzumaki Naruto. He dubbed his super crazy metabolism as his genetic counter to the cold. This internal heat made walks in the winter something worth looking forward to, especially when there was lots of snow. It made the walks feel more natural. Too bad an uninvited tagalong decided to follow him on his walk. Talk about a buzzkill. "You're not nearly as quiet as you think. You might as well come out and tell me what you want." His call-out went unanswered until Naruto saw someone coming out of the trees on his left. The stalker cleared a 4-foot snowbank in a single jump. They revealed themselves to be none other than Steve Rogers, Captain America. The famous figure looked decidedly less star-spangled in his black thermal sweater and cargo pants. He appeared incredibly warm with his thick boots, just not very patriotic. However, Steve's face was too recognizable to be mistaken for someone else in New York. "I didn't have Captain America on my stalker bingo card." An expressive face like Steve's meant Naruto got to see how bothered his offhanded comment made the man. "I am not a stalker." The legendary soldier came on strongly enough that Naruto could only smirk at him. Naruto took the theatrical route. He waved his hand flippantly, dismissing the comment and dispersing the breath cloud in front of him. "Right. You were just following me from a creepy distance. Definitely not stalking me." The captain had enough good graces to realize his mistake. That's why the original superhero sighed and pinched his nose. "The cloak and dagger approach was never my style. Hence Natasha's presence on his team for so long. A straightforward kind of guy, huh? I respect that, so I'll be straight with you. What does Captain America want with me?" Naruto and the man across from him were alike in this regard. Which is ironic, considering most shinobi were masters of stealth and nuance. That's not to say Naruto couldn't be stealthy when he needed to be. "Please, call me Steve." "All right, Steve." The question remains the same. Crossing his arms over his muscular chest, the de facto leader of the Avengers started his explanation in earnest. Word has gotten around of a young man saving a bank filled with hostages. Naturally, I'm curious about a potential hero popping up in my own backyard, so to speak. Naruto understood where Steve was taking this and tried cutting the speculation off at the pass. This is the exact scenario the younger man wanted to avoid. "I'm afraid you have the wrong guy, Steve. I'm not a hero, just your average kid fresh out of high school." The smirk Steve put on his face suggested he knew more than Naruto was comfortable with. "No, I'm sure of it. My source was adamant about a blonde teenager with whisker marks of all things." His average bullshit wouldn't fool Steve Rogers, so Naruto dropped the act. That didn't mean Naruto had to like it. Damn birthmarks. Word sure got around fast. "How'd you figure it out?" "It's pure luck. One of the people at the bank that day also attends my self-help meetings. He brought you up during his time to share with the group. From there, I decided to follow up with some of my sources. After their defeat at the hands of Thanos, there wasn't much that demanded Captain America's attention. So when Naruto's story reached him, Steve leapt at the chance to do something. In a flash, the laid-back expression on Naruto's face turned serious. He didn't expect anything nefarious from America's golden boy, but he wouldn't be caught unprepared. "So what now? Here to scold me? Question me?" Steve accepted Naruto's reservations instead of being annoyed by them. He supposed it was understandable, all things considered. Here he was, Captain America, showing up out of nowhere with questions in hand. How Nick Fury of him. I'm here to thank you. What you did in that bank saved a lot of people. Our world needs heroes, new heroes. When Steve spoke, it was with both hope and pride. A hero? Me? I don't think so, Captain. It was a coincidence that I was in the right place at the right time. Anyone could have done the same thing given a chance. Every ounce of Naruto's ninja blood rejected the idea of a hero. It didn't matter that multiple countries hailed him as their hero. Naruto didn't believe good and evil worked like that. The world was much more complex than that. What started as a chuckle became full laughter thanks to Naruto's answer. Try as he might, Steve couldn't stop himself from having a good laugh. You remind me a lot of Tony. Not too much, I hope. No offense to your friend, but from what I hear, the only thing bigger than Tony Stark's bank account is his ego. Steve's lingering smile gave off an air of yearning. Like he was reminiscing on an old memory. Tony would agree with you, but I think he's mellowed out since the birth of his daughter. Seeing how Naruto didn't know enough about Tony Stark to contribute, their conversation hit an awkward wall. If that's all, I'll be on my way. Hold it. Outwardly, Naruto was calm as he turned around. However, internally, he cursed and complained about Captain America's insistence. Yeah? What is it? The famous shield bearer from World War II answered Naruto's questions by lowering himself into a fighting position. When Naruto saw this, he turned to sarcasm. You're gonna beat me up? Great. If I'm right about you, you'll be more than capable of defending yourself. Steve's intentions to fight Naruto were set in place as he stepped forward purposefully. You're not letting this go, are you? Not unless you can teleport yourself out of here. Steve's voice was rich with his hard-nosed brand of determination. Ha! You have no idea, Cap. But I'm not gonna show that trick here. Still, the thought left Naruto with a twinge of a smile as he prepared himself for a fight. Seeing how he instigated the whole thing, Captain Rogers took it upon himself to open the proceedings. In the past, he had a shield, but that didn't mean he was helpless without one. Steve Rogers threw a nasty right hook when needed. Training for years with Bucky saw to that. Naruto was far from defenseless. He also had plenty of training to fall back on during a situation like this. The younger man weaved away from the first two punches thrown at him, but Naruto had to block the final strike with his forearms. His guard helped hide the frown sitting on his face. Damn. I'm too rusty if I'm this slow on my feet. Like anything else, combat skills atrophied if they weren't used semi-frequently. Sure, raw talent carried Naruto past the average Joe, but Captain America wasn't some middle-of-the-road thug with an ego bigger than his brain. This was another trained fighter very much in his prime. Nimbly sidestepping to the superhero's right, a fast jab in the ribs from Naruto weakened Steve's stance enough for Naruto to shoulder him backward and create breathing space. The winter setting finally made itself known. When Steve stepped back, his foot landed on a patch of ice. Good guy or not, the first Avenger's pride was thankful he avoided an embarrassing tumble into the snowbank. Instinct carried his hands up before his eyes. It turned out to be the right move on Steve's part because he caught the fist Naruto sent for his jaw. From there, things devolved into a test of strength. As both men tried forcing their physical will on the other, the following moments ended in a complete stalemate. This annoyed Naruto and surprised Steve. That serum and his training are no joke. He's a lot stronger than he looks. Neither Steve nor Naruto expressed their thoughts vocally, but one look into their eyes showed a budding respect. A breath later and the pair separated as far as they were allowed. In a short time, Steve learned important pieces of information about Naruto. The younger man hit hard, moved fast, and possessed incredible reflexes. Each of these qualities surpassed that of an average person. This led Steve to ask, "Are you a mutant?" "Nope. Nothing against them, but I'm 100% Humga." Naruto's reply was interrupted by a surprisingly fast knee to the stomach. It was a good surprise attack, but he didn't let Steve get away unscathed. The Toad Sage grabbed Steve by the sides of his skull and headbutted him hard. NRGH. Really? A headbutt? Groaning, Steve checked his nose for permanent damage. He was relieved there wasn't any blood or fractures. There was a moment where he thought Naruto broke his nose. "You're the one who sucker punched me. Or, I guess, sucker knee?" Naruto wasn't willing to take the flak for something when he was provoked into reacting. Even with the throbbing pain in the bridge of his nose, Steve smirked at Naruto's retort. "Fair is fair, I suppose. But don't slow down on me. I can do this all day, Is something wrong?" Naruto felt obligated to coax something from his opponent after watching Steve slap a palm against his forehead. The action came out of nowhere, literally. It was kind of weird, Actually. It's nothing. I thought I got rid of that line. Turns out, it's still following me around all these years later. At the very least, none of his friends were around to hear what they dubbed one of Captain America's greatest hits. I'm sorry? Naruto's total lack of understanding manifested in a confusion-heaped apology. Having no idea what Captain America was on about didn't stop the shinobi from trying to find a way out. So, how about we call it here? Draw sound good? His fleeting hopes were metaphorically crushed beneath the snow-caked soles of the time-frozen soldier. Not a chance. I haven't had this much fun in a long time. We're going another round. Maybe two. There goes that idea. The world-famous man wasn't letting Naruto lament for long. He forced the younger male to block his fist as it pierced the snow flurries falling on them. A thud resonated from the dull impact the starting gun for the second round between hidden shinobi and temporarily retired superhero. Because of a handy distraction courtesy of Captain America, Naruto failed to realize there was another pair of eyes watching him. This person's stealth was on a whole different level, making it child's play for them to hide from Naruto while he was busy engaged with Captain America. The whiskered one has more than potential. This one possesses actual skill if he can go hand to hand with Steve Rogers. Yes, the mistress will be pleased to hear this. When Elektra stood, she already had her best available smile in play. The door opening signaled the arrival of her guest. It signaled a chance to secure her immediate future. Failure at this stage in her plans wasn't an option Elektra would entertain. I am glad you could make our meeting on such short notice, Mr. Uzumaki. Please, take a seat. I would like to get to our talks as soon as possible. A simple gesture on Elektra's part sent the Hand Clan member out of the room, leaving Naruto and Elektra alone to talk business. When a pair of ninjas show up unannounced on your fire escape, you learn the importance of punctuality. That, or you end up with a throwing star stuck in you. Thank you for the seat, by the way. There was a telling glint in Naruto's eyes, showing he wasn't genuinely worried about his health. Naruto brushed off the man's exit in favor of the apparent leader, Elektra. Elektra crossed her legs at the ankles as she put the blonde's worries to rest. Her voice the epitome of diplomatic. You were never in any danger. You're far too valuable to harm over something so mundane. My people understand this as well as I do, Mr. Uzumaki. She believed a little flattery couldn't hurt, but not too much. She didn't want to accidentally push away by coming on strong. To the unaware, Naruto's sweeping gaze appeared innocent. However, in reality, Naruto utilized this moment to scope out the room for potential escape routes if things went sideways. He understood that trusting a ninja was a recipe for a sword in the back. But Naruto would entertain the idea for now. This required shifting gears back to present company and concluded with him giving Elektra a piercing stare. Naruto held the look until a smirk shattered it seconds later. She won points with him by remaining firm under the pressure of his intent. Normally, I'd tell you to buzz off in less than flattering words. You know, shove it up your ass and all that. However, your hook intrigues me. So let me ask you, what makes you think I have any value to you? What could he say? The possibility of intermingling with this universe's brand of shinobi wasn't something Naruto could pass on. It's simple. I want your skills and I can reward you handsomely if you help me with this problem of mine. Elektra refused to say she'd give Naruto anything his heart desired. Those clichés were for second-rate mob bosses and honestly beneath her. Her choice of words left a window open for Naruto, who couldn't let a golden opportunity pass him by. He didn't care if it wasn't appropriate for a business meeting. You know, it almost sounds like you are offering a young man a rather stimulating experience. I'm flattered, but why me specifically? Because there aren't many men who can match blows with Captain America walking around. If there were, they'd be sitting across from me like you are, Mr. Uzumaki. Of all her options, Elektra approached this pivotal moment with the naked truth. In doing so, she surprised and impressed Naruto. The blonde looked into Elektra's dark eyes for a handful of moments where he said nothing. Until finally, your ninja friends, I assume? And please, call me Naruto. Elektra nodded and brushed her ponytail over her right shoulder. Only if you call me Elektra, but you're right. So what do you think? Do you want the job? Years of high-stakes negotiation helped Elektra keep the hope from bleeding into her silky voice. I'm willing to hear more about this opportunity. But I won't agree to anything until I hear more. That's the best I can do. Uzumaki Naruto could only exist as a civilian for so long before his blood called him to action. This was an undeniable fact. However, Elektra needed to give him more legitimate details if she wanted his assistance. The lady assassin nodded, seemingly showing approval of Naruto's thought process. Naruto not agreeing with her because of a smile went far with the woman. You're smart, I like that. Okay, I'll give you more. But how do you feel about continuing this talk of ours elsewhere? Naruto got this feeling in his gut that both worried and excited him at the same time. Such as? He trailed off, hoping to coax something out of his hostess. Electra's smile revealed itself before her words. The Mediterranean woman couldn't keep the excitement out. She was a thrill seeker at heart, always had been. I was thinking a fast car going even faster down the streets of New York. The shinobi transplant stared at his conversational counterpart until he knew she was serious. And as it were, she was plenty serious. This is the strangest meeting of my life. Screw it, I'm down. Naruto's way of describing the look Electra gave him was giddy. She reminded him of the commercials portraying a kid waking on Christmas morning. Fantastic. Follow me, and let's see if you can keep up. A quick trip through the complex not only brought them where they needed to go. It also revealed to Naruto how much respect Electra had among her people. None of the numerous guards looked at her for long before diverting their eyes. Either they respected her greatly or feared her displeasure. Probably both. Here she is, Naruto. The SSC Tuatara. Sleek and red fits her well, wouldn't you agree? The vehicle in front of the pair was the definition of a high-end sports car with its dynamic shape and low design. It screamed fast. It also screamed stupidly expensive. The latter descriptor drove Naruto to remark on Electra's choice of vehicle. You don't strike me as the type to have something so gaudy sitting around. It's surprising. She responded with a smile that was equal parts sly and satisfied. It's not my taste, but I borrowed this beauty from a man going through his midlife crisis. He had too many cars for one person. I say he was practically asking me to take it. Electra would put the car to better use than some middle-aged fart. She knew in her heart that she and this car were a match made in heaven. If she couldn't hear the wind roaring in her ears, the car wasn't fast enough for Electra Nachios. Instead of chastising such blatant lawbreaking, Naruto chuckled the admission off. Who really cared if the filthy rich lost one of their toys? It was like a daimyo or someone of that ilk being robbed. They were still rich at the end of the day. Naruto wasn't going to cry for him, not by a long shot. Having moved to the driver's side, Electra stood with her hands settled on her hips. There was a smirk dancing on her lips as she looked at Naruto. You don't think me some petty thief, do you? The lightly made accusation came from a place of amusement. Are you a thief, Electra? Naruto fired off, unafraid to push back. Like the dark-haired woman, Naruto relished some tasteful back-and-forth banter. Only when it suits me. Both shared a laugh at her response, ending with them grinning at each other. Now stop dallying and get in the car. Naruto followed Electra's example and found himself in the passenger seat of a speeding car. The sheer force of the automobile's initial acceleration sent Naruto into his seat, but he stabilized himself a moment later. Instead of showing anxiety or trepidation, Naruto was laughing and having a blast as they blazed around corners faster than they had any right going. Who tilde? As someone who reached speeds even higher than this, Naruto was having a fantastic time. It didn't matter if some of the sharper turns left them with 2 tires on the road instead of 4. Naruto wished they could have gone faster. What an interesting man. When Electra put the gas pedal to the floor, she expected screams of fear, not excitement. Then she thought that maybe Naruto was doing this to impress her. However, she quickly realized that Naruto didn't look at her once. Shaking her head, Electra focused on following his example and enjoying the experience. This equated to going faster and traveling down narrower roads. Electra didn't plan on going this far with her recklessness, but Naruto's hollering was contagious. His enthusiasm encouraged her to push her limits. It amounted to a 30-minute joyride through New York, which ended with the pair parked in a forest preserve. Leaving the engine running, Electra hopped out of the car. She signaled Naruto over and started walking into the woods. I haven't gone that fast in a long time. His offhanded comment drew a curious look from Electra, but she didn't pursue the information. Electra instead focused on why she and Naruto were together in the first place. Despite her interest in the growing mystery around Naruto, her mission came first. You would like to hear more about my offer, correct? That would be preferable. My goal is to drive out an opposing group of ninjas based in New York. They are from the original sect coming from Japan and are utterly ruthless in their tactics and execution. Their number are some of the most traditional hardliners of the Han clan. They're bad news. Electra was more than slightly surprised to see an indifferent look on Naruto's face. She expected something more. You don't seem surprised. I've learned that where there's some crazy, more is always waiting around the corner. It makes sense there'd be more ninjas somewhere. And you plan on filling the void left behind when this other group is driven out? A knowing tone from Naruto said this was more a statement than a question. Not that it shocked Naruto that Electra's motives were less than pure. Put somewhat on the defensive by Naruto's matter-of-fact responses, Elektra moved to defend her actions. After all, Naruto didn't understand hand methods like she did. This group will do anything to fulfill the daimyo's ambitions, including murder and human trafficking. Putting a stop to them helps the people of New York, but it also removes one of their most lucrative operations in America. It is the lesser of two evils. Naruto snorted in amusement. While not worded the same, Naruto swore he heard the same rationale hundreds of times in his past life. As justifications went, it wasn't the most impressive pitch. I heard somewhere that evil is evil. There is no such thing as lesser, greater, or middling. Perhaps I shouldn't choose an evil and wash my hands clean of this entirely. Naruto, but anyone that knows me knows I literally can't let deeds like that go unpunished. I'll help you this time, but you're still paying me handsomely. Speaking over Elektra's attempts to explain herself, the whiskered blonde finally gave his consent. While they didn't fully agree, they were on the same page. That would have to be enough for now. I'll take what I can get. Let's go back to base and go over the plan. Only now did Elektra allow herself to breathe a sigh of relief. At least she secured someone capable of leading her people in her upcoming raid. That's all she could ask for. 4 nights later, a field of coarse dirt dotted with heaps of rusted scrap metal extended in front of Naruto and his associates. These piles of metal made a straightforward approach to their target at the center impossible. The central high-rise looked derelict yet harmless. That made it the perfect base for an organization like the Han Clan. And a distinct lack of sustainable cover made the apartment structure easily defendable should it come to that. Naruto's tactical breakdown of his target ended with the activation of the communicator in his ear. The static faded into Elektra's familiar accent. Naruto, we are beginning our attack on target site Apollo. Launch your assault when you are ready. Understood. The boss lady thought a coordinated attack was the move. Sure, doing it this way divided their already limited forces. However, a two-front assault should prevent enemy reinforcements from responding to either location. Naruto's job was to make the divide and conquer strategy work. Naruto turned off his communicator and looked at the medley of men and women awaiting his word. 15 of you will charge the front entrance. You'll fight hard enough to draw the enemy out, but do not advance. You're the decoys. If you're overwhelmed, retreat. This isn't a suicide mission. Meanwhile, smaller groups will infiltrate from the east and south. Your groups will only have 5 people, so engage wisely. Go. Blue eyes hardened in preparation as Elektra's underlings descended on the area, spreading out as ordered. That leaves the upper floors to me. It's time I show these people what a real shinobi looks like. A cloud of smoke materialized from nowhere. When it vanished, Naruto held a porcelain mask and tanto in hand. Watch over me, Yugao-sensei. It's time I make you proud. When Naruto learned this world's heroes used masks and secret identities, he laughed his ass off. Where Naruto came from, if you weren't strong enough to face threats, you died. Hiding behind a persona wouldn't change that. The closest thing shinobi had to a secret identity were the various Black Op programs. But an Anbu mask wasn't there to conceal someone. The animal face existed to eliminate the concept of individuality. Solo acts didn't last long in Anbu, the team came first. Always. Seeing how this was his first slice of real action in a new world, Naruto used this operation as a way to honor the woman who spearheaded his growth as a shinobi. That meant donning his fox-styled mask once more. Using chakra as fuel, Naruto bounded across the open field and up the western side of the apartment in less than 20 seconds. Since the frontal assault drew all the attention, Naruto vaulted onto the roof with 4 bow-shooting sentries facing away from him. The first body was still in the process of dropping when Naruto finished dispatching all 4 guards. His precise sword strike tore through the foursome in a single slash. Leaving the bodies behind for the time being, Naruto gravitated toward the building skylight. That was his entry point. He peeked down on a second group of combatants sitting around a table. They appeared to be enjoying a meal. Correction. They were sharing their last meal. Naruto pulled out a kunai and tossed it at the glass. He rolled through his final hand sign as the projectile blade smashed the glass. Kunai Cage Bunshine. A single kunai became 20 daggers that made Naruto's targets into mincemeat with little fanfare. The Uzumaki fell onto the table below, jarring the blood-stained broken glass. As he entered the room, so did another wave of enemies that funneled into the room after hearing the commotion. Shrugging, Naruto propelled himself forward. His charge ended with his bloodied tanto puncturing the heart of another foe. His ears filled with the damp sound of his tanto coming free as he backflipped off the dead man's chest. The acrobatic escape rendered the shuriken aimed at Naruto's back useless. While Naruto was flipping through the air, he brought his sword down and cut a hand member from her collar to her stomach. He landed on his feet, but the woman collapsed onto her bleeding front with a groan. Now there were only 2 men left. Based on their posture alone, Naruto had them feeling anxious. Mustering their courage, they attacked the retired Anbu together. It was the correct move, but unfortunately for them, Naruto was faster and more skilled. What Naruto couldn't weave away from, he parried effortlessly. Their sword dance continued this way until the hand pair inevitably overextended in their desperation. Naruto exploited the misstep and shepherded the 2 men to an inglorious death at the end of his blade. Quick and clean. Flicking the crimson blood off his short sword, Naruto advanced into the hallway, where the sound of battle raged on. The distraction was working as intended. Going through the remaining rooms on the floor one by one, Naruto went some 10 rooms before finding anything of interest. His search led him to an office-like room that had papers all over. There wasn't anything noteworthy until he encountered a slip of paper with 3 broken sentences scribbled. The penmanship was rather poor. Muspelheim beasts. Vibranium enhancements. Sin City. I'll deal with this later. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Naruto stowed the documents in one of his many storage seals and continued with the job. He got 2 steps out when an ear-rattling blast tore through the hallway. The hand grunt responsible for the grenade's explosion waved away the smoke expecting a disfigured body. When we uncovered burnt bark, he was stumped. Mokuzai? Naruto appeared in the man's shadow, his mask stained with the blood of his previous victims. You're Japanese as shit. His surly comment made the fake ninja jump in surprise. His opponent rotated around, but Naruto's fearsome appearance froze the man. That momentary lapse in focus is all Naruto needed to hack the man down. This is like fighting Jinan and Chunin. How disappointing. Cage Bunshine. Looking at his 2 clones, Naruto nodded at the mess behind the doppelgangers. Clean this up. Leave nothing for the authorities if our deal with Electra goes wrong. Hi. Naruto tuned out the sounds of his clone cleanup without much trouble. Back to the mission. If he remembered the schematics of the building right, he had 1 more floor to clear before he linked up with Electra's people. The woman's spies dubbed it the armory. I think I'll bust out some ninjutsu. Might as well flex the reserves a little while I have the chance. Naruto almost felt bad for the unfortunate souls waiting below. The shinobi heard his prey before he saw them. They were clearly in a panic and struggling to regroup. While their struggles continued, Naruto set himself at the armory's entrance. Someone with some spatial awareness turned and saw the blonde. The man in red called for an attack but was too late to thwart Naruto. Suten, Hikasaki no Torrento. Water release, tearing torrent. Naruto rotated his head from right to left as he spewed a twisting tunnel of pressure-packed water from his mouth. The violent surge threw the men and women against the far wall and crushed them. Most didn't survive, but the few who weathered his attack and climbed out of the scattered weapon racks surprised Naruto by biting down on cyanide tablets and killing themselves. He didn't have long to think about it because Naruto was joined by one of his temporary allies. The half-masked man kneeled behind Naruto with his head dipped respectfully. Sir. Report we have reason to believe that Kurigi is in New York, sir. Short and to the point, Naruto appreciated the brief answer. The emphasis placed on the name wasn't lost on Naruto. This figure, whoever it was, must have been a big shot. Okay, and who is this Kurigi that makes him so important? Legends state Kurigi is the Hand Clan's eternal blade. He kills whoever the Jonin commands and is said to be hundreds of years old, sir. An immortal, huh? The fox mask hid how Naruto narrowed his eyes at this tidbit of information. This revelation bore looking into, for sure. Anything else? We tried capturing prisoners for interrogation, but they killed themselves, sir. We also have 3 injured and none dead. Naruto opened his mouth to reply but stopped when the memories of his clones hit him. Damn, he worked fast. Good. See to the injured and secure the building. I'll take this news to Electra myself. Yes, sir. Target site Apollo. Things weren't going nearly as smoothly for Electra and company at the other mission site, designation Apollo. They encountered something none of them were prepared for, and it cost them dearly in the form of manpower. Their ill-fated push ended with a staggering amount of casualties. Many of whom died before they could defend themselves from the hail of gunfire. How did this happen? You are the one everyone around here is scared of crossing? What a fucking joke. Part of the reason things ended so poorly was laughing at her. His skin-tight black and white suit looked comical, but the man wearing it was deadly in his own right. This was the man called Bullseye. I'm not dead yet, fool. For someone as prideful as Electra, it could be debated which was worse. The bullet wound in her shoulder or hearing this man gloat at her expense. Right now, Electra leaned toward the latter, but the blood-leaking hole made a strong argument for first place. Good. I need you alive if you're going to suffer. It's your pain. It will make me feel alive, so make sure you scream nice and loud for me. The sadistic criminal's eyes dilated, and his grin contorted wildly on his lips. Together they sold how much Bullseye savored inducing bodily harm. For an unrepentant sadist, there weren't many better occupations than freelance assassination. The only way tonight could go better for Bullseye was if Daredevil was in Elektra's place, the red bastard. Do not get ahead of yourself. It will be the end of you. I will be the end of you. Something as simple as tightening her hand around her favorite weapon sent a jolt of pain through Elektra. She didn't let her opponent see the weakness, but it didn't bode well for her prospects in a drawn-out fight. Best to end it quickly. You might be more convincing if you weren't bleeding around the hole in your shoulder, ninja bitch. Bullseye barked back with a scoff that felt more like a vitriolic spat. He still harbored a grudge that someone like her was getting all the hype when he was right there. When it came to hitmen, Bullseye knew he was the best. Being the best meant a better paycheck and the opportunity to cause more pain. No one wanted some second-best dumbass. That wasn't how the business world operated. He intended on turning Elektra into his resume. When he killed Elektra, anyone with a brain would pay hand over fist for his services. You got lucky, nothing more. What else could she call it but bad luck? Elektra was aware of the suited man's playbook and realized she was at a disadvantage. And that was before she lost 90% of her forces. The burning sensation going through her arm wasn't helping any either. Bullseye bristled at the insinuation thrown his way. That was all skill. Here, I'll give you an encore. Reaching down into one of the pouches hanging off his white belt, Bullseye grabbed and flicked a bullet at Elektra. She started moving as soon as Bullseye sent the projectile her way. However, one of her wards had a moment of clairvoyance and moved first. He shoved Elektra out of the bullet's path, taking the shell into and through the throat. The swaying man quickly fell like a puppet with its strings severed. Thump. Malaka. A building swell of frustration and anger became a swear word from her Greek heritage. She would have turned her spite on Bullseye if not for the lone retainer at her side helping to keep her focused. Mistress, we must regroup and return later. The chaotic haze of combat dispersed, and with new clarity, Elektra saw the amount of death around her. Every person but one was dead. It was a sobering and painful thought to internalize. Fuck. Cover the retreat. Her order was carried out without question. The female hand clan slammed a smoke bomb onto the ground. Upon bursting, the room was stuffed with thick, purple-colored smoke. Bullseye sent a bladed playing card into the shapeless mass. He clicked his teeth in annoyance when he heard the thump of wood instead of flesh being sliced. They got away. They got away. The boss won't be happy about this, Bullseye. The painfully obvious information came from one of the mercs hired to act as his support. He also unknowingly fanned the ire of the enhanced villain. Don't worry, I've got it covered. With a simple flick of his wrist, Bullseye sliced the mercenary's throat. The man in a tactical vest was already dead when his weapon hit the floor, but that didn't stop Bullseye from talking to the corpse. I'll bring him the incompetent shit who let our target get away. That should satisfy him until I get my hands on that ninja bitch. Elektra's base. As soon as Naruto stepped into the base, one of the many servants Elektra employed came up to him. The man seemed unbothered by the dried blood smeared across his mask, which impressed Naruto slightly. Sir. The mistress requested I bring you to her as soon as you arrived. Please, follow me. Naruto followed the man without a fuss. The hand ninja led him to the room where Elektra was being tended to by the organization's version of a healer. Naruto's Onbu training enabled him see the treatment wasn't going to work. It's why Naruto took command. Everyone out, now. Lacing one's voice with chakra was an old shinobi trick that created an extra aura of authority. Naruto watched as the man and the women in the room stood straighter before bolting from the room, not a one questioning if he even had the clearance to order them around. Now it was just Naruto and Elektra. The dark-haired assassin tried commenting on how Naruto assumed control of the room but was cut off by the blonde. Tell me what happened. Anyone with eyes could see what happened from a glance, but getting a first-hand account never hurt. Enhanced human, goes by the name of Bullseye, he can turn anything into a projectile. The asshole literally pitched a bullet at me. It's still somewhere in my shoulder. Elektra found it difficult to not squirm in place when Naruto examined the hole in her shoulder. The easiest way to distract herself was the strange and bloodied mask on Naruto's face. I like the mask, the blood is a nice touch. Quite intimidating. Naruto left the small talk to his patient. He had more important things to concern himself with, like holding the size handle in front of Elektra's mouth. Bite down on this. This is going to burn. Her confusion didn't stop Elektra from doing what Naruto asked. Pulling his mask off to the side let the woman see how focused the blonde was on his task. That's when, From out of nowhere, Naruto's hand lit up with a soft glow. Her chance at asking what the hell that was stopped when Naruto pressed his hand against the bullet hole. Naruto was no liar. The burning he promised was immediate, and so was the excruciating pain. Her teeth clenched harshly against the worn handle of her weapon. Every muscle in her body contracted until it was physically painful. Fwa! It took everything Electra had to keep the agony-induced tears at bay. Breathe through your nose. I have to burn out the lead impurities, or you'll suffer for it. Bedside manner wasn't taught in Anbu. If Black Ops administered medical treatments, it was about speed and efficiency, not kindness. The blonde grabbed the forceps left on the table. But before Naruto went forward, he informed the writhing woman what he planned on doing. I'm going to extract the bullet. Try and keep still. The more you squirm, the worse things will get. On-the-job training helped Naruto operate through the blood that continued getting in his way. His healing chakra stemmed the flow from the wound, but every tiny twist of the gripping tool caused another surge of blood to emerge. When he finally got a good hold of the shell, Naruto tugged the deformed bullet out. Placing the crimson-stained tool on the table, Naruto methodically applied the bandaging. He finished the cross-tiered layers with a firm tug that forced a grunt from Electra. And it's out. Taking the makeshift mouthpiece out, Naruto followed up with, "How do you feel?" Electra managed to answer his question, but her words, like her body, were wavering. It was a strange sensation to behold. Almost like floating in the air and being submerged simultaneously. Good. No pain. But I feel tired all of a sudden. Naruto anticipated as much. What he said next was more of a programmed response than a conscious choice on his part. It just kind of came out instinctually. Hence why he said it when he knew Electra wouldn't understand. That's an expected side effect of coming into contact with my chakra. What? I'll explain more when you wake up. Naruto laughed off the pitiful attempt at a glare he got for his evasiveness. He had just finished wiping his hands when he saw Electra teeter forward. Whoa there. Naruto slid to a stop in front of Electra. He got there just in time to catch her shoulders and stop her forward momentum. That one is on me. I shoulda laid you down first. His patient didn't comment on his oversight, clearly. So it was up to Naruto to take her and put her somewhere she could rest. He singled out the couch in the room as this place and carried the sleeping woman toward it. Careful to avoid her banged-up shoulder, Naruto set Electra down gently. That's when Naruto finally had a moment to himself. He finally had a second to step back and take a deep breath. He never had nights like this as a harmless high school student. Man, what a night. The training basement is a place Electra knew well. It was her haven when she needed to work off the stress of her position. So when her people told her Naruto was down here, she expected him to be doing the same. But what she got was a man in a meditative position. Have you been down here all night? Naruto cracked open a single blue eye upon being addressed. He stared down his employer for a moment before dropping a question of his own. Depends. What time is it now? A lack of clock and windows made it virtually impossible to tell time down here. Rubbing mindlessly at her injured wing, the clan boss in the building supplied Naruto with the information he was looking for. It's 7 in the morning. Seeing Electra trying to manipulate her body had Naruto doing the same. And when he did try stretching, the stiffness stuck in him left the blonde grimacing. Well, judging by the pain in my back, I'd say that I was. That's a 7-hour meditation. That's a new record. This newly crowned achievement certainly helped dull the discomfort. The young sage was still thinking about his mediation milestone when Electra moved. She silently took a seat behind Naruto, using her back to support Naruto's. The brace against his spine left Naruto sighing instantly. Oh, that's the spot. I didn't know how much I needed this. Thanks. Electra started chuckling at how different this Naruto was from the man who arrived last night with blood smeared across an emotionless mask. I owe you as much, if not more. You can lead a tactical strike with minimal losses, kill when needed, and heal wounds on command. What exactly are you, Naruto Uzumaki? Uzumaki Naruto. His correction of the Western pronunciation was as instinctual as breathing at this point for Naruto. He thought about how to best answer her question, then chose not to answer. Good question. I'd say that I'm one hell of a mercenary. But are you a mutant, or are you enhanced? Was that some form of magic? She fired off the options in her mind rapid fire. This was a question burning in her psyche, and the more she got to know Naruto, the more pressing her interest. How do I best describe it? It's a loose mixture of enhanced and magic, but at the same time, it's something completely natural to my body. Through training, I unlocked these powers. It's called chakra. That's what you saw around my hand. Naruto was glad he took the time to read up on the fundamentals of chakra. He had a feeling this wouldn't be the last time he explained how he did things to someone. Human bodies produce several usually inaccessible energies. However, I learned how to harness them. The end result is chakra, and that's what you saw around my hand. It was a good thing he read up on the basics and fundamentals of chakra because he had a feeling this explanation would come up more than once during his time here. Fascinating. From what I know about the field, your circumstances are unlike anything I've encountered before. Stuff of this nature always interested Electra, and with the Han clan's resources, she was able to pursue these otherworldly interests. It's like I said. I'm one hell of a mercenary, Electra. Naruto delivered his stance through a soft chuckle that ended with him leaning into Electra's back. He never intended on going any further into his past than that. The results speak for themselves. You were worth every penny, and your payment is waiting upstairs for you. My people tell me you have something to share with me. Electra trailed off curiously, not knowing much about what the blonde knew. That's right. Naruto went on to describe everything that happened in the field. He let no detail go unmentioned, but when he brought up the name Kurigi, Naruto felt a shift in Electra's demeanor. Kurigi. The infamous hitman's name alone was enough to raise the goosebumps on her skin and straighten the little hairs on the back of her neck. If there is one person Electra wanted to avoid, it's the timeless wraith of the Han clan. His legends were numerous and brutal. He's bad news, or so I've been told. Naruto didn't know enough about the guy to be intimidated, unlike the people around him. Quite the opposite, actually. Naruto was looking forward to crossing paths with another so-dubbed immortal. That's an understatement. Kurigi and Bullseye on the field at the same time will make things more difficult than I imagined. There was a subtle shift in her tone. It was slight enough that not everyone would hear it, but Naruto picked up on the blow to her confidence. Naruto received the opinion with a pensive hum. Instead of lingering, he turned his focus to the other name. Bullseye might be a more known quantity, but Naruto knew as much about Bullseye as he did Kurigi. This Bullseye guy, he gave you trouble? You mentioned it briefly, but what happened at Apollo? They caught us in an ambush. We cleared the initial resistance without much trouble. Yes, my forces were winded, but they were capable of moving forward. I didn't count on running into a platoon of guns for hire and their assault rifles. Electra was more than a little bitter over how things ended. Assault rifles. Naruto still wasn't sure how he felt about those things. Could you hypothetically take Bullseye if it came down to that? The woman's emotions reached Naruto, and when he asked Electra if she could win, Naruto picked up an unyielding determination. That's all the blonde needed to see. Absolutely. Sometimes one word is enough. Naruto nodded, then dropped a casual bomb that made Electra blink in surprise. Good, because I want to take a crack at this ninja boogeyman. I hear he's supposedly immortal. In his head, the whiskered sage started cackling. The need to make mischief in his Uzumaki blood was rearing its head. Despite being unable to see her face, Naruto was certain Electra had a fantastic look on her face. He could practically taste the dumbfounded stupor. Wait. The contract was only for one night. Are you? Naruto jumped to his feet without warning, leaving Electra to nearly fall onto her back. It was her scramble to catch herself that stopped Electra mid-sentence. Details. When a friend needs a hand, I tend to lend one of mine. It's sort of my thing. And since I've had your blood on my hands, I'd say we are friends. So what do you say? Now in front of Electra, Naruto's smile turned to a grin. He silently extended his hand, beckoning the dark-haired fatale to take his hand and the help. Provoked by the sincerity of Naruto's selfless gesture, Electra tossed her head back and laughed. His logic was simple, and she loved it. You must be the strangest man I've ever met. And I think I'm starting to like it. Already pulled up, Naruto and Electra were still linked by the hand, flashing each other an equally expressive smirk. Naruto went to say something when the boom of a powerful explosion hit their ears. Electra balanced herself against the shaking foundation. Meanwhile, Naruto cursed under his breath in Japanese as he covered his ringing ears. He funneled chakra into his ears, but the damage was already done. What was that? Naruto was thankful that Electra maintained enough composure to not scream her question despite the circumstances. His ears already heard enough without unneeded additions. Shaking off the ringing in his skull, Naruto wanted answers too. Let's find out. He put a hand on Electra's shoulder, and as simple as that, the pair vanished and reappeared on the main floor. Wind-styled sunshine for the win. She needed a moment for her brain to comprehend what Naruto did. But when it clicked, Electra whipped her gaze to Naruto. Before she could ask the burning question, one of her people ran up to her and Naruto. Mistress. The western wall has been blown out by an explosion. Naruto's ears twitched at an all-too-familiar whizzing sound. That's when a sleek kunai came flying in through the black smoke. Naruto snatched the ninja weapon out of the air, effortlessly saving the hand minion. He saw the note tied around the handle. What do we have here? Naruto read the note's contents with a hum and grinned viciously. Hell yes. They want an old-fashioned showdown. Elektra took the note from Naruto and read the message herself. Her response to the call-out was more measured but just as accepting as Naruto's. If it's a fight they want, then that's what they'll get. Gather everyone capable of raising a weapon. It's time we finish this fight for good. While the men and women loyal to Elektra ran about to gather what they needed for the upcoming battle, Naruto stood in place. He had a grin stretched across his face and a pair of glowing eyes that went amiss in the chaos. The bell has tolled for you, Kurigi. Death is coming. Gah. Fuck, this is stupid bullshit. We should be hunting the ninja bitch and her cronies, not waiting here with our thumbs up our asses. Fuck. The fury brewing deep in Bullseye finally reached its boiling point. He couldn't lash out with his preferred method of violence, so he fell back on profanities and anger. If it were in his hands, they'd be pushing their advantage instead of letting their prey come to them. While wanting to avoid his commander's penchant for violence, the mercenary goon didn't want to lose temper endangering his upcoming paycheck. It was a handsome payday waiting to happen. That's why he put his neck on the line in the face of Bullseye's naked bloodlust. It was money. It was always money. Sir, but these orders came from Bullseye whipped around on the brave soul that spoke out against him. The foot soldier was saved by the standing orders given to Bullseye. They said he needed to stop killing his own men. Lucky fuck. I know what the goddamn boss said, you fucking moron. I'm just saying this is a load of bullshit. Speak out of turn again, and I'll hang you from the fucking roof. His orders didn't prevent him from glaring so spitefully at his comrade that bloodshot lines began spreading through the whites of his eyes. The simple gun for hire was saved by the timely arrival of their allies. He took the chance to step back. His retreat drew Bullseye's attention over his shoulder. Along with the shift came a sour frown. Oh great, it's you guys again. What the fuck do you want this time? You have some more dumb ninja proverbs? Graceful in the face of the racially insensitive comment, the ninja bowed respectfully to his ally of circumstance. Kurigi-sama sent me to inform you that he shall act as our reserve force on the chance you let our enemies escape again. Right. Just get the job done. A close listen in on his voice revealed the sound of the sadist's teeth grinding together as he made a conscious effort to hold himself back. What he wouldn't give to stab the man in front of him with something dull. Showing none of the hostility and doing it on purpose, the ninja warrior bowed once more. With the message delivered, he returned to his station. Then we're in agreement. Good luck, gentlemen. Bullseye's poorly put together expression of camaraderie shattered beneath the loathing of a glare. Spitting on the floor, he snarled so hard it revealed his teeth. I hate those assassin wannabes. As soon as he could, Lester planned on scalping their asses and putting their heads on his mantle. The ninja bitch better hurry up before some accidental friendly fire happens. Boom. 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 An excitable and deranged look of ecstasy flashed across the villain's lips. There it was, the bell signaling the long-awaited bloodshed he yearned for. Send squads to the secondary exits. Don't let them pull the same shit on us again. The group around Bullseye saluted and carried out the plan as was practiced earlier in the week. All that remained was time, and it seemed to stretch on for the black-suited hitman. He tried managing his angst when he took to tapping at his forearms. It was an action that reeked of restlessness. His hatched plan to move forward came to a skidding halt when the doors slammed open, thanks to a body. Lester recognized him as one of his guys with multiple lacerations across his chest. So much so that there was enough blood to make his black look red. Not only that, his dead body was turned into a battering ram. What the fuck? Who the fuck did dynamic entry? Bullseye had just enough time to look up in the direction of the shout. But seeing what came next didn't help the man react to it. It wasn't Elektra, but Naruto, who tore through the roof with his foot pointing down. Dust rained down around Naruto, getting in the hitman's eyes as Naruto planted his shoe in the Bullseye's gut. Naruto added the finishing touch on his borrowed move by releasing a small pulse of chakra from his foot. The additional propulsion slammed Bullseye into the ground so hard it made him spit up blood amidst a pained gasp. Naruto also put a splintering crack in the wooden floor with Bullseye's body. Leaving the groaning man there as he brushed dust from his hair, Naruto turned over his shoulder and offered some of his thoughts to Elektra. These floors are a lot thinner than I thought. I think I snapped a stud beam on my way through. Anyways, he's all yours, Elektra. Yours truly has a date with an immortal ninja nightmare. What hit me? Since Naruto left before she could answer him, Elektra had to make do with answering the inquiries of her latest enemy. Seeing Bullseye in a pained state certainly made her more amenable to speaking. I'm still trying to figure it out myself, but I have a better chance of finding an answer because you're dying here. She put the exclamation point on her statement when she dropped her weapons of choice into her capable hands. Ninja bitch. Clutching at his ribs, Bullseye turned her into motivation when he forced his aching body back to its feet. He'd deal with the blonde asshole once he finished stringing this one up. You won't scurry away like a rat today. No, I won't. That much we agree on. Those 7 words were the catalyst that kicked the confrontation off. Bullseye went for the pouches hanging off his hips. Or, at least, that was the plan. He was stopped from doing so when a whizzing shuriken came his way. Elektra followed her throw by correctly predicting his dodge and catching her nemesis on the back foot. Elektra scored first blood in the opening move with simple precision and optimal execution. She threw a feint at Bullseye's injured ribs. That opened a window that cost the man a substantial cut across his collar. Red dripped off the end of her size prong as she flourished the deadly tri-blade with a familiarity bred from pure repetition. A fresh hiss of pain seeped off his lips, reigniting a fury within Lester's stomach. His corresponding strike came but found nothing. Elektra took a half step back to avoid a sloppy punch. Naruto was right. When people fight, most of them can't do it with emotion. It dulls them considerably. Is this how I looked back then? Unacceptable. Almost scoffing at the visual in her brain, Elektra took aim at the extended first. She took great pleasure in driving the metal bottom of her sai into the back of Bullseye's hand and creating an audible crack that made the rogue holler his misery. Shit. Whoever that punk was really messed me up. He must have kicked the shit out of me. I need to make space. He might be crazy, but Bullseye knew when something wasn't working. So to generate some breathing room, he pulled out the unexpected. He spat in his opponent's face, blinding her just long enough to stumble back and separate them. When he finished fishing out a handful of iron balls, Elektra finished clearing her eyes. With some quick thinking on her part, she heaved the dead merc's body up and turned it into a shield against the hail of metal spheres. And here I thought you were a master assassin. How can someone call themselves the best when they're a one-trick pony? It's sad. Infesting Bullseye with a time-tested poison known as ridicule, she dropped the dead body, which carried an additional handful of wounds thanks to Bullseye's last assault. What did you just say? You didn't. His outrage never truly built any steam because Elektra cut it off at the knees. She also counted on this making the explosive man angrier by the second. Oh, but I did. Yes, you can throw things, and that's all you do. Isn't that right? How disappointing, typical man. As reliable as the sun rising in the morning, Elektra's mocking smile and rueful tone tossed a whole heap of fuel on the fires of Bullseye's outrage. That's it. Men and their egos. Her amusement turned into something 10 times uglier upon landing on Bullseye's newest toy. To the untrained eye, the weapon he produced looked plain. However, she recognized the club. Knew it well, in fact. Licking his lips in a way that wasn't exactly appropriate, Bullseye visibly relished the hatred directed at him. Look at the hate in your eyes. I love it. You recognize this, don't you? It's your boyfriend's billy club. Ain't it? As he laughed, he gave his stolen trophy a flashy twirl. Too bad. It's mine now. I'm going to enjoy hurting this fool. Elektra liked to think she was in control of her emotions when she threw herself weapons first at Bullseye. That her anger sharpened her focus to a new level. That's what she'd tell herself in the future. This was how both combatants found themselves locked in an even exchange. When one attacked, the other stopped them, be it through a block, parry, or dodge. And for a time, it stayed that way. But as things dragged on, Elektra started landing more blows than Bullseye could stop. An eye for an eye. She threw a forearm shiver that buckled Bullseye's neck. While he tried to recover, she cut the pouches off the man's utility belt, emasculating the proud projectile user of his preferred accessories. Like father always said. If you can, rob your enemy of their advantages. Bullseye tried responding before his sight came back, which was a mistake. Again, Elektra pedaled backward and avoided him. This time, he accidentally released the club, and it bounced harshly off Elektra's bad shoulder in a stroke of luck. The pain nearly made Elektra drop her sigh. It was an opening Bullseye tried pushing, but he misjudged the depth between him and Elektra, throwing a combination of jabs that landed short of their intended target. Elektra threw a slash. She didn't miss. There was a flash of blood. This time around, Naruto traded the Anbu blade for his fists. And a porcelain mask for a low, drooping hood. He carved a path through his opposition, leaving broken bones and bruised flesh in his wake. But ultimately, that's all the attention Naruto paid to the small fry. His goal was something more substantial. He was going to kill the unkillable. His warpath ultimately led him to a completely dark room with rusted chains hanging from the rafters. Naruto saw pillars with plastic drapings and coffins lined against the chamber's back wall. Morbid room dressings aside, Naruto took a step into the room. A louder than usual creak from one of the chains drew Naruto's attention. Then he ducked as a silent sword cleaved the space above his head and wedged into the pillar behind the crouching blonde's head. Naruto responded to the attempt on his life by decisively disarming the offending sword arm. He took the arm and broke it in vengeful recompense. Forced to leave his blade in the post, Kurigi grabbed his broken arm and snapped it back into place without a sound. Kurigi came in hard with a crossing punch that was blocked. However, Naruto got forced back when he saw the timeless assassin's hand be consumed with fire. He may have avoided being burnt, but it came at the cost of his cloak, which lay smoking on the floor. There's an impressed look sketched across his whiskered face as Naruto shook out his arm. Naruto paid the man respect in the only way he knew how. With a backhanded compliment. I guess there really is something to the idea of old man strength that I hear about. For real, I think I felt my bones twitch from just one punch. In return for his troubles, Naruto was met with silence. He stared at Kurigi, waiting until his brow creased in annoyance. Maybe if he tried again, the immortal would crack? What? Some vow of silence? How troublesome. Was some pre-fight banter too much to ask for? He held better conversations with the stone faces of the Hokages. Kurigi didn't speak, he acted. The red assassin turned his bulky body into a battering ram when he bull-rushed the younger ninja. Naruto ripped the blade free, even driving the sword into Kurigi's shoulder. The steel cleaved true but not deep enough to stop the ancient man's charge. Instead, Kurigi powered through the blow and right into Naruto's chest. Kurigi sent Naruto flying backward, right into one of the room's numerous posts. The whiskered sage rebounded off the metal with a grunt. He tried rolling back to his feet, but the plastic laid over him kept Naruto hemmed in. And thanks to Kurigi's sword going through the plastic, he was pinned to the ground. The sudden inclusion of light in the previously dark room spoke of incoming danger. The big bastard planned on melting Naruto under a sheet of molten plastic. Not on his watch. Futon, Tsubame no Seikbi. Wind release, screaming swallow, a herd of invisible wind crescents exploded from Naruto's body, shredding the plastic tomb wrapped around Naruto. Some of the elemental blades continued on to cut the immortal ninja. Ignoring the few grunts, one wouldn't know Kurigi was bleeding into his uniform if they went solely off his reactions to being struck. The man hardly even flinched. Okay, this dude is just like Hidan, just a less dirty mouth. It was a comparison that excited Naruto. He'd been searching for a reason to cut loose. Immortal or not, there were tiers to things like this, and Naruto was ready to show that he stood head and shoulders above his competition. During the bout of introspection, Kurigi attempted flaming up once more. This time Kurigi focused the fires around the steel blade. Naruto wouldn't allow it. He snuffed out the flames by releasing so much chakra the chains wailed in distress. Soon the entire room carried a blue glow, with Naruto becoming the focal point. From there, the entire building shook like it was subject to an earthquake. The red swordsman finally showed some hesitation when stepping away from Naruto. The blonde saw this and jumped on Kurigi's moment of weakness. That's fear. You're afraid of me. Good, when you see me, you should see your end. You've avoided your demise long enough, old man. Being called out by a child of all people dealt a blow to Kurigi's honor. Unable to not answer the challenge, the silent man charged again. But this time, Naruto was ready for him. Lightning isn't really my style, but... Naruto sprinted through an elaborate chain of one-handed seals that ended with his fingers extended in Kurigi's direction. Raiten, Hikari no Yari. Lightning release, spear of light. The dead air crackled with energy moments prior to a rectangular extension of sparking, blue energy jutting off Naruto's hand. Kurigi didn't avoid it. He willingly impaled himself on the sizzling spear, taking it through the heart but forging onward. The Hand Clan killer clenched his hands around the chakra spear, searing his flesh as he tried pulling it out of his chest. Kurigi didn't get far before Naruto laid into him with a pump kick. The attack drove Kurigi back the way he came and off the spear until he crashed into a stack of empty coffins. Lingering jolts of electricity raced through Kurigi, paralyzing his immortal flesh for the time being. I've known many people, too many, who curse themselves with immortality. They take it under the guise of a blessing, but they are wrong. Blessings don't fall to the greedy. Naruto slammed a second spear through the coffin over Kurigi. The numbness faded just long enough for Kurigi to feel the pain of the secondary attack. You feel pain, so you must still be alive under that decrepit flesh. We shall remedy that. His voice dropped to a sinister pitch. The blue of Naruto's eyes turned black, and the whites of his eyes radiated with the same white power that whipped off the corners of Naruto's eyes. Something formed over the blonde's clothing. They were frayed robes made of pure energy, and it came with a pointed hood. It might have obscured Naruto's eyes but not the ominous glow they generated. And his transformation came with a new weapon, a scythe. The half-staff of the deadly polearm fit perfectly in Naruto's left hand. The shaft was a simple black going up into a silver-kissed metal edge with an ever-shifting sequence of symbols that spanned the curved blade head. Naruto reeked of death, but the dreadful sensation embraced the young man warmly. The same courtesy wasn't extended to Kurigi, who had forgotten how to breathe in the aftermath of Naruto's new transformation. "We have not been formally introduced, Kurigi of the Hand Clan. Allow me to introduce myself before your time here comes to its long overdue end. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Through me, death speaks, I am its arbiter. And death has come for you." As he spoke, Naruto ran his finger along the pointed edge of his scythe. An action he came out of unharmed. Naruto drove the point of his scythe through the coffin and kept going until he felt the resistance of Kurigi's body being pierced. This time, the stoic man screamed as a pain unlike any other ravaged his body. "This tool of mine is unique among its kind. Yes, it can cause bodily harm. However, it can also damage the soul, the essence hiding under your expired flesh. With this, you will be delivered to death. You will perish." At first, Kurigi felt cold, but then he felt nothing. Before the man realized what had happened, his heart stopped. Most of the symbols on his scythe were buried in the coffin, but those that weren't flashed white. The immortal was immortal no longer. When the struggling stopped, Naruto dropped his transformation with a long sigh. "I'm still not used to that." One blink later, Naruto found himself in front of a lonely campfire. Everything else around him and the fire was so dark it was impossible to see past the firelight's reach. This, however, is a little more familiar. It wasn't long after Naruto plopped himself down on a stump that he was joined by a woman with wavy, black locks. Her caramel-shaded skin is flawless, apart from a single beauty mark under her left eye. The last thing about her wasn't physical, it was a soul-chilling presence, which had Naruto's instincts going haywire. "I see you picked out another new form for yourself, Death." Naruto realized Death had no plans of harming him. That fact helped Naruto keep his instinctual fight or flight response in check as she spoke with the cosmic entity known as Death. The first time the two met, Naruto spoke with an abstract mass of formless smoke. Then Death became a skeleton straight out of the nightmares of those who feared their ultimate end. Now she was a woman, a beautiful one at that. Death peered down on her form with a frown. Unprompted, she ran her hands in appraising fashion along her curvy body until she directed her inquisitive stare on her blonde companion. "Is this form not to your liking, Naruto? I thought you'd be pleased to have a more intimate connection with me. It's no less than what I believe you deserve." As soon as Naruto realized what Death's touch was doing to her generous curvature, he averted his eyes lest he got caught in the enamoring visual before him. "Death. No, not that. Call me Freya." The soft tenor of her airy voice didn't stress how much the name meant to her. However, the shimmer in her dark eyes told Naruto how important this was to the Dark One. All right, Freya." Freya touted a blinding smile at the sound of her name coming off Naruto's lips. "I think you look beautiful." And though Naruto's words didn't have much in the way of intimacy, just speaking them put a content glow around the all-powerful being. Lady Death scampered toward her chosen one with a warm smile. She sat with her knees and inner thighs kissing the ground of the soulscape. Freya looked up at the young man imploringly, taking Naruto's hands into hers. "Say that again. You're beautiful, Freya." Naruto employed years of emotional conditioning to refrain from shivering under Freya's cold touch. Her skin was as frigid as one could expect, even with her toning down her presence considerably. Death carried a truly peaceful smile upon receiving Naruto's compliment. It came across so genuinely that Naruto couldn't help but smile back. There's a tiny part of his soul resonating strongly with Freya's joy. If Naruto didn't know better, he might have mistaken her feelings for his own. Naruto's curious blues bore into Freya's gaze with their natural sharpness after shaking off the influential feelings building in his gut. His innate intensity was a trait forged during a life of fighting enemies, both physical and political. "Why bring me here? Why now?" Freya bit down on her black painted lip before dropping a chastising stare on Naruto. "But not a mean one, never that. You underestimate my influence without meaning it. When you send someone to face my judgment, I will feel it no matter how far apart we are." Rising from the ground, she elegantly stepped around Naruto and lingered behind the sage's back. That's when she placed a pair of tender hands on his firm shoulders. And naturally, I deem it necessary to visit my beloved Avatar when he serves my name so dutifully. Avatar? I thought I was your champion? Naruto's eyes drifted close in contentment. Freya and her gentle, massaging touch found and erased fatigue Naruto didn't know he had. His body wanted to lean into the comfort provided by her hands, and his brain didn't object. No, that term is for those creatures who call themselves gods. You are more than a simple title meant to glorify me. Uzumaki Naruto is an extension of myself and nothing less. As she spoke, her fingers played with the defiant spikiness of Naruto's golden hair. Being able to touch Naruto like this and share a moment with him was all Freya needed. While your praise is truly flattering. Freya hummed happily but said nothing, knowing Naruto himself had more to say. I know you are here for more than just me. Death was always busy. So was the nature of her existence. Of that, you are correct. There is news I must share with you, Naruto. Naruto couldn't see it, but Freya's eyes held a newfound seriousness as they gazed into the fire in front of the pair. Share as it pleases you. A twinge of a frown pulled on Naruto's lips. He might not have seen it per se, but the young shinobi most certainly felt Freya's well-contained anger through their connection. Clear your mind. Naruto did as he was asked. Using the same trick he did for meditating, he ejected every thought from his mind until he was a blank slate, untainted by any pre-existing notions. Freya put the tips of her pointer and middle fingers on both of Naruto's temples and let the information flow. Through death, Naruto felt flashes of the future playing in his head. He saw as the Avengers scrambled to fix their failures. He watched on as Tony Stark jousted with his present and the dangers of being a superhero. There was a time machine, infinity stones, and a grand battle. But a single premonition stood out among all the rest. It was this vision that etched a furious frown on Naruto's face. Thanos. His irate hiss sent a delighted shiver down Freya's spine. You're telling me the Mad Titan will live once more? These are the consequences of time travel. Good intentions or not. Naruto's reaction warmed her heart because it let her know that Naruto was on her side. But there was still the lingering shadow of spite sitting in her voice as she attempted to remain impartial. What will you have me do? Naruto was more than ready to do whatever it took to stop Thanos' deranged hunt for balance. There would be no genocidal foundation this time. What do you wish to do, Naruto? She knew what Naruto could and would do without having to ask. And she believed that he'd find success where others failed because Uzumaki Naruto always accomplished what he set his mind to. If you know me, then you also have my answer. It was finally here, the opportunity Naruto lamented missing when he first arrived in this universe. He got his second chance and was determined to make it count, not only for himself but for the trillions of lives Thanos ruined in his quest for the stones. Freya laughed as she granted Naruto her permission. They both understood Naruto didn't need permission, but this was more of a ceremonial gesture and a token of her belief in him. Then go forth with my favor. When you cross paths with the fool, Thanos, show him your full might. Show him the full strength of our union, Naruto. Standing up and turning around, Freya's heart pumped faster in her chest as she basked in the handsome look of determination on her chosen one's face. You have my word, Freya. Then it is already done. Offering him one last smile, Freya used her powers to send Naruto from their soulscape and back into the waking world. Freya had seen scenes like these hundreds of times throughout Naruto's life as a shinobi. However, hearing the blonde make a promise to her surpassed them all. Even after he left, Freya could feel her heart beating in her ears. The smile on her face wouldn't be removed. Placing a hand over her heart, she closed her eyes and said goodbye. Farewell for now, my soulmate. Bring your unshakable will to those who would oppose you. Show them all why there is no one like Uzumaki Naruto. There were hundreds of people throughout time that sought her affection. They included the likes of Thanos and Deadpool, but in the end, Freya turned them all away for one reason or the other. Most were willing to change for her, and fewer wanted to change her. And in brief instances, these suitors managed to catch her interest, but that spark always died out, and Freya continued with her eternal life. For the longest time, Freya believed her destiny was to be alone. That looming belief is why she spent millennia detaching herself from the world as a whole. If she didn't form connections, she couldn't be disappointed when someone inevitably showed their true colors. Things changed one day when something returned to her. A piece of herself she didn't realize was gone. When Freya reconnected with a part of herself linked to a child from another dimension, she was engrossed. She saw Naruto's life through his eyes. Together they basked in his triumphs. And together, they hurt when Naruto suffered setbacks. He never asked for power. He never searched for it, but it was drawn to his magnetic personality, as were the people in his life. That's when Freya knew she fell for the blonde savior of the shinobi world. To Freya, The seal blessed by her powers was proof of her commitment to Naruto. Kurama might be gone, but Freya was determined to stay by Naruto's side, even if he didn't feel the same depth of emotions for her as she did for him. This was unconditional love, a first for death. It was a difficult concept to describe to those who hadn't had the good fortune of experiencing it themselves. She held out hope that Naruto would return her feelings one day. However, if Naruto didn't, then that was okay too. So long as her beloved Maelstrom was happy, Freya was happy. Everything around Naruto looked like it had been subjected to a nuclear-sized explosion. The environment came across as the definition of ruin. Lines of buildings were broken in some fashion. There were trenches torn in the earth large enough to fit a yacht through. And even stretches of forest were toppled, leaving only toasted roots. The source of this wanton destruction was the same blond man with a trickle of blood dribbling down the corner of his mouth. His shirt was gone and exposed the hard-won body of an active ex-shinobi. Even his pants were ripped to leave ragged edges beneath his knees. Naruto looked exhausted with his heaving shoulders because he was exhausted. But it was a good kind of fatigue, fulfilling. That last attack drained what was left of my energy. I have to be careful if I need to use it in a real fight. The raw power of the move couldn't be questioned, but what good was it if he couldn't defend himself after? Naruto wasn't in the business of chasing after Pyrrhic victories. Naruto punctuated his comment by smearing the blood on his chin with his left thumb. He took the blood and used it to paint a Fuinjutsu sigil on the ground at his feet. When he stepped on it, Naruto found himself sitting in the empty room in his apartment. He was back in his meditation chamber. Comparing the results, he pulled his phone out of his pocket and looked at the time. He was happy with what he saw, but Naruto knew he could do better. There was something to be said about self-improvement teetering on perfectionism. 24 hours in my training dimension is 4 hours here. I should look into tinkering with the seal when I get time. I bet I can improve that ratio. Maybe knock it down to 2 hours instead of 4. Any potential plans ended when the phone went from screensaver to incoming call. Naruto looked at the foreign number for a second, then brought it to his ear. Clearing his throat, Uzumaki. Naruto speaking. Who is this? Hello, Mr. Uzumaki. My name is May Parker. I apologize for calling unannounced, but a mutual friend pointed me your way. The words coming through the speaker surprised and intrigued the blonde. Mutual friend? He had to wonder who this friend was. And what could they have possibly said about him to warrant a phone call? Yes. It was Mr. Angelo from the drive-in diner on 66th Street. The woman on the other end of the conversation was kind enough to give Naruto the information he wanted. She also eased any suspicion in the one-time special forces. Ah. Good, old Tommy. He likes to listen. Okay, so what can I do for you, Ms. Parker? Visuals of a man old enough to have gray hair came to mind. He was as close to a classic Italian as Naruto could find in the year 2023. A good man who made better food. That's not necessary. Please, call me May. I was wondering if you'd like a job, Mr. Uzumaki? Naruto, if you would? Over the phone, it was tough to pick up his slight pause. Naruto doubted she was offering him a job like his last one. People like Electra weren't necessarily frequent. Not like he could talk about being different. Can you tell me more about this offer? Of course. I manage a homeless shelter called FEAST, and we're a bit short-handed. Tommy told me a little about you, and I think you'd be a perfect fit here. I'm also willing to pay you bi-monthly. Naruto didn't have to be a master of psychology to hear the pride in the woman's voice. And she had good reason to be proud if this was the truth. Not enough people went out of their way to help their fellow person. The more Naruto thought about it, the more he liked it. May was offering him the chance to do some good. Helping people was just the thing Naruto needed in between training for the inevitable arrival of Thanos. What would you have me do at FEAST if I said yes? Naruto wanted to make sure he'd actually be helpful. He didn't want to get in the way or anything like that, as unlikely as that sounded. I can't give you a straight answer. We do whatever is needed to help the people who walk in. What we do on a Monday might be different from what happens on a Tuesday. That made a lot of sense to the young man. Seeing no reason to deny her, Naruto agreed to the job offer. I understand. I'm in. So when do you want me, May? Fantastic. Thank you so much. If it's not any trouble, can you come in for orientation tomorrow? It's no problem at all. I'll see you there. Starting on a Monday sounded like the perfect time to begin his new career as a member of the FEAST team. Right. I'll send the address and hours to your phone. Goodbye, Naruto. See ya, May. Once Naruto got the information May promised through his phone, he decided on a trip. He planned on checking the building out. Knowing where the shelter was would help him avoid any mix-ups tomorrow. It wouldn't do to make a poor first impression on his new boss. As Naruto strolled down the building-lined streets of New York, he realized something. It had been so long that he had a hard time imagining the Big Apple as the crowded metropolitan center of the past. Familiarity was a scary thing like that. But he couldn't reminisce on the current state of the world without circling around to Thanos. The looming threat of the purple giant served as both blessing and curse. It was awful knowing he was coming but not when. However, the anticipation of fighting Thanos ended up being great motivation. Naruto never worked harder in his entire life than he had these last few months. The image in his head was Thanos with his double-sided sword when Naruto turned the corner into someone. Ah! As a trained warrior, Naruto's sturdy frame absorbed the unintentional impact. He couldn't say the same for the young woman sitting on her rear. Accident or not, he felt partially guilty about what happened to her. Sorry about that. A little bit of bad luck, huh? Naruto offered the woman his hand. He noted she looked surprised for a moment before taking his offer. But it was probably just the shock of someone bowling into her on the street. We were both at fault, but I appreciate your apology. Her voice surprised Naruto. She was soft-spoken, but it didn't affect the impact of her words. It sorta reminded Naruto of an actress who could manipulate their voice. However, the whiskered one was sure it was naturally her voice. Throwing on a marginal smile to convey friendliness, he released her hand with a nod. If you're all right, I should let you go about your business, miss. Have a nice day, yeah? Naruto flipped his hips and took up his original route. This time he was stopped, not by the woman's body. No, that honor went to the urgency of her voice. Wait. Blinking, Naruto put on the brakes and turned back around. His eyebrow rode up as a confused frown parked itself on his lips. The question was on his face, but he still asked it verbally. What is it? In the long second they spent staring at each other, Naruto couldn't help but draw comparisons between her eyes and his. They were rather blue. Eventually, she shook her head with an elegant smile. No, it was nothing. You have a good day too. His stupefied blink finally made itself known and didn't stop even when the woman made her graceful exit. After that, Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Well, that was pretty weird. FEAST Center, New York. May gazed at their amassed supplies with pride and a content smile. Seeing this level of generosity warmed her heart beyond belief. I swear we're getting more boxes every day. I'm glad more people are donating. This is what I dreamed of when I took over here. Easy for you to say. I'm the one dragging all this heavy stuff around. Naruto breathed out his mock complaint between bouts of moving the heavy boxes into their allotted space. He was grateful May invested in the storage garage attached to the shelter. Oh, stop being such a big baby, Naruto. This should be nothing for a young, strong man like yourself. May's words sounded sharp, but the way she smiled during the roll of her eyes sold her out. She was amused with the lively blonde's antics. It was an overstated line, but he was a breath of fresh air. Nope. That's not gonna work. The blonde remained steadfast in his position, not allowing a little flattery to push away the annoyance of mind-numbing physical labor. Shinobi work and civilian work were worlds apart. And in his opinion, the latter really sucked at times. How about we go get some ramen? My treat. May had a firm understanding of Naruto at this point. If he had one glaring weakness, it was ramen. And she wasn't above letting Naruto indulge when it was appropriate. After all, Naruto worked hard for their shelter. He earned a good bowl of ramen occasionally. You're a saint, May. Truly a saint. As she expected, Naruto's reaction was nothing short of exuberant, fitted with a small cheer at the end. This is what happened when the blonde Uzumaki got the idea of ramen in his head. The woman in charge laughed at his abundant love for the noodles of Inari. That's what he called them. Her good mood took a turn south when Naruto brought up something more serious. How are you holding up? May understood the question even if it was vague. Lately, Naruto urged her to open up about Peter's disappearance. He correctly claimed it was better than keeping her feelings bottled up. It didn't take long for his stubbornness to wear her down. This place helps. It gives me something to focus my energy on. Peter vanishing hasn't gotten any easier to deal with, but knowing I'm doing something he'd approve of helps me get through the day. It was painfully clear that no amount of time would heal the pain in May's heart. Naruto's heart went out to her. First, she lost her husband, then her nephew in two different yet tragic events. Words couldn't heal this pain. However, the right advice could give the woman hope to keep going. And in time, Naruto hoped May would find something to help her heal. Sometimes, all we can do is put our heads down and move forward. It will get better, it always does. Whatever comment May planned on making was swallowed by the woman when the door flew open. At the same time, Naruto felt a terrible shudder sink into his bones. It was enough to make his entire body lock up for a second. Martin? What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost? Martin or Martin Lee was a fellow overseer of the FEAST shelter. He was a humble man who was proud of his Chinese background and willing to share it with those curious enough to ask. The shocked disbelief on Martin's face was the kind you couldn't fake. What? You mean you haven't heard? He rushed over to the old box television hanging in the corner and flipped it on. The screen took a moment to warm up before it told Naruto and Mei a story. Mei and Naruto watched a series of still shots cycled through the screen. The reporters spoke, but both were too focused on the chaos to hear them. However, the caption across the bottom couldn't be ignored. The Avengers' Last Stand? Oh my god. While Mei stared at the screen in abject horror, Naruto was already out of the building. He wasted no time dipping into the powers given to him by Freya. As soon as the cloak formed around him, Naruto took to the sky. He had a cross-country trip to make. Battleground, California for a man sharpened in the flames of World War II, a battleground like this was nothing new for Captain America. It was easier to stay focused on the target when he knew there weren't any civilians in the area suffering from the surprise attack on their base of operations. He'd get even with Thanos by stopping the purple brute here. Tony Stark couldn't be bothered with the building. He could have a new one made within the year. Sure, losing their time machine was slightly annoying, but the arrival of his greatest foe compensated for any loss. Now he could save everyone they lost and protect what he gained simultaneously. Thor, current ruler, in name, of New Asgard, saw something different when he glared at Thanos. Not aiming for the head sooner haunted him to this day. His pride wouldn't allow the blonde thunder god to make the same mistake twice. Thor owed the people not here that much. Lesser men thought twice about battling one of the Avengers' big three. But fighting all three of them at the same time? That was downright insane. And yet, Thanos sat there with a calm gaze leveled on the three-man unit. Not only did the Stone Hunter have an aura about him, Thanos had a swagger, an absolute confidence in himself and the mission. No one in the grouping of four spoke. The only sounds present in the tent stare down were the crackling embers and running water coming from broken pipes. This was the only way it could end. In absolute ruin. You could not live with your own failure. Where did that bring you? Back to me. There was a palpable amusement in Thanos' voice as the heroic trio approached him. Splitting his time between the rock in his fingers and the Avengers, he shared his thoughts in a way that didn't fit their somber battle sight. His eyes singled out Captain America simply because he was the one in front of him. I thought by eliminating half of life, the other half would thrive. But you've shown me that's impossible. Thanos almost sounded thankful. The longer Thanos spoke about his mission statement, the more his resolve came through. No one could talk him down. And he believed no one was capable of stopping his destiny. And as long as there are those that remember what was, there will always be those unable to accept what can be. They will resist. He wore a ghost of a smile when he turned his poignant gaze onto Tony. The Iron Man stood in silence, staring at the consequences of their time meddling in a glassy-eyed daze. But Tony wouldn't be the snarky, millionaire genius if he stayed silent for too long. Yep. We're all kinds of stubborn. Believe it or not, Thanos actually agreed with Tony. He nodded his bald head before looking off to the side at nothing. Thanos was more attentive to his thoughts than the world around him. I'm thankful. Because now, I know what I must do. Tossing the rock aside, Thanos got to his feet. The little light that did break the cloud coverage reflected off his armor as he moved. Thanos had the confident gall to turn his back on Thor, Iron Man, and Captain America like they were nothing. He also brazenly ignored how they tensed in preparation. I will shred this universe down to its last atom. And then, with the stones you have collected for me, create a new one teeming with life that knows what it has lost. Only what it has been given. A grateful universe. An array of light pinged off Thanos' durable, metal armor as the man beneath it drew his cleaver-like sword out of the ground, not unlike the myths surrounding Excalibur. And despite himself, the planet-jumping murderer couldn't help but smirk as he felt the ire rise around him. Born out of blood. The firmness laced in Steve's voice was reserved for the most dangerous foes. The type of people who had a mind so twisted they genuinely believed the righteousness of their atrocities. They'll never know it. Tony's realization wasn't new, but he felt it needed to be said nonetheless. You're insane. Obsessively so, Thanos chuckled in the face of Tony's insult. Hardly bothered, he had no issue turning the accusation back on the coalition of heroes opposing him. Oh? Are you telling me you three aren't the same? We're cut from the same cloth in this regard. One by one, he punctuated his thoughts on each man by pointing his massive blade at them. We have the soldier who can't let go of his past. The God Prince who won't stop thinking about his failures and shortcomings. Then there's the visionary who is so obsessed over the future, it almost cost him the present. He savored seeing his words seep under Thor's skin. Good, one more push, and he'd be set off. How are any of you different from me? Comparing himself to each of them was the last straw for Thor. Raw lightning coursed through the god and his weapons as he screamed at his most hated enemy. Enough with these games. The heroic threesome tried attacking from all sides. Tony even knocked Thanos' sword down with the vibranium shield, but it didn't work. Thanos swatted both Thor and Steve aside before sending Tony's energy beam toward the sky with the help of his sword. Like any good soldier, Captain America led from the front. Steve launched into a straight-up brawl with the alien giant. He threw punches and knees in equal measure, laced with a healthy diet of shield-based attacks. However, the moves that worked for literal years weren't enough to make Thanos step back. Not one step. He simply absorbed every attack and returned the damage twofold. Sprouting a claw-like receptacle from the back of his smart suit, Tony set Thanos in his sights. All right, Thor, hit me. His body jerked when the god's lightning hit his back and transferred into the power cells with an audible hum. Tony launched a spray of lasers, but Thanos turned in time to spin his blade. The fanning motion protected him from the worst of Iron Man's assault. Preoccupied with defending himself, Thanos couldn't stop Mjolnir from being slapped at him like a baseball. So he did the next best thing. He shrugged off the bursting beam. In one motion, Thanos scooped Tony up, so it was Iron Man who took the brunt of Asgard's most famed weapon straight to the heart. Tony was already unconscious when Steve managed to land a cartwheel kick to Thanos' skull. The super soldier produced enough force to snap the Infinity Tyrant's head down. However, the purple one came back with a straight right hand. Steve blocked most of the punch with his trusty shield but was still sent flying through the debris and rebar. Not letting his guard down yet, Thanos turned to Thor next. With a hurl of his sword, he endeavored to cut the displaced god down mid-charge. Thor's combat instincts were sharp despite his pudginess, which is how Thor slid under the singing blade so easily. But before he could bury Stormbreaker in Thanos' chest, the two-sided weapon returned a la a boomerang and stopped the heavy axe cold. Not letting his guard down for a second, Thanos turned to Thor next. With a hurl of his sword, he tried cutting the displaced god down mid-charge. Thor managed to slide under the singing blade, but before he could bury Stormbreaker in Thanos' chest, the double-edged weapon returned like a boomerang and stopped the heavy axe head cold. Thor managed to perform a clean disarm on his taller opponent with the help of some lightning-enhanced muscle fibers. Unfortunately, Thanos returned the favor. Then he overwhelmed the blonde god with a short punch barrage that ended when Thanos snatched Thor up by his throat. Physically dominating the mighty one like a small child, the Black Order's leader pinned the Asgardian against some rubble. Thor took two concrete heavy punches to the mush unprotected. And while he was loopy from a possible concussion, Odinson got thrown through another thick chunk of broken foundation. His body was already limp when Thanos planted a foot on his chest. Thor tried catching Thanos off guard by calling Stormbreaker to him, but Thanos intercepted the weapon mid-flight and turned it back on Thor. What came next was a test of strength as Thanos tried jamming the axe into the heart of its chubby owner. A look into Thor's eyes showed that he understood he was losing long before the biting end of Stormbreaker dug into his armor. Odin's last child was saved from the touch of death when Mjolnir flew through the air and nailed Thanos clean between his broad shoulders. It wasn't anything more than a glancing blow, but it was enough to grab the attention of both men. Thanos and Thor saw Captain America with a shield in one hand and a hammer in the other. I knew it. Thor couldn't savor years of speculation coming to fruition because he got curb-stomped into the ground for his lack of attention. This left Thanos and Captain America in a one-on-one. Thanos was still trying to make sense of the new development as he charged the captain. Steve was more than ready to answer the challenge as he spun Mjolnir by the strap at the end of its handle. When the pair finally clashed, Steve struck first with a jumping uppercut from the top of the hammer. A flash of lightning and the boom of thunder rang out as the giant of a man was finally knocked off his feet. Thanos was still trying to get up when Steve sent the shield hurling forward. The vibranium sailed past the massive man, but that's what Steve wanted. He combined the star-spangled disc with Mjolnir to create a shockwave behind Thanos' ear. The shattering impact sent the grimacing menace stumbling forward. Still dazed by the attack, Thanos was slow to react as Steve unleashed a furious assault that used his shield and Thor's hammer in perfect harmony. He wielded Mjolnir like he spent years with Mjolnir in his hands instead of minutes. Help me out here. Let's bring the lightning. Mjolnir answered the call, producing a jolt of lightning that the first Avenger drove into Thanos' chest. Crying in pain, the paralysis from the shock dropped Thanos onto his back. Again. With his teeth gritted together in stern determination, he hoisted the hammer toward the heavens. Mjolnir lit up like a beacon, so when Steve dropped the godly weapon, he also called a shining bolt down on Thanos, driving the groaning man into the ground. Gah! The celestial metals of his armor finally shrugged the lightning off, freeing Thanos. And he immediately rolled out of the way of a lightning-charged hammer strike. Before Steve could recover from his miss, Thanos took him by the neck and lifted him overhead for a 10-foot chokeslam. And while Thanos bought himself time, he couldn't make Steve release either of his weapons. Pissed off that they did this much damage to him, Thanos grabbed his weapon and crushed his damaged helmet with a snarl. He stomped toward Steve, unleashing heavy swings that ended with him stabbing the American-themed hero in the thigh with a vocal growl. The cry of pain was just as reactive as the hammer swing Steve tried landing in retaliation. But Thanos wouldn't allow it. He caught Steve's wrist and sent the hammer flying away from its new owner. With one bum leg, Steve couldn't do anything more than try and block the hacking aggression of Thanos with his Stark-produced gift. The panic really settled in when he saw the shield chip. It only got worse. Every swing stripped away more of the shield in a shower of raging sparks. Their one-sided slugfest ended with Thanos sending Steve away with a stiff kick to the ribs. Landing on his back with a gasp, the bloodied man didn't even have the energy to lift his shield arm. It was now that Thanos took the time to express his distaste for the earth and its people. In all my years of conquest, violence, and slaughter, it was never personal. Not from him towards the people being wiped out anyway. The other way around? There were most definitely personal feelings involved. But I'll tell you now. What I'm about to do to your stubborn, annoying little planet. I'm going to enjoy it. Very, very much. That's when beams of light dotted the ruined site, each one teleporting another section of Thanos' legions to the field. If they were struggling against one man, how could they handle a force of over 100,000? Steve's eyes shrunk from the pain. He showed the haunting look of a man resigned to what came next. However, that didn't stop Steve from meeting his fate head-on. Strapping the shield over his sliced forearm, he hissed from the jolt and swallowed the blood in his mouth. "Hey, Cap, you read me? Cap, it's Sam. Can you hear me? On your left." Naruto had seen more battle than anyone in his generation, including every battlefield of the last Shinobi World War. So as he gloated over the carnage of the fight below, he was more sad than shocked. He was disappointed it always came to this. He was a moment from blasting one massive spaceship out of the sky when something entered the atmosphere. Naruto looked up at the same time as the ship's cannons. A few of their blasts almost hit Naruto through the cloud covering, making him playfully gasp as he dodged. That was when a golden streak of brilliance plummeted toward the earth. It ripped through the ship like paper, ushering in all the dramatics of a fireball. Naruto felt his hair blow back from the force of the explosion as he whistled to himself. Whoever that is sure knows how to make an entrance. I can't let them outdo me. Can I? Naruto's excited grin was highlighted by the telltale signs of sage mode forming around his eyes. Meanwhile, his hands held a pair of Rasengan, each the same size as a head from the Hokage mountain. The orb in his right hand glowed white while the other turned a blistering red. Wind and fire, the best combo for maximum damage. Ready or not, Thanos. Here I come. Rasen Hageki. Spiraling bombardment, all anyone heard was a roar of white noise before the world went up in a flash of light. On the Avengers' side of the field, Tony tried looking through his fingers at the blinding light. He was far from successful, hence trying to ask for more information. Who the hell is this? Friend or foe? Steve took the chance to steal a much-needed breath. All we can do is wait and see. The heat on his face made the youthful-looking man scrunch his face up, causing more of his blood to run down his face. Thor's long hair just stopped flapping in the breeze as he tightened his grip around the long hilt of Stormbreaker. I don't like this. What's going on here? Black Panther spoke for the entire group that joined the original three. It included himself, Scarlet Witch, Spider-Man, and Captain Marvel. Apparently, no one knows. Tony couldn't say anything more, not with Peter cutting him off and pointing at the lowering dome of orangish white light. Look. It's clearing up. None of them counted on seeing a kid stuck in the center of the newly made crater. The blonde's eyes were glued to the equally shocked forces of Thanos as he remained stuck in his superhero landing pose. There wasn't a soul on the battlefield that knew who Naruto was except for one man. And that soldier couldn't stop the surprise from escaping his exhausted body. Naruto? You know the kid, Cap? Carol Danvers was the most worldly of the assembled Avengers. Her time traveling through space showed her things her comrades could never imagine. What impressed the people of Earth weren't things that impressed her. However, the mysterious blonde who clearly packed a punch intrigued her. Although Carol felt calling Naruto a kid was a great disservice. He can do that? Don't you think we could have used his help? Forget who the kid was, Tony could get that answer later. He just wanted to know where Naruto was during this whole clusterfuck. I met him once in New York. And he didn't show anything like that, Tony. Answering both questions in one sentence, Steve didn't forget to defend himself from the accusation thrown at him by his inventor friend. Is he dangerous? Falcon literally dropped in with his own questions. Sam thought some suspicion was natural in his line of work. And right now, Naruto was generating more than some paranoia in the black superhero. Thor's blue eyes hardened over with the mettle of a warrior. At the moment, Naruto looked focused on Thanos, but the son of Odin refused to be caught off guard if things weren't as they appeared. I think it's clear he is dangerous. The question is, what's he doing here? Naruto's base shinobi senses were more than enough to pick up their conversation, even from this distance. So, he thought little of looking over to Captain America with a smirk and salute. Hey there. I hope you don't mind, but I invited myself to your little party. Hold on a second. Raising one finger, Naruto turned and caught a lunging Chidori warhound by the face with one hand. He tossed it up, grabbed it by the ankle, and batted away another warhound before burying the first head down in the desecrated earth. There was a calculating look in Black Panther's eyes as he watched Naruto dispatch the enemies swarming him without breaking a sweat. He's strong, unnaturally so. What's going on? Naruto surprised them all when he appeared in the heart of their little group with his elbow perched on Spider-Man's shoulder. The carefree avatar of death ignored the multitude of attacks and weapons being aimed at him. Instead, he stared at Peter with a smirk. How's it going, Peter? Come on, man. Don't blow my secret ident. When the words finally clicked in Peter's head, it left the young Parker with an inquiry of his own. Wait. How do you know my name? That's easy. I work for May, Naruto declared with a cheery smile, still foregoing the chaos around him. Better yet, he was dragging Peter into his madness, unintentionally causing the young man to drop his guard too. You know Aunt May? Peter's next question would have been about May's well-being if not for Tony, who couldn't take any more of the insanity in front of him. Wait. Hold on a second. Wonder Blonde, the newcomer to the fight, turned the tables on Tony. Not only did Naruto cut off the world-famous Iron Man, Naruto did it while pointing cheekily at Carol. You talking about me? Or her? I like him already. Thoroughly amused by Naruto's approach, Captain Marvel essentially gave Naruto her stamp of approval with one statement. She could feel it in her gut. This new guy was a bit of a renegade, just like her. The younger blonde came right back with a face-splitting grin. Naruto's eyes twinkled with joy because he could feel Tony getting super annoyed by the constant sidetracking. Same here. Kick-ass entrance, by the way. I thought I saw someone on my way down. Crossing her arms over her suit, the short-haired woman looked at the clouds with a pensive stare. Hey. Can we focus on the important shit here? Who are you, and what are you doing here? His patience came to its end, and in doing so, Tony uttered a word that would have gotten him chewed out if Morgan were here. I believe he's here for me. The unmistakable sound of the Mad Titan's deep voice reminded everyone why they were gathered in the first place. Not that Naruto ever let Thanos out of his sensory range, mind you. I can't put my finger on it, but you have a familiar feeling to you. It doesn't matter, my purpose is done. The group of heroes tensed as Thanos lifted the gauntlet commissioned by the future him. His vicious smile wasn't a good sign for anyone. A brave few tried rushing the big man even though they would never reach him in time. I am inevitable. Then Thanos did it again. He froze the entire planet with a snap of his fingers. However, it became clear something was wrong. Confused and agitated by the lack of anything, Thanos flipped the gauntlet over and found the gem holding slots to be empty. What is the meaning of this? Are you looking for these by any chance? Tony felt he earned the right to puff his chest. At least a tiny bit. It's why Tony boldly showed his nanotechnology glove fitted with the same infinity stones Thanos thought were his. But he didn't forget to show appreciation where it was due, namely Naruto. Thanks for the distraction, kid. Inevitable, eh? I can do one better. I am Iron Man. Tony's heart was beating a million ticks a second, but he portrayed nothing but confidence as he lifted the gem-encrusted hand. Now it was Tony's turn to snap his fingers, ignoring the cries from his friends to stop. His snap didn't work either. The befuddled Stark triple-checked the stones before trying again and again. Each time he waited less time in between snaps of his fingers. What the hell is wrong with these things? Come on, you stupid rocks. Sorry to throw a wrench in all of your plans. I'll have to stop you there. When Naruto snapped his fingers, he did it for dramatic effect. He could have released the illusion on the area however he wanted, but this way felt poetic. What was revealed was Naruto holding the real gauntlet. Kid. Give me that right now. Tony enjoyed having fun as much as the next guy. But even he knew this was no time for games. He was so focused on the rocks he didn't even care how Naruto tricked them. The sunshine-haired sage brushed Tony off in favor of looking down at the glowing set of 6 stones. I always wondered what it was about these rocks that drove people up the wall. But holding them in my hand, I can see the allure. He plucked the red gem out of the metal hand. In doing so, Naruto caused several nervous shuffles as he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The amount of power pumping through his veins would have been addictive to someone with less self-control. Naruto? What are you thinking? The whisper-like sound of Steve's voice was all the indication one needed to understand his uneasiness. Give me the stones, and I'll spare you in my new universe. This is your only chance. Thanos was far less gentle when he made his demands. But to offer Naruto sanctuary showed how desperate he was becoming. Or it might have, had Naruto actually believed anything the alien said. Ultimately, Naruto decided to ignore them both. He spoke, but not the words his fellow warriors wanted to hear. But what I can't understand is why everyone is stuck on the idea of snapping their problems away. This one gem is capable of so much more. Reality itself. A child like you doesn't have the power to wield the reality stone. Thanos barked back at Naruto. Like his enemy and Tony, the son of Titan was losing what little patience he had with this whole debacle. No, not alone, I don't. Something in the air changed after Naruto admitted his human shortcomings. That shift became more tangible as a pillar of white light shot from Naruto to the heavens. Some of the Chidori tried firing on the tunnel of energy, but not even their strongest blasters put a dent in it. After the initial surge of power from his transformation ended, Naruto stood tall in his strongest form with a pair of entirely white eyes. What Naruto wore before was replaced by something completely different. A long overcoat constructed of pale cosmic power fluttered behind Naruto on a non-existent wind. Open down the front, his bare chest was seen bearing a number of archaic tattoos, none more familiar than the Reaper death seal that glowed raven on his gut. A gift from death, a recreation from his past life, there were 9 black spheres bobbing in circular orbit around Naruto. Every last one had a swirling white core akin to the Uzumaki clan emblem Naruto wore on the inside of his shirts. Right over his heart. He dubbed these orbs all-killing spheres, Tomogoroshi Dama. Naruto's new form was so powerful that it overrode Earth's gravity in the area around him. The sudden heaviness in the air caused everyone, even the physically strong ones like Thanos and Captain Marvel, to kneel before Naruto. He paid them no mind as he only had eyes for ether and its brilliant, crimson glow. It's a good thing I am not alone then, Mad Titan. The potent source of chaotic energy inside of Wanda was going haywire. It protected her from most of Naruto's presence, but she couldn't find it in herself to move a muscle. What is this power? Perhaps the only one capable of understanding who Naruto communed with to have such power, Thanos shoved his longing so far down it became petty bitterness. Now he knew why the boy felt familiar. It was her. Another hopeless soul chasing death? You're wasting your time, child. Death cares not for you and your trials. Wrong, old man. Death chose me. Naruto carried his smirk with pride as he watched Thanos' eyes twist in outrage. The deviant Titan might have held his tongue, but the pure, emotional angst was there if one knew where to look. With how much time Naruto spent studying Thanos, he had a fair grasp on the massive man's operating procedure. Not unlike Shinobi, he inflicted mental warfare on his foes. Most times, Thanos won his fights long before the actual combat. People across the universe were so deathly afraid of Thanos that saying his name was a curse. He had his enemies making mistakes that he and his massive army punished swiftly. But unlike other planets, unlike the Avengers, Naruto wasn't afraid of Thanos. Thanos wasn't in his head. Actually, Naruto was 100% sure he was in Thanos' head. Naruto placed the reality warping rock against his seal. In a flash of light, ether sunk into his body, making his white cloak pulse an angry red. When the assimilation completed, a fluid pattern of ruby coloring circulated through Naruto's white cloak. It almost looked sentient. Ether. You have been awakened. Naruto and his carefree laugh made friend and foe alike nervous. Some of them wondered if he lost it after interacting with the Infinity Stone. You clean up here, Avengers. I will deal with the past. Naruto stomped his foot, creating a red portal under Thanos. Before the lumbering man could move, he was sucked into the trap hole to the horror of Maw and Proxima, the only 2 Dark Order members able to fight. Naruto stepped through his own tier in reality without looking back. Naruto's reality Thanos was dumped into a place he'd never seen. It was foreign because he was in Konohagakure no Sato, Uzumaki Naruto's childhood home. Out of breath from jumping realities, he needed a moment to find his feet. During this time, the madman from Titan surveyed his surroundings for the one responsible for teleporting him. All he found was the village's varied pieces of architecture. It didn't take long for Thanos' eyes to wander toward the massive mountain where Naruto sat on the rock image of his father. What does it profit a man to gain the world and lose his soul? The sky screamed around Naruto, generating winds north of hurricane force. And they were made because Naruto merely floated down to greet his guest. It's a question I can't shake ever since I heard of your genocidal mission, Thanos. What did you gain? Power? Glory? The prize of satisfaction? It was. Is my destiny. There was this itch in the back of Thanos' brain. He knew it well, the same creeping madness that plagued him as an unwanted child on Titan. To taste it again was terrifying and addictive. What makes your destiny worth the lives of trillions? What of their own destinies? For Naruto, it always came down to freedom of choice being stolen. Free will was humanity's greatest treasure, and attempting to change that would never sit well with Naruto. Whether Thanos or Kaguya, the blonde wouldn't suffer this kind of scum. Worms, insignificant worms. They should be thankful to be sacrificed in the name of my universe. Thanos' blood ran hot in the veins while he spewed vitriolic thoughts. Some more recent than the hate-twisted mementos of his dark past. Naruto took another step forward, putting even more pressure on the monstrous man on the verge of a mental breakdown. And that meant applying pressure, both physical and emotional. You didn't have the right to make that call. The ones with power always make the call. I am the power. Naruto watched with an apathetic eye as spittle flew from Thanos' mouth. Even the Titan's veins were bulging under his primal aggression. No, you had the stones. The stones had power. Without them you are nothing but a madman haunted by things you could never have. It's almost sad. Did Naruto have to lay it on so thick? Absolutely not. But Nico's training all but demanded he used Thanos' mental imbalances to his advantage. Shut up. Shut up before I kill you. Naruto replaced Thanos with memories of a young Gaara, only Thanos didn't have sweet sand powers that nearly turned his limbs into a paste on several occasions. Good old Gaara, Naruto missed him. Where was he? Oh, that's right. He had a few more buttons he needed to push. It always comes back to killing with you, doesn't it? Always doing your best to chase after death. There, that should do it. I said silence. I won't listen to one of death's bitches. Fight me. Fight me. Fight me. Crass language aside, the frothing beast of a man played right into Naruto's hands. He successfully dragged Thanos back to the man who'd attack with the savageness of his tormented soul. Not the figurehead of fear. Fine. With the assistance of the Reality Stone, Naruto formed a new sword for Thanos. The only difference between the two was the red taint in the metal from being forged by an Infinity Stone. Thanos immediately lunged after Naruto. He threw slashes so fast the air around him split in half, but Naruto dodged them all with ease. When Thanos went for an overhead, he finally thought he had Naruto. Until the sword came down on Naruto's head and broke in half. His shock turned into a hot fury as Thanos flipped to the unbroken half and stabbed at Naruto's heart. Again, his blade failed him as the sword turned into molten slag when pitted against the cosmic shroud wrapped around Naruto. Thanos cast aside his broken weapon with a look of disgust. Putting his trust in his own hands, he hammered Naruto with a constant flow of fists. The blows that weren't dodged were shrugged off by Naruto. Eventually, he got tired of letting Thanos engage him. Naruto struck back with a punch that doubled Thanos over. Then an uppercut sent Thanos into the air, where Naruto flashed behind him and drove the Titan down with his version of the emote Renge. Naruto waited for his foe to get back up with arms crossed tightly and his cloak fluttering in the wind. With the time graciously granted to him, Thanos managed to pull himself out of the pit. Where the blood flowing from a wound in his mouth became clear. Why am I so weak? I was stronger than this. I am stronger than this. Maybe once, but the Mad Titan is nothing more than stones and fear. Here you have no infinity stones. Here there is no fear. In my reality, my universe, you are nothing. No, I am something. I won't disappear like no one. I'm the son of Allars. Thanos, the strongest Titan ever to exist. Clutching at the sides of his skull, a visibly shaking Thanos appeared to be yelling at himself, not Naruto. Tapping into a meager portion of the Reality Stone's power, Naruto created a perfect replica of someone familiar to Thanos. Her thick, black hair sat on a flawless, peach complexion. She didn't say anything, but her posture exuded the authority of a queen. What about this woman? Aren't you the son of a mother and a father? Thanos, son of Suai pushed to it by Naruto, Thanos harnessed the power of his eternal blood. The raw cosmic power wafting off his fist shattered Naruto's illusion and sent the blonde blasting backward into a building that collapsed on top of him. The rubble shifted about until Naruto emerged from it, cloak still formed. There was a bruise on his jaw, but it healed in less than a second. Only a heartless monster would attack his mother so callously. Despicable. That bitch had it. Naruto shut him up the only way he knew how, by driving his knuckles into the frothing fighter's face. Thanos' heavy body tumbled head over heels until Naruto dropped a heel in his gut. Thanos grunted before mule kicking Naruto in the chest, throwing the cosmic cloak sage into the sky above Konoha. Ha! That's more like it. I want the man who made people fear him, crazy or not. I don't have time for the coward who relied on an army of minions and the combined might of the Infinity Stones. While Naruto relished the chance to fight the true Thanos, Ether wasn't nearly as happy. It made its feelings known by pulsing inside the blonde seal. Less words and more feelings, Naruto got a gist of what the Reality Stone said and responded in kind. Though, it did feel a little weird talking to a space rock. Don't give me that. You're incredibly powerful, but the power isn't mine or Thanos by right. It's why I haven't really used your strength yet. Be patient. Naruto changed one of his all-killing spheres into the shape of a spike that he drove down in an attempt to impale Thanos. His reflexes were sharp enough to avoid certain doom, but not even the Eternal could react in time to the water dragon surging at his face point blank. Before Thanos could blink, the beast sunk its hydrofangs into him and took the Titan off his feet. With its jaws wrapped around the purple Mad One, Naruto's elemental Leviathan smashed Thanos through entire blocks of Konoha's trading quarter. When it became evident punching the beast wouldn't work, the insane warlord turned his focus on Naruto. The discharge of power that fired from the shiny spot on Thanos' forehead caught Naruto unprepared. The cloak saved Naruto from having a hole blown in his chest, but the detonation still nearly grounded him. I heard rumors Thanos had implants, but I always thought they were just that. Rumors. The Uzumaki materialized in front of Thanos mid-freefall, using a Shunshine to do the deed. Doten, Cho Keijigen no Jutsu. Earth release, super weighted boulder jutsu. Naruto's hands on his body made Thanos grab for the head. However, he found himself barely able to move a finger, and that alone took so much effort it felt like his eye would burst from the exertion he spent trying. Abusing the giant's lack of mobility to land an axe-handle strike, Naruto sent Thanos plummeting into the forests outside Konoha with a dirt geyser on landing. Naruto flew down to join him until an uprooted tree was flung at him. One of the Uzumaki's black and white spheres twisted into a protective plate. When it moved to protect Naruto, not only did it block the tree, it erased the piece of fake nature from the face of reality. Naruto's pupilless eyes snapped to the left, where another beam came screeching in. But another faithful shield stopped the attack in its tracks. His stubbornness paid off for Thanos as he caught Naruto in a firestorm of lasers that forced Naruto to block every direction with his Tomogoroshi Dama. With the pinging noise of the blocked blasts in his ears, Naruto tried finding Thanos in the forest. It wasn't going well, which annoyed Naruto to the point of action. Fine, if you want to play hide and seek, I'll smoke you out. Sheikuten, Goka Mekiaku. Scorch release, Majestic Flame Destroyer. The buildup of chakra required to pull off the move caused the former shinobi's chest to swell. When Naruto released it, he breathed out a sea of white fire. As soon as the tidal wave of flame hit the forest, it torched the whole thing, creating a massive wildfire any pyro would be proud of. It wasn't enough to stop Thanos, who raged forward and tackled Naruto in the stone likeliness of the Sandaime despite the charred chunks of flesh lacing him with agony. Thanos was certain Naruto wouldn't be able to stop him from bashing his brain out against this rock. Thanos was so focused, so bloodthirsty that he failed to see the dark sword coming down on his right hand until the pain of having his forearm severed hit him. Naruto's plans for Thanos weren't finished there. He called upon the might of his first original technique. As soon as the ball of compacted chakra hit Thanos in the chest, the battle-blinded warrior got taken away with a pained scream. Cho Mini Rasen Shuriken. The kinetic energy locked away in that little shuriken was enough to carry Thanos back to the center of the village before it lost form and exploded violently. Flying against the headwinds buffering him, Naruto waited patiently for the hissing wind dome to subside. Naruto found what was left of Thanos waiting for him. It wasn't a pretty sight. The once luxurious armor he wore was reduced to scrap that would fall to the ground if Thanos so much as fidgeted. His distinctive purple flesh was littered with bleeding lacerations and charred chunks of decaying skin. The litany of wounds were trying to heal themselves, but the damage inflicted was so extensive that even Thanos' eternal physiology was struggling to keep up. He really did look like shit. Letting his guard down was a mistake. The mentally unbalanced space tyrant proved his act was just that when he sprang at Naruto like a viper. Freya's beloved tried stumbling back, but he couldn't get out of Thanos' reach in time. Thanos only needed one arm to keep Naruto at bay. That left his other hand free to gather deviant energy. He didn't stop until he held enough unnaturally purple power to eclipse the Hokage mountain. A pair of sadistic eyes shone as Thanos slammed his attack into Naruto's chest with a throaty growl. For a time, the landscape of Konoha was given a break from the explosions and destruction. Naruto emerged from the attack with his left arm limp at his side. Plus, his wrist was twisted in the wrong direction, uncomfortably so. While that patched itself up, he stared at the ruined recreation of his childhood home. It looked identical to Konoha when Nagato attacked. A smoking crater devoid of life. It's not real. You're okay. He tried everything from grinding his teeth to squeezing his fists, but none of those little tricks doused the building fury. Naruto tasted a feast of anger in his gut, and this time it wasn't ether. This rage was all him, born from a mental trigger that Thanos unknowingly unleashed. No more restraint. No more holding back. He dies. Now. Naruto finally called on the Reality Stone, manifesting it in the form of red chains. All four emerged from Naruto's spine and wavered menacingly over the cloaked fighter's head. The ether chains followed his unspoken command and stretched out for hundreds of miles until they sunk into Thanos with 4 thuds Naruto felt through the vibrations in his chains. As soon as they were taut, he reeled in his prey. Dragged kicking and screaming to a fully repaired Naruto, Thanos had no choice but to kneel before Naruto. You're so hungry for power, then have a taste. Naruto pumped Thanos with so much of the ether's essence that the giant's veins glowed red against his purple skin. However, that was nothing compared to ether's warping touch disabling every implant and boon of the Titan's genealogy. When Thanos finally started screaming, Naruto made sure to double the amount of ether flowing into the captured criminal's body. Right now, ether is removing everything that makes you special, Thanos of Titan. When it's done, you'll be no one. But I will give you one last reward. An attack no one has seen before. The bottomless pits of white that Naruto called eyes shone like exploding stars. And his white cloak bubbled like an angry cauldron about to overflow as Naruto kept drawing on the power given to him by Freya. Naruto's breathing sped up, but it couldn't be detected over the sound of shattering glass. But this wasn't glass, it was the sound of reality splintering under the exponential presence of death's chosen sage. I only tried this once. That was when I was calm and in control. Right now, because of you, I lapsed into a memory I abhor. And I'm downright pissed. So for better or worse, I'm gonna put every inch of my power into erasing you from the face of reality. Enjoy these final seconds, they are your last. All 9 of Naruto's orbs shrunk down to the size of marbles before they melded into a singular, palm-sized sphere. Its white nucleus sat trapped in a smooth black exterior until the circular manifestation began bulging at random intervals. It looked like something trying to punch free from the orb, but it was just power not meant to be controlled, doing its best to escape. Cupping the unstable concoction with both hands, Naruto watched the cluster of cosmic energy float into the sky above them. Uchu no Shihai Jutsu, Sutari no Shuen. Cosmic Sage Secret Art, Starry Demise, behind the clouds, where it tucked itself away, the core of his attack expanded nigh endlessly until it resembled the sun in size. The sheer scope actually brought fear to a helpless Thanos' eyes. And when it could no longer sustain itself, the generated star imploded on itself. Everywhere one looked, shooting stars were crashing down, unleashing a rain of meteors that contained a nuclear weapon's worth of pure cosmic power in each fragmented chunk. And although none of the falling bombs had struck them yet, Thanos' desperation increased as the intensity of explosions ramped up. In fact, one of those falling stars was heading toward him and Naruto. One wore a smile at the impending starfall while the other was doing anything he could to get away from his imminent demise. The end result of Naruto's newest invention was nothing short of total destruction. Thanos, the Reality Stone, even the reality Naruto created, none of them survived the celestial onslaught unleashed by the Avatar of Death. Freya couldn't be more proud of the young man lying unconscious with his head resting on her thighs. Gently massaging Naruto's scalp with her fingers, the raven-haired beauty basked in the chance to spend a quiet moment with her beloved one. Once more, you have kept your promise to me, darling. Freya paused, and the soft chime of her giggling filled the soundless void housing the unlikely pair. Despite this being your first real test in that form, I know you will be displeased that it rendered you unconscious. The caramel-skinned representation of death could already see the thousands upon thousands of hours Naruto would invest over the coming months to make sure it didn't happen again. It left her shaking her head, but the smile couldn't be more genuine. You defeated a foe lesser men do their best to avoid, and you'll be ticked off that you didn't do it better. However, I suppose that's one of the things that drew me to you in the first place, Naruto. As she reflected, Freya brought out a new reality stone, one she took from an already doomed timeline. She closed Naruto's hands around the rock because he'd need it for what came next. There is one thing left in your path before you can rest, my chosen one. Allow me to lend you one last helping hand until we meet again. Freya slowly leaned over Naruto until she could press her black painted lips against his forehead. She held the gesture of affection for a minute, flooding Naruto with more than enough energy to awaken him from his slumber. Go, and end this once and for all. Naruto's conscious thought returned simultaneously to his eyes flying open. He did well to hide most of his shock, but he couldn't stop himself from whipping his head around. This was a typical shinobi response to waking up from an unplanned nap. He wasn't too surprised to find himself back on the original battlefield. That was expected, all things considered. He'd have to. Wait, were those wings? The sage actually stopped mid-movement and double-checked to see that he indeed had a pair of wings behind him. They were almost identical to the artistic representations he'd seen depicting angels. Only his wings weren't made of thick, white feathers but rather translucent energy tinted ever so slightly with the same pale coloring of his cloak. Why did he think Freya had something to do with that? I can already fly, so is it just aesthetic? Or can they do something I don't know about yet? Naruto, said person put those thoughts on a shelf and floated down to Steve, who quickly ran down what occurred in Naruto's absence. Is it just me, or does he look like an angel? But angels and death don't really mix. What started with Peter rubbing the sweat from his forehead turned into him admiring the majesty of Naruto's form. Some cultures actually place a heavy emphasis on an angel of death, Peter Parker. Like his younger compatriot, T'Challa was starting to wear down from constant fighting. So he was willing to try anything to take his mind off the fatigue, like giving a small piece of cultural wisdom to the high school superhero. So you're telling me the bad guys have limitless troops? Naruto grunted with a hidden scowl. Great, it sounded like the Edo Tensei all over again. At least they were chakra-powered zombies. That's what Tony thinks, and it sure feels like it. This wasn't Steve's forte, but even he could tell that the evidence pointed toward Tony's theory being proven correct. And you guys want to use the stones to make them all vanish. A reasonable response but dangerous for even the strongest of superheroes. It's the only feasible way out of this. It was clear to Naruto that Steve didn't like what using the Infinity Stones entailed. Not that he blamed the World War II veteran. But you don't know who will do the honors? Tony offered, but Pepper shut it down. She's not letting him anywhere near the fight since he took the hit. Captain America's eyes were instinctively pulled toward where Tony was sitting. A spot guarded not only by Pepper and Rhodey but a whole collection of suits that Pepper summoned from New York. What happened? Naruto followed the experienced soldier's gaze to the man in question. Something was clearly wrong, but what? He had a nasty hit on the spine by one of Thanos' generals. He can't feel his legs anymore. Upon hearing the nitty-gritty, Naruto couldn't help but grimace at the idea of being paralyzed from the waist down. Thor and Hulk are going back and forth about who is more capable, but neither is in the physical condition to pull it off. Hell, your best chance is her. The whiskered ninja jerked his thumb over his shoulder at Carol. Captain Marvel had taken to the air and blasting anything that tried getting near her in the gauntlet, had I not been here. Leaving Steve behind, Naruto flew to Carol. She had a hand ready to blast him but stopped when she recognized his face. You're back. Where's Big Purple? Gone, every last atom. Naruto was fine admitting that the statement came with the tiniest of smiles. Maybe it was Freya's feelings, or they could have been his. With Thanos, it was tough to tell. They both despised the former Titan that much. Carol was glad to hear some good news. Taking a moment to admire the vibe of the godly-looking fighter, she made an offer that was just a little out of place for an active combat site. Hey, you want to spar sometime? Go a few rounds. Naruto tossed his head back and laughed. Gods, he needed a good laugh right now. Still giggling to himself, let's make plans, Marvel. But before that, I'm going to need the shiny hand. I know that you know, but be careful with that. Naruto acknowledged her point with a brisk nod. The exchange was smooth, and incorporating the stones into his form was even easier. Each infinity item appeared in a line around Naruto's collar, all six glowing with the brilliance of an otherworldly diamond. Naruto felt all eyes on him as he rose into the cloudy sky over California. He filled his lungs with a calming breath, vaguely aware of the guns aimed at him. No doubt they wanted the stones back. Here goes nothing. Naruto sent the infinity stones shooting from his cloak with an emphatic snap of his fingers. The six gem-like items hovered around Naruto's motionless, emitting an ethereal glow that slowly expanded into a sphere. When all six colored circles touched, the electricity in the air stopped. That was the last thing Naruto saw before everything went black. When Naruto returned to the waking world, he was flat on his back with his cloak gone. That left him bare-chested, but he had bigger problems. Like the feeling of every molecule in his body being set on fire. Fuck, that hurt. Straining himself to check his body, Naruto was relieved to see nothing was crippled or burned beyond repair. Now that he thought about it, it was kinda quiet, unnaturally so. Several people ran over to check on him. Some of them Naruto recognized, and others he didn't. He picked Steve's face as the one to focus on. That's when Naruto stumbled on a realization that made him grunt. I can't hear you. Naruto saw the alarm spread. Don't freak out, it will pass. Now, if you don't mind, I'm gonna close my eyes for a bit. Naruto was confident that people were yelling for him to do the opposite, but the message he read off Steve's lips told Naruto enough. We won. Naruto understood that the defeat of Thanos was but a step in the process. Inevitably, the media of this world would come calling for answers. It's why Naruto stood with some Avengers backstage, waiting for the press conference to be finalized. During this time, the Avatar regaled his temporary comrades with details from his battle with Thanos. Naruto spared as few details as possible, aware they wanted the whole story and not tidbits. But there was information Naruto kept close to his chest, like his reason for fighting. And the connection he shared with Freya. Otherwise, he was an open book to the people listening to his words. Peter seemed particularly enthralled with Naruto's flavor of flair, which Naruto chuckled over internally. Carol and T'Challa were more reserved in showing their emotions, but their tells were there. That's how it all ended, with myself and Thanos standing beneath a cosmic shower of energy meteors. Truth be told, it wasn't that bad of a view. Naruto was impressed with the group's patience and how they listened for 30 minutes straight without interrupting him. He counted on some interjections, but none? Never in his wildest dreams. While his gulp of water went down his throat, Naruto allowed himself a moment to breathe. Once he did that, he concentrated on the contemplative trio considering the information he shared with them. Naruto only had one thought he needed to confirm. So? What do you guys think? I'm pretty scary, right? It wouldn't have been the first time his powers gave other people a reason to fear him. Despite the connotation behind his response, Naruto appreciated Peter's honesty when the teen nodded his head, albeit slowly. Naruto panned his oceanic eyes to Carol and T'Challa. Both of whom appeared to be battling with their own thoughts. Carol was the first to reach forward with her hand outstretched. I think you're dangerous, but who said that has to be a bad thing? I didn't say it back there. Thanks for the assist, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto reciprocated the gesture, gladly shaking the fierce woman's hand. Their eyes locked, yet nothing else needed to be said as they exchanged their respects. When Wakanda's king stepped toward Naruto, it was with his face set into the smallest of smiles. It is clear you are formidable. I can respect a warrior willing to do what is necessary. This isn't a path everyone can adhere to when the time comes. Like Carol before him, T'Challa shared his own handshake with Naruto. That does not mean I don't wish to test your skills myself. Now, hold on a minute. I don't give a rat's ass if you're a king, T'Challa. I called dibs on fighting him first. Carol crossed her arms in a huff. She even glared at the warrior king. The only thing she didn't do was stomp her foot in irritation. Carol's display was so unexpectedly honest that Naruto couldn't help but laugh. Soon Carol joined him while Peter looked confused, and T'Challa smirked silently. It was this jovial atmosphere Steve stumbled upon. He came with questions but was pleased to see people enjoying themselves once more. In the Shieldman's humble opinion, Earth had enough sadness these last years. I'm glad to see everyone is in high spirits. Hey, Cap. Fancy meeting you here. Naruto registered the first Avengers comment with a blink. He shrugged, and his charismatic grin came back full force. May. Being down in the dumps really isn't my style, Steve chuckled at his fellow fighter's carefree retort. There could never be enough strong and kind people in the universe, Naruto was just that. I already told you to call me Steve. Didn't I? Sorry about dragging you into this media circus. Naruto waved off the man's apology before stuffing his hands into his pockets lest he fidget with his idle hands. You don't need to apologize. I always knew this would happen after I got my hands on Thanos. Naruto would have been a fool to think he'd slink into the background after killing the infamous interplanetary criminal. You should put some more stock into this, Junior. Tony went to lightly slap Naruto on the shoulder, but Naruto avoided it like he had eyes in the back of his head. It left the wheelchair-sat billionaire staring at his hand. Huh. Good reflexes. But seriously, take it from me. Things will change when people know who you are. As the first superhero, Tony had first-hand experience with the subject matter. The blonde who killed Thanos in combat shook his head, the easiest way to refute the suggestion. He could appreciate the sentiment, but simultaneously, Naruto didn't plan on letting the opinions of another change how he lived his life. If someone wants to find me, they'll figure it out. Having a fancy name won't stop that, Stark. Whatever, Junior. It's your call. Tony purposefully wheeled himself in front of the group, allowing him to see everyone. Okay. Since I am the lead guitarist, I'll do the talking. Hopefully, we'll all get through this shitstorm without crap in our mouths. Cool? First thing I'm doing? Is inventing a better wheelchair, one that will respond to my thoughts. I have to get rid of the constant physical effort. It's exhausting. Those were the thoughts of the former Iron Man as he made his exit. Man, what a pep talk. Naruto drawled out lazily, less than impressed with the Iron Avenger's behavior. He wasn't sure what about Tony hadn't clicked with him. Naruto knew he didn't dislike the man, per se. But their personalities. They clashed. Maybe that's why he didn't fully trust the man? Seeing Naruto's look of doubt, Peter felt it necessary to speak on behalf of his mentor. Sure, Mr. Stark had rough edges, but once people got to know him, to know how much good he did. And not just for Peter's family but for families across the world. Don't take it personally, Naruto. Mr. Stark, Tony likes to be in control, which is fine. The thing is, no one controls what I do but me. Sometimes I am right, and other times I am not, but I do the best with what I have. Naruto saved Peter his breath. He let everyone know that he didn't blame Tony for his attitude. In fact, the blonde accepted who Tony was. Even if he disagreed with the man's nature. The intensity in T'Challa's dark gaze turned into something else. There was a gleam of respect that wasn't often given by the noble defender of Wakanda. I remember my father saying something similar to me when I was a boy. Naruto sheepishly rubbed at the back of his head, ignoring the amused grin from Carol in his peripheral vision. You are kind to say such, T'Challa. But I'd say I am more of a miscreant than a monarch. Still, I appreciate the sentiment. Parker, I'd get out of here. Find Sam and Bucky, unless you plan on standing with the rest of us on the stage. Steve was firm yet fair with his fellow New Yorker. He wanted to ensure the youngest present understood the gravity of their position. It was a cliché, but this wasn't a game. The whiskered avatar of Freya watched the young queen's native scamper off with a faint smile. Where's the rest of your group? They all head home? Steve, in his suited glory, shook his head negatively. The Avengers were most certainly still around. Not yet. They're scattered around the building waiting for the conference to start. We all agreed to be here just in case. Then we shouldn't keep them waiting any longer. The group of extraordinary individuals stepped through the curtain, following after Tony. He granted them a glance over his glasses before shifting to the reporters, who grew louder by the second. Now or never, Tony turned the live microphone on and cleared his throat to let them all know he was ready to speak. Many of you know who I am, whether that is Tony Stark or Iron Man. Since I came out as Iron Man, life has taken off in ways I could have never imagined 10 years ago. Sometimes I get it right, but sometimes I don't. But that has never stopped me from trying to make our planet a better place for everyone. But that's what life is about, learning from your mistakes. One would never guess it from looking at him. However, Tony was incredibly uncomfortable at the moment. He thought being in a wheelchair wouldn't be a big deal. But it was for the ego-driven man. It was a huge deal. Though it wasn't naturally occurring, the man known to many as Mr. Stark forced a smile to his stress-aged face. That is why myself and the rest of the Avengers did something certifiably insane. We went back and gathered the Infinity Stones. We did it to bring back everyone Thanos killed. You're welcome, by the way. His proclamation unleashed a whole new surge of chatter from the media masses. Unfortunately, when you mess with time, it bites back. That's why Thanos came back. To stop us. Are you saying that you went back in time? Tony couldn't help it. The way the newsman questioned him, the disbelief forced the genius to roll his eyes. Tony would admit it, he was mildly offended by the doubt. Are you saying you are surprised I could make a time machine? I'm Tony freaking Stark. Besides, the machine was destroyed by Thanos' mothership. Sorry boys and gals, no DeLorean for you. What changed, Mr. Stark? Why did things go smoothly this time, when last time Thanos beat the Avengers? The team members across the venue frowned at the reminder of their greatest failure. First, it wasn't smooth, not at all. We lost good men and women out there. People who didn't have to fight but chose to take up arms. They died defending your home. You could show a little respect. Tony handled most women with more respect than men because of his mom, but this lady wouldn't get the same kindness. Not until she learned tact. As for why, the normally sure-mouthed superhero appeared to struggle with what he wanted to say. Naruto saved him from figuring it out when the blonde put a hand on Tony's shoulder. "I can take it from here." Naruto nodded to Tony and took one of the spare mics as Tony moved out of the limelight. The fact that Naruto was dressed in a hoodie already drummed up a murmur of disbelief among the crowd. Like they thought this was some bad joke. Naruto ignored them in favor of staring right into the camera. He planned on starting things with a bang. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I killed Thanos." New York. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I killed Thanos." Tucked away in one of New York City's many sky-touching towers, the Fantastic Four gathered before a wall-wide television. Or at least 3/4 of them were watching. Their resident scientist locked himself in the depths of his lab, leaving Ben, Susan, and Johnny to make do without him. Out of the trio, the younger Storm sibling was most vocal. "I can't believe we missed Thanos again. Talk about crap luck." Susan grew up with her brother saying outrageous things. It came with being the older sister to a headstrong boy, but then he'd go ahead and say something like that. Slapping a palm against her forehead, the blonde woman groaned against her palm tiredly. "Are you kidding me? Who complains about not fighting some planet-killing maniac?" The genuinely hot-headed hero wheeled around on his sister to put his lively blue eyes on her. "It's all about the brand, sis. Imagine the kind of opportunities that I'm missing here." Johnny certainly knew what he missed. The revelation left the ladies' man sulking internally to avoid risking his sister's ire. Johnny's reasoning wasn't expected of a superhero. It was a rationale that took Susan from facepalming to rubbing the bridge of her nose. The suffering sigh needed no explanation. "Ben, will you do something about him? Please." When she failed to draw a suitable reaction, Susan looked at the mountain-like man sitting next to her. "What's wrong, Ben?" Ben Grimm's concentrated scowl deepened as he stared at the whiskered man on the TV. His brain needed half a minute before the heavy hitter snapped his fingers with a sound of realization. And with it, the scowl on his rocky face dropped. "Ah. That's why he looks familiar. I ran into that kid on the street once." Small world. Left openly slack-jawed by the older man's comment, Johnny pointed at Ben, then to the screen several times before a garbled mess of partially coherent speech tumbled out of his mouth. "What? You? Him? How? When were you gonna bring this up, old man?" Ben refrained from throwing the couch at his annoying comrade, barely. Instead, the massive man settled for scowling at the younger hero. "One of these days. What do you want from me, Blondie? It ain't like he beat Thanos when I met him. Back off before I toss you out the window." While the two men bickered back and forth, Susan pinned her attention on Naruto. She burned every detail about Naruto into her considerable memory. Those words would stick with him surely, but to Susan's modest nature, she felt Naruto should have approached his introduction more carefully. "Naruto Uzumaki. Spain. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I killed Thanos." Felicia had so many emotions swirling around inside that singling out one would be a gross simplification of how she felt staring at the screen reflecting the face of one Naruto Uzumaki. There he was. The same person she went to school with. The reserved yet kind blonde Felicia knew claimed the unthinkable without batting an eye. It was incredible and absurd in equal measure. Felicia understood enough about Naruto to know how much his word meant to him. The disastrous fashion in which their friendship ended hadn't changed that. If Naruto said he killed Thanos, then she believed it. "You are really something else, Whiskers." Truth be told, this isn't the first time her thoughts circled around her fellow blonde. She thought about that day many times since it played out. Plainly put, she made a mistake. She would not allow anyone to tell her that her anger wasn't justified. It was, end of story. Where Felicia went wrong was aiming her anger in the wrong place. But that was how hindsight worked. In her highly emotional state, Felicia mistakenly saw Naruto as an enemy. When he was quite the opposite. He just wanted her to think about the difference between death and killing. This was a lesson she needed to learn the hard way during her first year as Black Cat. With the training and skills she gained under the tutelage of Black Fox, Felicia blossomed. He was the same man who taught her father how to become a world-renowned thief. With Black Fox's help, Felicia took to the family business like a fish to water. Black Cat was a natural-born thief and a damn good one. She made most secure locations look like 24/7 supermarkets without really trying. Gems, paintings, statues. No treasure was safe from her claws. Like the dragons of yore, she amassed a fortune of riches in no time. However, there was one line Felicia refused to cross. Murder. She came upon this epiphany by tracking down her sexual assailant the following March. Finding Ryan with her growing repertoire of skills was no trouble at all. Where she found difficulty was actually doing the deed. There were multiple opportunities to strike the would-be rapist down, but she always ended up with cold feet. Somewhere inside, a part of her couldn't take that all-important step. She couldn't become a murderer. There were too many nights when she went to bed in tears, frustrated with herself for being a coward. Her sought-after revenge was right there, but no amount of internal pep talks could move her to cross that line. Even a thief had their morals, gray as they might be. It was early one morning when word came across the local news station. The man who tormented Felicia's nightmare since her ill-fated collegiate days was one of 5 people who died in a multi-car crash on the highway coming into the city. He was gone from this earth in ignoble fashion. Dead, but not by her hand. It seemed like the best possible outcome at the time. Her high spirits lasted 3 weeks before the hole in her soul reared its head. That's when the pangs of doubt rose, filling her quiet moments, gnawing at the core of her being. And nothing she tried could fill that void. Not that she didn't try. Gold and gems were but temporary highs that faded fast. Felicia forcefully snapped out of her backtracking with an audible sigh. Her bright eyes once more fell upon Naruto's familiar face. Pulling out an old phone, Felicia selected the only contact she had left. It was Naruto's number. She closed the contact just as quickly. I think it's time I wrap up the loose ends here and return home. There are some fences I need to mend. I can't live with this regret for the rest of my life. Even should Naruto not accept her apology, Felicia needed to do this for herself. She needed to divest herself of these toxic regrets before it was too late. San Francisco, California again. Naruto was responsible for creating an uproar of noise. This time it was twice as loud as the commotion Tony unleashed. But unlike the older man, Naruto didn't field any questions immediately. He didn't raise his voice to speak, which forced the crowd to quiet down or risk missing his words. I will say this one time for everyone to hear. I will be clear. I will be direct. Naruto saw people leaning forward over their laps, but he kept his piercing gaze on the cameras. I am no avenger. I do not work for any government or agency on this planet. The only person I represent is myself. The blonde spared only a breath to avoid needless interruptions. There's no doubt people will come looking for me. If you hunt me down, bring your best, or you won't stand a chance. Should you choose to involve the innocent in your schemes, you won't find mercy or leniency from me. A pregnant silence sat heavily on the auditorium. Naruto left the people trying to comprehend what drove him to take such a heavy-handed stance. The question that followed was launched from somewhere near the middle of the crowd. You're against the Sokovia Accords? That's a fair question. Allow me to put it like this. I'm not against what those papers stand for. Naruto informed the throng of media and heroes alike, not shying away from the question that divided America's superhero community. Would you have signed the agreement? The former Anbu's keen ears recognized the voice as the same who first questioned him. Seeing it as a sensible follow-up, Naruto had another answer for them. No. Always unruly in spirit and demeanor, the Uzumaki didn't feel the weight of judgment on him. Most would in his shoes, but not the stubborn son of Kushina and Minato. He knew from his past life that words wouldn't change how others viewed him. If they praised him, they still would. Same for those who saw him as nothing but a threat. That is all I have to say. Have a nice day. Naruto promptly made for the exit. His swift departure left Tony on damage control duty with Steve alongside. While the two worked on the media, Carol and T'Challa trekked after the defiant blonde, following him to the back where fewer eyes saw what happened next. Honestly, I don't know if I'm impressed or if I should call you an idiot. Carol and her blunt take on the situation didn't come as a surprise to Naruto. They were freshly acquainted, but Naruto had a good grasp on her as a person. Because, when it came down to it, he and Carol were very alike. A combination of strong and headstrong that left others dealing with headaches. That is what his teachers said about him. Mostly fondly. Why can't you do both? The happy reply from Naruto came with a crooked smile. It was more than enough to draw laughter from the space-faring hero. However, Naruto realized the positive emotions might not extend to the Silent King. Their eyes locked for a moment before Naruto moved to address him formally. The setting changed, but Naruto's sentiment hadn't, something the Guardian of Wakanda would learn firsthand. And I apologize if I offend you by standing against your father's vision for the future. Yet, I will not allow others to aim my power like some weapon. I do not care if every country on this planet demanded it. Naruto needed years to become powerful enough to earn his freedom from the corrupt shinobi system. He wouldn't trade one set of overlords for another just because old windbags were scared of what he could do. T'Challa appeared contemplative of how he worded his response. While he appreciated Carol's freedom to speak, he also respected a man who thought about his position in life's many detours. A few years ago, I would be furious. But I have learned these pressures we live with should not be taken lightly. There are no hard feelings between us, Naruto Uzumaki. Coming to an understanding, the trio turned into a group when Steve and Tony rejoined the fray. Both iconic men looked exhausted but happy to be done with it. Glad that's done. For today at least. How about a little shindig at my place? What do you say? Carol still had some time to waste and agreed happily, but Naruto and T'Challa were more hesitant. Tony did not need long to convince the king. When he did sway T'Challa, Naruto couldn't reasonably say no, much to his frustration. And like that, the group was boarding a flight to the inventor's New York home. Upstate New York, come on, Wong. Teach this new dude how we do it. He is no dude, this here is a man. A warrior. There is no way your wizard can beat him in a test of might, metal guy. With Rhodey and Drax contributing commentary over the bout, Wong found himself locked in the middle of an intense battle with Naruto. What were they doing? The wizard and warrior were engaged in an arm wrestling contest. Something instigated when a more than drunk Wong challenged Naruto, who was too amused to turn him down. When it came to physical strength, there wasn't a doubt. Naruto held the physical advantage over Wong. However, he let the older man struggle against him for the last few minutes to entertain himself and spare Wong's inebriated ego. It was a party after all. People were here to have a good time. Are you ready to give up yet? The cheeky comment from Naruto caused Wong's head to snap up, looking away from their clenched hands. He glared at Naruto with enough force to make his face red. Either that or the alcohol in his blood put some color on his face. I'll teach you to underestimate a master of the mystic arts. Right. Now. A faint smirk pulled on Naruto's lips when his opponent's grunting reached his ears, a byproduct of the force he tried to apply. But for all his efforts, Naruto barely felt the strain. Certainly not enough pressure to stop him from slamming Wong's hand down and claiming a decisive victory. I win. What the hell, Wong? Yes. Naruto deftly stepped aside as the muscular Drax rushed to the table. He watched the bald man shake Wong roughly despite Wong having passed out from alcohol consumption. I told you, wizard. You could not. The literal man wobbled on his feet before dropping forward onto the table with Wong, snoring through his slumber. And he is out of it too. Naruto deadpanned at the peculiar happenings. During his trance, he felt someone move to stand next to him, but Naruto couldn't find the will to remove his eyes from the spectacle in front of him. It was Rhodey that took up the position beside the blonde. Like Naruto, he was glued to the visual of two grown men drooling on the same table. You know what? This was a far better result. I need a camera. The former pilot wasn't one to turn down free dirt on a friend. Patting the man on the shoulder, a chuckling Naruto dipped his chin in acknowledgement. I'm happy to help out. You enjoy the rest of the party. Naruto took his leave from a scene of his causing, but he didn't get far before another boisterous partier approached him. Hail, friend. Finally, I get to meet the other man who killed Thanos. That makes us brothers or something, no? Greeted by the thunderous, round-gutted Asgardian, Naruto had trouble reconciling his perception of Thor with the man he saw holding a beer. But he supposed people could change, even so-called gods. Yeah, something like that. I see you're enjoying the party, Naruto said while gesturing to the beer in Thor's hand, which was starting to bubble over the rim of his mug. It appeared Tony had lots of cleaning to do in the coming days. Hey, better the super billionaire than him. Yes, yes. Stark has a rich stock of ale. Perfect for a feast such as this. Please, partake in this with me, my brother in arms. Ever flowing with the spirit of good tidings, Thor graciously offered Naruto the same cup he was drinking from. Also, he nearly spilled his beer onto Naruto. Since beer was not to Naruto's tastes, he politely turned down the offer with a courteous smile. No, I'd rather not. I haven't had enough food to think about drinking. Thanks for the offer. Beer's taste never agreed with Naruto's taste buds, so he'll be avoiding it. So, what can I help you with, Thor? Ah. More for me then. Downing at least half his cup in a single fearsome gulp, the thunder god removed his cup far enough to release a belch that spilled droplets of spit into his beard. That's the good stuff. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. I've come to meet Earth's newest defender. To take the measure of you as a warrior. Since he saw where this meeting was going, Naruto adopted a more focused expression. While not matched by his compatriot, it was relevant to their discussion. I understand. Tell me then, what do you think of me after meeting face to face? Naruto wouldn't put much weight into what Thor thought of him, but he was interested to hear his thoughts. You are mighty. It's relieving to know Earth is in safe hands when I'm no longer around. This world. It's become a home to me. And with his one good eye put to the future, that security was priceless to Thor. He wouldn't have to worry about Earth's safety any longer. If you will excuse me, I need to find Steve before I drink enough to forget. And off the lightning warrior went, nearly toppled sideways as he walked through Tony's spacious home. Naruto could only shake his head at the eccentric group he intermingled with. I can't tell if he was drunk, happy, or both. A random glance off his right shoulder ended up with Naruto having eyes on the being known to be Groot. Perhaps the only person he wanted to meet, Naruto used this chance to satisfy his curiosity. This led to him taking a seat opposite the tree-like creature, taking Groot's attention off his video game. I am Groot. Naruto grinned back at the confused foliage, more than happy to answer the questions Groot posed. How could I not talk to you? It ain't every day you see an honest-to-goodness sentient tree. You're like Lord of the Rings come to life. Was this the nature mode in him geeking out? Then again, Naruto had come to appreciate geek culture since moving to Earth at Freya's behest. The strangeness of the blonde's approach got the confused guardian to put his game down. A feat of ingenuity on Naruto's part, no doubt. I am Groot. There was an unmistakable confusion dripping off Groot's three-word response. What's Lord of the Rings? Ah, don't worry about it. I wanted to introduce myself to you because I'm a sage. Part of my training required me to ingratiate myself with the planet. He bordered on gushing because of his excitement, but Naruto thought he kept himself together. But he is the son of Kushina Uzumaki, excitable tendencies are in his blood. I am Groot. Whatever Groot replied with forced Naruto to recoil back in shock. The former shinobi's surprise transitioned onto his face, ending with him squinting his face into a thoughtful stare that extended beyond Groot. You don't know what a sage is? I mean, I guess I shouldn't have assumed you would. Here, it will be much easier if I just show you. Keep your senses open for me. Naruto fell into the familiar embrace of meditation without any struggles. Not even Tony's rocking party around him could prevent Naruto from reaching the peak of chakra-based balance. In a few short seconds, he found himself enriched with the power of sage mode in his pathways. The visible effects on his body included orange eye outlines, a white diamond on the forehead, and orange eyes with bar-shaped pupils. Oh, and his whisker marks thickened into rectangular shapes too. I am Groot. I am Groot. I am Groot. The nature-enhanced chakra radiating from Naruto put Groot in a frenzy. Overly enthused by the sensations around them, the floral entity had plenty of questions to ask the sage. Shaking his head, Naruto slid his legs away from their previously crossed position. He wanted to be comfortable for the upcoming discussion. Nah. It isn't something all humans can do. I can only do it because a race of sentient ninja toads taught me. Despite the absurdity of that last statement, Naruto delivered it with a casual shrug. I am Groot. One didn't need to be fluent in Groot to see the doubt etched onto Groot's bark-covered face. The teenage Timber even went so far as to roll his eyes. No joke. Sentient. Ninja. Toads. They showed me how to use this energy as a weapon, so I could protect my home from the murderer of my godfather. When he destroyed my village, we fought. It wasn't until later I learned that he was a cousin. Man. That was a messed up day. Nagato Uzumaki suffered through a cruel world filled with the manipulations of vile men. He committed many wrongs, but his Uzumaki blood showed itself when Nagato found something to fight for. It didn't pardon Nagato's atrocities, but it counted for something. I am Groot. Yeah, it was fucked. I am Groot. The floral colossus performed a series of gestures with his hands, to which Naruto nodded as he went. Groot got further and further into his tail, each twist taking Naruto for a loop. When the tree finally finished his retelling, the blonde could only stare back in awe. Wait. You're saying your friends got into a dance-off to save the universe? How does something like that even happen? And I thought my life was weird. It really puts things into perspective. This was probably how other people felt when he told them about the litany of unbelievable things he did in his young life. What comes around goes around, I guess. During the lull, Groot stretched an arm out, leaving the equivalent of his palm facing toward Naruto. I am Groot. The space tree nodded, looking expectantly at the blonde sage. You want to see what my sage mode will do to you? Sure, I don't see the harm. Naruto went to place his hand against Groot's larger one. The two were a second away from making contact when a loud voice stopped their moment before it could come to fruition. Where the hell have you been, Groot? I've been looking for your twiggy butt for an hour. His grip on sage mode slipped through his fingers, meaning orange eyes reverted to blue. Those were the same eyes that stared down at the raccoon responsible for the shout. Naruto might have been curious about Rocket, but the critter didn't spare Naruto a second glance. Come on, get your ass up. You still have a curfew. Totally dumbfounded for the second time tonight, Naruto watched as the odd pair left him in the dust. He tried to say something but found himself physically incapable of uttering a peep. You know what? I think I've had enough for tonight. My head kind of hurts. Naruto drifted toward the nearest exit, which led to the back of the estate. This put Naruto on a natural path toward a rather large lake, where he spotted Wanda sitting by herself at the end of a dock. At least she was until Naruto joined her on the pier. The uneasy quiet between them lasted until Wanda couldn't take it anymore. She targeted the reason behind Naruto's uninvited intrusion on her solitude. Wanda hoped she'd go unnoticed with everyone else celebrating their latest victory over a hated foe. Her hopes appeared to be for naught. Why are you here, bothering me? I don't know you. Naruto was forced to agree with her, mostly. Sure, he heard of Wanda Maximoff, but he didn't know the woman. No, I do not, but I know what it's like to be alone in an apathetic world. I never wanted to hear someone tell me that it'd be alright. I'd actually rather punch them in the face. However, I secretly enjoyed the silent company occasionally. Wanda's lifeless eyes stayed glued on the lake, watching how the sunset bled across the water's shifting reflection. The ripples in the watery canvas reminded her of the pain in her chest, spreading always and never stopping. That might have worked for you, but it won't for me. You can leave now. He brushed off her cold shoulder and colder attitude effortlessly. Naruto was far too stubborn to be deterred by a handful of words. In response, the blonde delivered a brief but cutting reply. Liar. His words forced Wanda to look his way, more than a little upset by his claim. I know better than most what self-deception looks like. So began a test of wills between two strong-willed people. It played out through a silent staring match between Naruto and Wanda. The latter gave in first when she looked away with a sigh, breaking the competition to see who was more stubborn between them. You are a strange man. Naruto wore a nostalgic smile as he did something Wanda never expected from him. He literally walked across the water's surface, treating it like cement or something solid. Then he went and sat down on it. As luck would have it, being a little weird is one of my best qualities. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Wanda. How are you doing that? Her plain introduction lacked the same curious spark that her question possessed. But to be fair to her, how often did someone get to see another person defy the fundamental laws of the planet so flippantly? Yes, she saw it happen in a fight, but during everyday life? Not so much. It took a lot of willpower on Naruto's part to keep the knowing grin from his whisker-marked face. Oh, that? It's just me channeling some of my internal energy through my body. With it, I can stick to the water. It's a pretty nifty trick, if I'm honest. Want to try it? Naruto swore he caught a flash in Wanda's eyes, but it died as quickly as it manifested. My powers do not work like that. The last Maximoff twin tried hiding her intrigue behind a matter-of-fact delivery. But the blonde responsible for rousing her interest felt the lingering surprise buried deep in her soul. It's what Naruto latched onto as he pushed ahead. But mine do. Here, take a look for yourself. Gracefully transitioning from the water to the dock, he settled a hand on Wanda's shoulder. With contact between them established, Naruto had all he needed to turn Wanda into a chakra conduit. A push of energy from his pathway shrouded a blue outline around the Scarlet Witch's entire body, much to her surprise. It was a difficult thing to explain without experiencing it. However, her senses felt stronger. Like they were amplified by the chakra swirling around her. Wanda didn't feel more alive, she felt life around her. It was overwhelming but amazing. She had to wonder if this is how Naruto existed in this world of theirs. As the more experienced one, Naruto guided Wanda onto the lake's surface. The Sokovian needed a minute to believe that she wouldn't fall into the body of water. When she gathered such confidence, she began to enjoy the unique experience bestowed upon her by Naruto. In her haste, Wanda would have gone ahead without Naruto if he didn't stop her first. If you break contact with me, you will fall into the lake. Careful. While it'd be hilarious to see that happen, the blue-eyed blonde didn't think that it'd be the best way to build trust between him and Wanda. She wisely took Naruto's advice to heart, and together they strolled over the large lake at a leisurely pace. Nothing was said between them as they reveled in the sounds and sights nature had to offer. This aura of peace around them coerced the Scarlet One into speaking about what weighed on her mind. Did you know walking among nature was one of our favorite hobbies? Vis didn't get it at first. He asked why we'd waste time walking when we could fly. Vis wouldn't understand until much later, but he did it because it made me happy. Acutely aware that nothing he could say would help her, Naruto relegated himself to the thankless role of attentive listener. That was the only way Naruto could support Wanda without overstepping any boundaries. We never had as much time together as I would have liked. Not with all the responsibilities we took onto our shoulders. But I got to see the world, something an orphan girl from Sokovia thought was impossible. I was thankful for that. Vis and I took in these new things together. We were both strangers to the world, but we saw things differently. His viewpoint was so beautiful. So hopeful, I loved him for it. Sharing life as he saw it made me feel alive again, something I lost when my brother died. He gave me my heart back. Naruto didn't need an empathic connection with Wanda to feel the anguish in her voice. He held his tongue lest he diminish the tears running down her face. The opinions and words of an outsider had no place in her moment. I killed him. I killed the man I loved by blowing a hole in his head. And it didn't mean a damn thing. Thanos still killed trillions of people. But I killed my heart. The anger bubbling within Wanda caused waves of crimson grief to buffer against Naruto's body. He battled through the pain, refusing to release his grip on her shoulder. Eventually, the calming quality of his chakra dulled Wanda's aggression. What do I do next? How can I do anything? You take the time and mourn the man you lost. Then you should celebrate the life Vis led. And when you've done that, combine his wishes and what you want for yourself into one dream. That's how you plan to move forward. A far cry from his usual tongue-in-cheek, Naruto spoke with a methodical seriousness. Every sound he uttered was a well-thought choice on his part meant to maximize the impact of the wisdom he attempted to impart on a directionless Wanda. It will be harder than that. Whatever righteous anger she used before was gone from her voice. Without the proper energy, Wanda's reply turned into a heartbreaking muttering steeped in turmoil. You're right. It will be unbearable at times. And it will take an incredible amount of time, but in my experience, it will work if you want it to work. Naruto retreated into his memories of the past. He looked at the lake and saw the rotating images of his friends. Of his mother and father sacrificing themselves to ensure his safety. How could he not feel a flicker of bitterness? But mostly, Naruto carried an immeasurable amount of pride with him. He was the son of Minato Namikaze. The proud son of Kushina Uzumaki. Did you? Wanda didn't plan on sounding as spiteful as she did. Yet her pain and doubts got the best of her. That is when her heart lashed out in a blind rage which didn't care who got caught up in its fury. But in a handful of minutes, it would be a moment of weakness she'd regret from the bottom of her broken heart. Naruto had done nothing to earn this level of loathing from her. There was a notable shift in Naruto's voice, a colder phase shift that struck true. Just like his heart, which froze over to subdue the potential of heartache. I lost my parents, my grandfather-like figure, 3 of my best friends, and the woman I loved. If I didn't walk forward, I might as well be buried in a plot with them. Fuck that. At that point, Naruto and Wanda reached the dock where he placed the speechless redhead. He needed a moment to take a large breath and release all the anger pooled in his gut. Inhale. Exhale. Let it go. Breathe. I'd love to help you through this terrible time, Wanda. I really would, but I know better than anyone this is something you need to do yourself. However, I have faith in you. You're a strong person. Anyone who can stitch together a broken heart is someone I refuse to doubt. His sapphire eyes were like a pair of windows. They were bathed in an unconditional understanding that would stay with Wanda for some time. Goodbye, Wanda Maximoff. New York City. 30 hours had passed since Naruto crossed the country to battle Thanos. Naruto had longer days, but few were more eventful than yesterday. And now, he was looking forward to taking a well-earned rest in his bed. Okay, maybe a bowl of ramen first. He deserved it, damn it. Creak. I need to oil those hinges one of these days. If I keep putting it off. Naruto took a step through the threshold when his arm flung out in front of him. And from his sleeve, a concentrated barrage of 3 needles pierced the darkness. The needles journeyed forth, where they hit the far wall of his apartment with a series of light thuds. Naruto was far from surprised by the gasp that came back from the shadows. Naruto was stunned it took someone this long to break into his apartment. Too bad for them, the home invader picked the residence of New York's only shinobi. Possibly the worst person in the city to mistakenly target. Flicking the lights on revealed his intruder to be a woman. What caught Naruto off guard was the fact that he recognized her. It's you. Despite the inherent danger of how she got in this position, the woman with her arm pinned by the needle-punctured sleeve of her summer half-jacket smiled charmingly. So you do remember me? That warms my heart immensely, Naruto Uzumaki. Her perfect exterior extended to the siren-like chime of her voice, which flowed through his ears like wind passing along a brass chime. However, Naruto wouldn't be worth anything as a shinobi if he were mesmerized by a pretty smile and a pair of shiny eyes. Instead of returning her positive vibes, he showed suspicion through narrowed eyes. Warm your heart? Are you kidding me? I don't even know your name, and clearly, you have been following me. She was lucky that he wasn't an older shinobi who'd respond with a kunai in the heart. Not some senbone in the sleeve. Hell, some of the more temperamental people in his former profession might have blown the whole room to kingdom come with a jutsu. He knew more than a few people emotionally imbalanced enough to do something so crazy. Let me tell you a secret. No person alive wants to be forgotten by someone that catches their eye. Why would I be an exception? The silky way her words transitioned from each other was equivalent to a song in his ears. Unlike most people, who ended their proclamations with harsher sounds, she had no points of vocal contention, making it all too easy to listen to her talk. Too bad for her, Naruto had seen his fair share of beautiful women, both here and in the elemental nations. So he didn't fall head over heels into the depths of her charm. Naruto stood firm with toned arms crossed over his chest. Slow down the seduction and start spitting the truth. Who are you, and why are you in my apartment? I thought you were going to ask hard questions, darling. My name is Emma Frost, and I need your help. You want my help? The meeting between Naruto and Emma had a rocky start, but they smoothed out the rough edges. Now the pair were speaking like civilized beings with refreshments between them. Still, Naruto found himself carrying lingering frustrations. It appeared his desired vacation was being pushed further back by the second. Was a little time off too much to ask for? Emma, on the other hand, couldn't be happier. A discussion leading to the eradication of her problems was ideal. Her radiant smile conveyed her answer beyond the capability of words. That is correct. It is an issue of the utmost importance to me. I hope with your help, we can resolve this problem as soon as possible. The beautiful blonde's cultured cadence danced off her lips, sounding like a set of chimes singing in the breeze. Honestly, the enchanting undertones of her words caught him off guard. Emma's voice was pleasing on the ears. Dangerously so. It reminded Naruto of a genjutsu's manipulative effects. However, he didn't detect any tricks. This is how Emma sounded all the time. This left Naruto torn between being weary and impressed. Then may I suggest you take this problem to the proper authorities? They can help you with whatever you need, Ms. Frost. Emma ensured she stared into Naruto's eyes as she spoke, hoping to drive home the sincerity of her beliefs. Are they more qualified to aid someone in distress? More than the angel who saved Earth? Because I do not believe that to be the case. Naruto was convinced a lesser man would have been turned into putty by Emma's praise. Her honeyed words flowed forth as easily as breathing. Flattery, seduction, blackmail, or threats. None of this stuff was new to Naruto. Yugao-sensei instilled in him an immunity to these things. And not even the considerable wiles of Emma Frost put a crack in the former shinobi's professional veneer. Butter me up all you want. It's not going to help you here. If you have a problem, call the cops. Or reach out to one of the Avengers, I'm sure they'd be happy to help. Though Naruto hadn't been overly welcoming when engaging her, Emma found a reason to keep smiling. There it was. That response is why she wanted Naruto Uzumaki over the expanding litany of so-called heroes. She needed someone who'd get the job done without compromising them both. You speak your mind and aren't easily moved from your convictions. Others aren't comfortable doing what needs to be done. While noble, they could do more harm than good with such a mindset. That is why I need you, Uzumaki Naruto. My problem is too important to take any chances. An eyebrow shifted on Naruto's face. Emma earned some of his respect by putting his name in the correct order. It showed Naruto that Emma was serious enough about this to do her homework. He supposed it'd be okay to hear her out. Before this goes any further, how did you find my home? Emma brandished the perfect inviting smile. Something built by the countless trials of her young life. Even someone as discerning as Naruto had a tough time determining if it was genuine or a lie. I am much more than a pretty face, darling. You made me work for it, but I eventually found what I needed. The information I had predated your sudden rise in fame, but the trail still brought me to your doorstep. Great, I figured as much. I need to start looking at new places. If Emma can find me, it won't be long before the media shows up with their cameras. However, Naruto wasn't a well-trained shinobi for nothing. He didn't let any of his internal grievances show. There'd be plenty of time to be annoyed later. Business came first. Death's chosen one released the negative energy stored within him through a measured exhale. Letting the irritation fall from his face left Naruto with a much calmer and kinder look on his handsome face. Let me give you the same spiel all my potential partners hear. I want legitimate details and payment of some kind. This isn't a charity, Ms. Frost. Those are my terms, take it or leave it. For the first time, Naruto compelled Emma away from her perfect posture. His demands resulted in his guest tilting forward with an intrigued expression. Emma also forced Naruto's blue eyes up. And definitely away from her chest, which was positioned. Well yeah. How perilously direct. I believe your fellow heroes could learn from your forcefulness. I shall concede for the sake of urgency, and please, call me Emma. Naruto couldn't find a reasonable excuse to deny the woman with a pretty smile, so he agreed. Emma, tell me what's going on here. The real story. He barely got his request out when Emma rose from her seat and elegantly sauntered around the coffee table. Once moved, she filled the couch beside Naruto, who questioned her with his stare. Too bad for him, Emma ignored the unspoken question. She returned to maintaining proper etiquette, which included folding one thigh over the other. Then the blonde brushed her flawless hair back into place with a quiet sigh. It is something I like keeping to myself. You see, I have a younger sister. Our family life is complicated. When I left home, I thought it would free her. Free from my shadow and the expectations. It worked for a time. But her time ran out, sadly. She was kidnapped and turned into leverage against me. Emma placed her hand on his shoulder, hoping to draw from Naruto's empathy. But a rising tension beneath his skin caused her to abort her plans. The emotions Naruto expected from Emma weren't anything like the ones he got. Sure, he found hints of anger here and there, but the refined beauty was remarkably in control, considering the stakes. And yet, he didn't detect any lies, which nailed down the paradox around Emma. Clear something up for me, Emma. What makes you special enough to take these risks? Why would anyone want dirt on you? Her nimble danced their way off Naruto's shoulder, drifting away like snow swept off the roof of a house. If he wanted to know more about it all, Emma would fill in the blanks. She wasn't passing up a chance to praise herself. All of it entirely valid. Obviously. A sensible question. It isn't incorrect to call myself an incredibly powerful mutant. A telepath, to be precise. That's reason enough for unsavory people to want me beneath their thumb. My sister was the quickest and easiest way to achieve that. Wait. You're a mutant? Naruto heard other people whisper about mutants. Most of them didn't have a lot of nice things to say. The uninformed masses called them freaks unworthy of sharing the earth with normal humans. Naruto couldn't disagree with them more. Without the specifics behind mutant kind's origins, Naruto placed them in the same boat as a shinobi with a Kekkei Genkai. They weren't lesser. They were special. That I am, you didn't think I was just a pretty face, did you? Sensing the makings of a trap in the lovely mutant's question, Naruto took the smart option. He replied with a simple, one-word answer, which would stop him from damning himself with a poorly chosen word. Continue. Emma adopted a more subdued tone as her purpose was made known. It was crucial for a woman in her world to know the intricacies of talking business. Those who couldn't establish themselves as a viable option didn't last long, men and women alike. Truthfully, I would do away with these pests if I had the chance. But the cowards will kill her if they see my face, thus tying my hands. Even my usual contacts are under strict supervision. Hence my need to get creative. Naruto knew criminal elements when he saw it. Did the former Jinchuriki have a problem working for someone with questionable morals? Not necessarily, but that's what separated a shinobi from a superhero. His moral compass wasn't always pointing north. That's one reason why Naruto tried judging people on a case-by-case basis. At least you have a good reason to be stubborn. A sigh put a break between Naruto's sentences. There goes my vacation. Alright, tell me your sister's name and her last known location. It would be faster if you let me show you, darling. Your mental barriers are keeping me out. Let me in, and this will take less than a second. Her casual mentioning of his mental defenses caught Naruto flat-footed. Emma watched Naruto express his surprise with a smile. After letting the moment breathe, she continued the discussion. Your defenses are quite formidable. When a telepath of my standing is barred from a mind, it's something I note. Fine. But if you stick your nose where it doesn't belong, it won't end well for you. His hesitance came with a half-threat. The promise of harm, while credible, acted more like a defense mechanism. Shinobi never enjoyed having their minds probed. Naruto was an exception because he spent a lot of time working alongside the Yamanaka. So that's why Emma got this offer of trust from him. However, if she insisted on abusing his kindness, Naruto would destroy her. Finally, a man with genuine mysteries. What a refreshing change of pace from what I'm forced to deal with. I give you my word. May I? No matter how intrigued she was by the prospect of learning more about Naruto, Emma wouldn't dare cross any unwelcome boundaries. Doing that endangered both herself and her sister. Betraying Naruto in any fashion was a tactically unwise decision. End of story. Naruto shut his eyes and nodded his consent. With a steady breath, he retreated into the secured recesses of his mind. From there, the former special operative carefully lowered his mental levees. Refusing to drop them totally, Naruto opened enough to let Emma access his surface thoughts. His groove was interrupted by a gentle brush against his psyche. Instead of forcefully expelling the invader, Naruto granted them entry. And with a light shiver going down his spine, he and Emma established a connection. Can you hear my voice, Naruto? I can. Excellent. I will begin transmitting everything you need to know. Please stand by. He was granted a grace period before the Mind Walker funneled all the necessary details straight into his brain. Most of the transfer went smoothly, but a few of the image flashes were more jarring than the others. But it wasn't anything Naruto couldn't handle. The pain throbbing behind his forehead was made worse by a sudden case of nausea-inducing vertigo. An ever-shifting world helped remind Naruto of the troublesome consequences of melding minds with another sentient being. He couldn't say he missed it. Same for the headaches that accompany an information transfer like this. I forgot how annoying the vertigo can be. You've done this before? Emma's curiosity sent her blackened eyelashes into a flutter. The chances Naruto would meet two different telepaths was beyond astronomical. Surely it wouldn't hurt if she could pick the mind of someone who shared her unique talents. Naruto couldn't be bothered to do more than grumble as he tried fending off his mental discomfort. Yeah. Something like that. I'll go over all this tonight and start looking in the morning. Hopefully, I can sort all this shit out before things get any messier. Delightful. I'm counting on you. Emma climbed onto her feet, clapping her hands exactly once. The sound of her palms meeting filled the quaint apartment, acting as a predecessor to her next thought. Be a dear and direct me to your washroom. The platinum blonde diva spoke with such certainty that Naruto obliged her without thinking of the consequences. Yeah. Sure. It's down the hall, first door on the left. When it finally clicked in his head, Naruto sent Emma a sideways glance. Wait. Why exactly? Her smile was the epitome of sweetness packed up in one response. It worked well with her smooth face and flawlessly kept exterior. I will share this apartment with you until our business is concluded. Thank you, I will see you in the morning. Sleep well, darling. Tomorrow is an important day for us all. Still stuck trying to wrap his brain around what just happened, Naruto watched Emma walk away with a sizable bag of luggage in hand. He idly noted Emma must have hidden it behind the couch while they talked. Left alone, Naruto slumped back into his couch with a sigh. He could only wonder, what have I gotten myself into this time? Of the many possibilities, Emma wasn't woken by the worst thing. The smell of food cooking quickly roused the aristocratic woman's dormant appetite. With a fleeting yawn, she sat up and tried stretching some life into her stiff body. I usually eat after showering, but I will make an exception. He better have coffee ready, or there will be hell to pay. She made short work of fixing the bedspread. Then she donned a robe that covered her body in sleepwear. Ready to leave the privacy of the bedroom, Emma followed the smells and sounds of breakfast. And sure enough, there Naruto was working over a stove. He must have sensed her presence since he turned to face her immediately. I wonder how he does it? The food will be done in a few minutes. Until then, grab yourself a drink. There's orange juice on the table, milk in the fridge, and coffee on the counter. Take whatever you want. Naruto hadn't planned on having an overnight guest. However, he had one, and that meant being a good host. In this case, it also meant cooking breakfast. Something Naruto was okay doing. He wasn't amazing, but he enjoyed cooking all the same. Emma's vibrant blues visibly brightened at the mention of her favorite caffeine-rich beverage. She could practically taste it. Hit with a charge of energy, she sashayed to Naruto, nearly pressing against his back as she peeked over the top of his shoulder. What do we have here? The sudden closeness let Naruto catch a hint of last night's perfume still clinging to Emma. Turning his head back to the food, he shimmied the pan and slid the French toast across a bed of light and fluffy cinnamon butter. The last thing he needed was for his breakfast bread to burn because Emma distracted him in the home stretch. She only needed the promise of coffee on her tongue for encouragement. With free reign of Naruto's kitchen, Emma made her morning drink exactly how she liked it. Today's good start meant high spirits. Things kept going her way when Naruto slid a plate of French toast in front of her. Simple but delightful. Ever the dutiful host, Naruto slid 3 different fruit bowls between Emma and himself. He wanted them to have some options for their breakfast. Or a clone did when Naruto sent it to the 24/7 grocery store down the block. Eat up while it's still hot. I haven't cooked for a guest in a while. I hope it's up to your standards. Naruto wasn't surprised by Emma and her impeccable table manners. A woman like her didn't seem the type to partake in improper behavior. Shall we find out? The home chef took a seat across from Emma. He put off eating his share until Emma communicated her opinion on the food. Refusing to rush her first bite, she savored the various tastes rushing her palate. Once the food went down, Emma carefully dabbed her lips with a nearby napkin. That's when her light blue eyes filtered open, bringing a smile to her face. Being treated to good food was a welcome surprise. It's delightful. Thank you for cooking this for me, Naruto. Naruto accepted the gracious compliment with a serene smile. With his worries banished, Naruto set up his own breakfast plate. Orange juice included. The former shinobi fell into a light-hearted conversation with Emma as he cut his toast into more manageable pieces. I'm glad. It has been a hot minute since I needed to cook for someone other than myself. Their meal passed along in a comfortable silence, a suitable backdrop for the two blondes. Eventually, the companionable quiet shifted toward casual business speak, courtesy of a curious Emma. Are you going to start looking for my sister? He removed his mouth from his glass of orange juice, parting from his drink with a satisfied sigh. The cool, tangy beverage tasted great after standing over a hot stove for 30 minutes. Yeah, I am. I'll snoop around and see what your informants know. Assuming I get anything, I plan on acting as soon as possible. Best I try something while I'm unexpected. There was no hiding how the Frost sister sagged in a showing of earnest relief. Her noble aura fractured momentarily under the weight of Naruto's reassurances. At the end of it all, Emma was greatly concerned about her little sister's health and safety. More than the world could know. Thank goodness. If I could offer you some advice, I'd say go out and treat this like any other day. Don't give your enemies a reason to think something is wrong. As a shinobi, there was no bigger red flag than the sudden disappearance of a target. If the people targeting Emma were half as vigilant, then up and vanishing would put the whole operation on high alert. A frown flickered onto Emma's pristine visage. The stern lines of displeasure on her face lasted for a breath before Emma restored her composure and confidence. Hers was the disposition of a queen. Your advice is sound. That is what I'll do. I wish you the best of luck. Good hunting, Naruto. Naruto had a clone do the quick job of cleaning the dishes while he vanished from the confines of his kitchen with a small puff of smoke. In the elemental countries, there wasn't a population center larger than Kanahagakure no Sato. Naruto grew up in those streets, running amok for fun. It wasn't the august Hokage or the venerable Anbu who knew those streets like the back of their metaphorical hand. No, Uzumaki Naruto took that honor. And if it weren't for that trove of experience, the sheer size of New York City would have overwhelmed him. That's why he had a plan to tackle the world-famous city. His knowledge was something Naruto built over months of exploring. Naruto did this by sending transformed clones into the sprawling megacity to keep him updated. Thanks to these shadow clones, the exceptional immigrant was an expert on New York and its surrounding boroughs. Ironically, his latest search led Naruto to a bar named the Twisted Burrow. He guessed alcohol and information were a universal partnership. It wasn't healthy, but it got the job done. And that's all that truly mattered in a cutthroat world of results. But before that, I need a disguise. A consequence of him boldly proclaiming himself as the man who killed Thanos was the popularity and infamy. If he walked into somewhere like a bar without the proper precautions, everything he looked to accomplish would go up in smoke. So, he needed someone unassuming. Luckily, Naruto had an identity in mind. Henge. Naruto respected and appreciated the man for everything he did for Naruto and Anbu, but Tenzo was the picture of average. Doubly so in the exotic world of shinobi. He made for a perfect cover. A tweak of the Makuten man's wardrobe to fit Earth's current trends and Tenzo was ready. The masqueraded slayer of Thanos let himself into the closed bar. He moved across the dead establishment with the silence of an apex predator and took down a stool to sit on while he waited for the person working in the back to come out and find him. He waited for 7 minutes and 15 seconds. Naruto wasn't surprised to see the man's brow furrowed in annoyance. Technically he was breaking and entering, but who cared about all that? We're closed. Come back later if you want to drink that bad. Tapping his fingers off the bar counter, the frustrated bartender got a stoic look of seriousness that Tenzo was known for. What if I'm not here for a drink? But something I think you have and others don't? By now, the poor man's confusion was as plain as the nose on his face. He had no idea what was going on. None whatsoever, and he let Naruto know as much. What the hell are you talking about? Emma Frost sent me. Those 4 words are all Naruto needed to freeze the man like it was the dead of winter. The slight smirk wasn't in character for Tenzo. However, Naruto was another story entirely. He had a reputation for causing chaos. Naruto blamed this bad habit on his mother. First thing Naruto saw? A visible glimmer of jealousy in the man's eyes. The barkeep had an infatuation with Emma. Great. Just what he needed. Ms. Frost employed you? No offense, but you're so. The choice to raise a hand stopped the bitter man from saying something offensive. Don't worry about it. I know I don't look like much, but Ms. Frost picked me for my skills, not my looks. Or that's what Naruto hoped. But truthfully, he wasn't sure what was going through her mind. What's changed since your last report? Do you have any new, relevant information to share? No, nothing at all. Those thugs have been much tighter-lipped about everything these days. Even that toad is quiet lately. Never thought I'd live to see that happen. The displeasure on the man's face didn't come from disappointing Naruto. It was clear, to Naruto at least, that he was sad to fail Emma. Whatever the reason, Naruto could use that if need be. While the bartender's words were bare in nature, there was something in them for Naruto to follow. Oh? What can you tell me about this toad? You know, insight from dealing with him daily. Anything you can think of will help. Coax him in. Make him seem pivotal to the operation. That was straight out of the metaphorical Anbu playbook. He's filth, both physical and moral. He has no manners and demands everything because his boss is some big shot. I don't know if he's full of shit, but I can't risk my business on that chance. Genuine emotion often creates the best information for someone like Naruto. The less a source thought about what they said, the more value he put into it. Less time thinking meant less time to lie. Naruto said nothing while mulling over things in his head. An all too familiar story. The man who is nothing gets a taste of power and abuses it. It's a sign of weak character and weaker discipline. I'd wager my life on this toad having several exploitable character flaws. A nod is how Naruto signaled the man to continue. However, the masquerading shinobi threw in a few additional words for good measure. Tell me what you know about him. Personal observations or vices. You must know the little details that the general dossier didn't include. It will help Frost in the end. Totally oblivious to the manipulation, the hopeless man's eyes lit up at the prospect of being helpful to Emma. Love, even a twisted and one-sided love, could be used by the right set of hands. Well, he's every bit the slimeball you've read about. A real greedy son of a bitch too. How so? You see the red bottle on the top shelf? He always demands it despite not having any money. Like I'm giving a thug like him my best bottle. He couldn't afford it if he tried. The bartender almost scoffed in disgust. There's no way some 2-bit thug could afford his best bottle. He found the idea laughable at best and insulting at worst. What about one of those bottles? Pointing away from the top shelf selection, Naruto singled out one of the many bottles lining the bottom shelf. He already had a plan shaping up in the back of his head. 50 for one whole bottle. I'll take it. Money traded hands, followed by a bottle of liquor. The pleased bar worker put the cash away while his gums flapped to make idle conversation. Sure. I don't know what you'll do with that. Okay. When he looked up again, he didn't expect to see the bottle changing appearance in a cloud of smoke. As I said, I'm here for a reason, Naruto muttered, looking down at the bottle that now appeared identical to the one sitting up top. It still tasted like crap, but it looked fancy. And that's what mattered. A little later on, Toad wasn't an impressive person to behold. He looked weak and incompetent. Naruto could only see this green dude as someone else's minion. A tool that would sadly be discarded when its use faded. And when the two finally interacted, every one of Naruto's suspicions were proven correct. Fooling the measly mutant had been remarkably easy. All the transformed transplant shinobi needed to do was mention free alcohol. From then on, Naruto had the green-tinted one eating from his palm. It was almost sad to see Toad's complete obliviousness. But not as pathetic as watching him down cheap booze like it was drinking water. Ha! This ish some good shit, man. The boss never lets me drunk. Belch. That old dude ish a real stiff. His crude behavior was marked with a trashy burp. The guttural sound actually caused several nearby patrons to cringe against their skin. Naruto settled for rolling his eyes when Toad looked away to refill his cup. When Toad got his clouded head back around, Naruto reapplied his fake expression of friendliness. Sweet Amaterasu, it physically hurt to smile at this man. Ain't that the truth? Those big boss types don't understand what makes guys like us tick. Sometimes we need to blow off steam. Toad started nodding but was so hammered he almost fell off his stool. The only thing keeping him from landing on his neck was Naruto's steady hand. Alright. Ya got it right, Blondie. I like ya. So gone to his drunken haze, Toad didn't even realize he almost ended up on his head. Ignorance being bliss on this occasion. As Naruto contemplated his wasted time, a clear thought struck the drunkard. What came of it was the smartest thing Toad said thus far. Hick tilde. Hey, ain't you gonna drink too? Naruto brushed off the strangely poignant question in favor of ushering another cheap bottle in front of the verdant criminal. The bottle service persisted when Naruto opened and poured another drink for a woozy Toad. Don't worry about me, buddy. I had 3 myself while you finished your share. You keep downing this stuff. You deserve it. I deserve it. The words from Naruto roused Toad, acting as a primer that left him repeating the slurred phrase to himself. Every time Toad repeated himself, he saw a new face laughing at him in the sudsy drinking glass. They always made fun of him, but did they do half the shit he did? Fuck no, they didn't. I deserve it. What he deserved was still up for debate. For now, a foe-friendly hand on the shoulder made Naruto's remarks sound like solid advice. It was more kindness than Toad got from anyone else, and that's why he clung to it. Tell me about all the crap your boss is putting you through. It will help you out. You know, get it off your chest and all that. Stiff reprimands from the past slowed Toad down, but not enough to shut him up. Yeah, a little won't hurt no one. Any hesitation he felt about being transparent were done and dusted by the time Toad hit the bottom of his mug. The robust humming of his heavy blood alcohol levels loosened Toad's tongue and broke the floodgates on every frustration the abused mutant had. Naruto lapsed in and out of focus as Toad babbled for 20 minutes straight. It was nothing substantial, but, thankfully, the former shinobi's ears found something worthwhile. He was a few seconds from reaching his wit's end when Toad said, "What pisses me off is going 3 hours into the middle of nowhere." Why? Just for an in-person meeting? The shit the old dude tells us can be a message. It freaking blows up north. Fucking dumb. The skilled sage perked up like a dog as his encyclopedic brain rolled through its memory banks and put together a rough visual of where Toad was talking about. 3 hours north of here sounds like Albany to me. It's not exactly nowhere, but it isn't as nuts as NYC. These people must be doing something important out there. With what he came for accomplished, Naruto saw no value in continuing the charade. The words he let loose were an ominous warning to an inevitable future for the sleazy, crime-partaking vermin. Have a nice night's sleep in your cell. It's on me, buddy. Yeah, sure. Wait, wha? Realizing what Naruto said far too late, Toad barely had time to come to terms with what he heard. A well-struck chakra trap against the base of Toad's neck sent him spiraling into the dark realm of forced sleep. Naruto didn't feel guilty forcing Toad to hit the bar face first. But he bet the staff wouldn't be happy with all the drool from the mutant's agape mouth. Call this number and have him transported to jail. When they ask how you got this number, tell them you got it from an angel. See you probably never. He produced and handed a slip of paper to the stunned bartender in one deft movement. He'd let Steve handle this bozo. They'd keep Toad tied up long enough for him to take care of business. 1. Albany, New York. Sitting alone in the hideout was a man with a Playboy from the 60s. Try as he might, he couldn't keep himself from comparing the women he knew to the ones in the magazine. It wasn't even close. He liked the American women in the publication better. They were more filled out. The leisure viewing ended when the beeping from an oven stole his attention. The piercing ding sent the hungry fella racing into the next room. When he returned, he did so with a 4-cheese pizza. Fresh from the oven, the cheesy cuisine forced an impatient rumble out of his belly. I can't wait any longer. I need food, and I need it now. He spent a few seconds trying to cool the pizza down before he wolfed down his first of many bites. The haste of gluttony came back and bit him in the ass because the scalding cheese gave way to an equally hot layer of sauce. Both of which burned at his sensitive taste buds. Hot. A set of grayish eyes clamped shut as part of a larger grimace. The slim man did his best to wave at his open mouth. Unfortunately, his futile attempt to spare himself the pain didn't get the impatient man far. And when those eyes opened, they were confused by the black knife flying toward them. He was allowed a moment to be baffled because the bladed weapon moved in slow motion. Or that's how he perceived it. Speeding out of the way, he appeared behind the cloaked figure that threw the strange knife. Weird clothes. You shouldn't be here. Somewhere in the background, the metal projectile just clattered off the ground. The man threw a sloppy punch with the expectation he'd land it. But that didn't happen this time. Instead, the pizza eater's clenched fist was driven knuckle first through the back of the plastic chair he left behind. He shook his hand until the chair wiggled free. What? How'd they dodge it? No one matches my speed. Other people were just too slow to keep up. None of this made any sense. That ain't half bad. Even worse for the poor man, Naruto started eating the pizza he left sitting on the table. Growling through his teeth, the silver-haired man lowered his head and charged full speed. His idea was to use raw speed and tackle Naruto through the closest wall. Imagine the surprise when Naruto caught him in a side headlock, bleeding away his momentum without taking one step back. Naruto hoisted the silver speedster vertically and slammed him back first through the table. Pizza and all. The impact of being put through a table left Naruto's target breathless. While he tried regaining his breath, the man looked up at Naruto's attire. It was little more than a dreary black robe, but seeing it black out Naruto's face put an instinctive dread in the man's heart. It was the same gear Naruto sported when he fought Kurigi of the Hand Clan. He dubbed it his Reaper mode. Thankfully for the wheezing man, Naruto hadn't deemed it necessary to use his soul-damaging weaponry. Who the hell are you? His strong accent was the first thing Naruto noted. But this observation didn't keep the top spot for long. Wait, I read about this online somewhere. I should introduce myself and then ask for a name. That's how it works. I'm Pietro Maximoff. Who are you? In the direct aftermath of Pietro's introduction, there was a lull. One born by Naruto's attempts to understand what he was being told. As far as he was concerned, Pietro Maximoff died in Sokovia. But at the same time, Naruto couldn't discount his eyes and ears. This guy in front of him bore a striking resemblance to the pictures Naruto had seen of Pietro online. So what was he missing? Because the cloak blocked out his face, the narrowed suspicion in Naruto's eyes went unseen. Still skeptical, the former shinobi wasn't ready to buy what Pietro was trying to sell him. No. That is impossible. Pietro Maximoff died in Sokovia during the battle against Ultron. Who are you really? I'm Pietro. Me, not someone else. This is who Pietro Maximoff was meant to be. What would you know about me anyway, you freak? Naruto didn't need his empathetic abilities to feel the anger rolling off Pietro. The seething man's raw emotion was too real to be an act. Unfortunately, this left Naruto with more questions than answers. Even when toned down to its lowest potency, the deathly aura around Naruto wasn't something to be underestimated. That's why the supposedly dead man stepped away from the danger in the room. Impossible. Pietro Maximoff is dead. That means you're either an imposter or a clone. A shift in Pietro's heartbeat at the latter's mention told Naruto what he needed to know. Shut up. Resentment overpowered reason, and Pietro threw another punch. Lashing out like this was a sadly familiar sight. When people in the know mentioned the C word, Pietro always responded like this. Too bad for him, Naruto caught his fist with frightening ease. Any warrior with pride in themselves would say that admitting defeat in the middle of battle was traitorous. However, every fiber of Pietro's being screamed run away. His pride included. The only way he survived to see another day was by running away. I have to get out of here. Pietro became a silver blur of light, and still, the robed form of Naruto ended up in front of him. With his escape route gone, a cold sweat trickled down the back of the speedster's neck. Why is someone like you fighting for a madman? I don't fight for anyone but my father. The stubborn shout from Pietro came out before the quick man in silver thought to stop it. Like a genie being released from its bottle, there was no going back now. That didn't stop the swift mutant from looking incredibly pale as he stared into the darkness of Naruto's hood. He hadn't meant to say that, but his anger just got the better of him. Naruto blinked once before the pieces clicked. The realization would stick with him for quite some time. You're the son of Magneto? Hold on, that meant Wanda was the daughter of the notorious mutant hardliner. Things just got 10 times more complicated. However, Naruto had enough training to keep a lid on his emotions until a more appropriate time to release them emerged. Listen, I will give you one chance to surrender. Do it peacefully, and I won't need to rough you up. Before the Maximoff scion could try talking himself out of a corner, the wall behind the two men got blasted down. The wave of debris and dust clouded the pair in a cloud of grime. Despite the ferocity of their combined coughing, both men heard the call of action as it was shouted through the breach. X-Men, move in.